Hey, good morning. This is Rick Morton with Easy Vista. How's everyone?
Hi, Rick.
It looks like we're all
Morning, Rick.
ready and raring to go this morning. I saw your note, Barry. Yep, we're getting started.
Thank you.
So I see everybody jumping on. Yeah, we actually are not starting for a few more minutes, top of the hour. But you know, happy to see that everybody's eager and raring to go.
Because this is first day.
What's that? I can't hear you. Yeah, I'll just wait for everybody to log in. We'll start in just a few minutes.
DJ Chaz. He doesn't have a degree in anything, and he'll play that song that orders the listeners to get louder, then softer, then louder
Okay, looks
again,
like
and
it's the
so
top
on
of
and
the
so forth.
hour. Good morning, everyone, or you know, good afternoon, wherever the case may be. I'm not sure where everybody's logging in from, but we'll get to that in just a second. So, for those of you all that have joined, we are in a Service Manager Systems Administrator training class. Just in case you might have joined the wrong session, this is the session that we're in today, this morning. And let me go ahead and just get started with some introductions here. Oops, apologies on that. Went a little too far. Okay, so what we're going to cover in today's session, as well as we have 2 other days, so 3 days altogether, we're going to go over administration, system administration for Service Manager. And so our agenda items here, we're going to cover the operations, or I should say the orientation of Service Manager. We're going to go through the interface and see how everything's laid out, and, what's new in Oxygen, and those sorts of things. And then we're going to get into service operation. We're going to look at how to actually set up the system so that, with a couple of processes with incident management and service requests fulfillment, we're going to see how to do that so we can then start, using the system to fulfill requests and such. And then finally, we'll get into, the meat or the guts of administration and start looking at the administration module and all of those elements within that I'm sure you're all interested in diving deep into. And of course, at the end, we'll do some Q&A. Now, I'm going to ask, with this agenda, I'm going to go, through and be asking as we go if there are specific areas that you're really interested in seeing that may not be in the agenda, and we can certainly incorporate those into the session, either in the final day or maybe earlier than that. But we'll go through and talk about that. So just a little bit about me. My name is Rick Morton. I'm a consultant with EasyVista, of course. I've been with them about 4 years, and prior to that, I was with a little company called Sharewell, which is now Avante, and worked for them for about 5 years. And then I've been in professional services delivery in one capacity or the other most of my career. You can see here I'm ITIL certified. I've worked in these industry sectors, and whenever I'm not working and I have a little time to enjoy myself, then these are my hobbies. I like doing a little woodworking. I've got a little shop set up in my garage. But enough about me. So what I'd like to do is kind of get a little bit of an understanding of who my audience is, and really what you're hoping to get out of this class. So I believe I have everybody on the call. I am looking though, and I'm not seeing Brian. So I tell you what, I don't know, Brian, are you there?
I am.
Oh yeah, I do see you there. Okay. Hi, Brian. If
Hi.
you wouldn't mind, Brian, if you could kick us off and just, kind of let me know, and then we'll just, as an audience, we'll just talk, with each other and let everybody know, who you are, where you're from, what location you're in, just so I get a gist of your time zone. And then these last 3 bullets, just take them as you will. What I'm really looking for there is, really what you're hoping to get out of the class.
Okay.
So if you wouldn't mind, Brian, if you can kick us off.
Sure. Brian Hogger. I'm a senior systems administrator here at Johnson Financial Group. I am located in Wisconsin, so that's a central daylight time zone. My comfort level with ITIL is I'm fairly comfortable. Not certified in any way, but I have a basic grasping of the standards and how to utilize them here in our organization. What I hope to get out of this is that I'm not necessarily the administrator of EasyVista in our location or our company, but I am responsible for ITAM, the CMDB, and now change enablement. So I kind of want to get a better understanding what I can and can't do in those areas, so that I can better drive us to success.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. All right, thank you, Brian. All right, and then so now this is purely the American in me. Am I saying this right? Witold?
Hi, Rick. I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How do you say your first name?
Witold. It's Witold.
Okay.
I'm located in Warsaw, so it's already 3 p.m. here. Hopefully, I will not fall asleep when we will
Wow.
reach the end of the session. I have much coffee in front of me, so hopefully it won't happen. Currently, my scope of responsibilities is not related to Easy Vista administration. I only close thousands of requests in our queue, but in the nearest future, maybe I will need knowledge, especially about modifying forms, creating new forms, modifying workflows, and this kind of stuff. And of course, also I need just a general understanding about Easy Vista Oxygen. We don't use in our company this version, but probably in September we will be migrated to this version. So
Okay, very good. Thank you, Witold. Yeah, and I appreciate you being part of the class. It's wow, dedication. It's going to be rather late when we start wrapping up the end of the day.
yeah, I haven't choice, so don't worry.
Okay, well, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Okay, Calvin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Yep, my name is Calvin Stewart. I am an actual Easy Vista admin in our company. I am in Reno, Nevada, so I'm on the west coast of the United States. I'm very comfortable with ITIL. I worked for our company IGT in the capacity of the service desk for a long time. And then I just recently moved into my position as an Easy Vista admin. So I've been working in Easy Vista Phosphorus for quite a long time now. So I'm very familiar, at least with the kind of front end of Easy Vista, and now I'm getting deep into the weeds with it as a Easy Vista admin. So what I hope to get out of this training is pretty much everything. I have been in my capacity as an Easy Vista admin for about a month and a half now, and I've been getting training on my own, training from the current Easy Vista admin, training from kind of all over the place, putting things together. And now this is like the actual proper training from you guys, so I'm quite excited.
All right.
Any questions? I don't believe I have any questions at the moment. So yeah, that's me. I look forward to our class.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. And I threw that out there. Any questions? Any questions now? And of course, any questions throughout the class, just feel free to ask as they come up. All right, so thank you for that. Okay, so Tabitha, if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning. Tabitha Wire. I am the application administrator for Creighton University. We are in Central Time Zone. My comfort level with ITIL, I took the class probably 5 years ago, and so I think I'm pretty comfortable with it. We're getting ready to update into CMDB now, so, and then my training, what to get out of this, kind of just a refresher for Oxygen. We've had Oxygen about a year now, and I actually have a backup I'll be training now too, so it'll be a nice refresher to know what to get him. And
okay.
I don't really have any questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, well, thank you, Tabitha.
You're welcome.
And so it's good to know that we've got folks on Oxygen and folks that are interested in seeing Oxygen. So that's great. All right, Sebastian, you're up.
Hey, my name is Sebastian Palamut. I'm a consultant my name is Sebastian Palamut, and I'm a consultant implementer for Stefanini. My location, Bucharest, Romania, so far away, Eastern Europe. Comfort level with ITIL, I think ITIL V3 or V4, I don't remember, but I'm very comfortable with that. And from this training, what I want is, is to have a good understanding of the administration part, and then to understand what will be the, degree where we can, modify, or what we can have as, enhancement into the tool. And I think that's it in the main lines of, the point of having this course. And for questions, we will see during the training.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Sebastian. And thank you again, for joining from Eastern Europe. I know it's probably, what time would you say it is there right now?
And now it's 4 p.m.
So you're a little bit even later. Wow.
Well, Ruben, it's also even later because he's in Philippines right now. So my colleague, the next one.
Okay. All right. So, Ruben, I think if you have joined us, I think I see you there.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear. We can hear you.
My name is Ruben Ko. I'm from Stefanini. I work with Sebastian and Buddy, the next guy. So I'm a support engineer for Stefanini. Location, I'm currently logged in Manila, here in the Philippines. It's just past 9 p.m. Hope to get off the training. Yeah, mostly same like Sebastian. I just need the administration part of ESA Visa, since I think we will be onboarding some of our projects on this tool in a while. Any questions? No, I don't have any questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ruben. And finally, Barry, last but not least.
Yeah, my name is Barry Urbanik. I'm actually an asset manager and consultant at Stefanini. Work with Ruben and Sebastian. My location is, I'm just outside of Detroit, Michigan, so I'm in the Eastern time zone. I did take some ITIL fundamental courses years ago, so pretty familiar with that. And what I hope to get out of this training class, just an understanding of Easy Vista, how it works, and hopefully we can touch on some asset management because I will be mostly working with that, with Easy Vista.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thanks to everybody for joining from all over the globe. So I will be careful to try to mind our time. So here's what we're looking for in terms of schedule. We've got 3 days of training. We're starting at this time, which is 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm actually on the West Coast, so at 6 in the morning for me here. But I'm not going to get a pity party from anybody because I see some folks that are logged in quite late. So it's really nice to have a global audience. All right, so what I'd like to do is kind of structure our timing of these sessions so that we talk for about 50 minutes, or we work exercises or whatever we're doing, and then we certainly take a break. It's been, I guess, proven that after about 50 minutes of information input that you need a break just to sort of relax your brain, and then for other obvious reasons we need breaks. So I'll try to stick to that. I'm notorious for not watching the clock, so if I'm really diligent, what I'll do is I'll put up a little timer and keep myself honest. So it's already 1/4 the hour, and so right around 10 minutes before the next hour we'll take a little break. And then for lunch periods, I know gosh, we're all on different time zones, so I wasn't really sure how to handle the lunch period. If everyone's okay, we can just maybe take a little bit longer break around the middle of the session, not too long, maybe 20 minutes or half an hour, just to give people time to to break either for lunch, dinner, or a late night snack. And then and then we'll carry on. So we'll come to that, and when we get close to that time frame, I'll ask how everybody's doing. Okay, so I sent out a couple of emails. You should have received a course syllabus and then some other files, a quick start guide, some standard user manuals, the training manual, the administrator training manual. I didn't send out the lab resources in the zip file. I think what I'll do is I'll drop that into the Dropbox link, and that link I did send out in an email. So what I'll do when we start doing the labs is and when we get to the section where we actually need these resources, what they are, they're basically just spreadsheets that allow us to work on some exercises, creating integration models. When we get to that point, I'll make sure that, or even before that point, I'll make sure that the zip file is up on the Dropbox location. And then finally, yeah, as far as any other things that we might talk about, any ad hoc materials, I'll add them as we go to the, to that file repository on Dropbox. And so everybody will have access to that. So now, most importantly, we need to make sure that everybody received a remote desktop protocol file and that you were able to actually log into your VM. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate, the process for logging in, and then I'll just ask if anybody's having any trouble, logging into their VM, and then we'll go through and we'll take a look at this VM here, and I'll kind of break it down for you what's in here. This is a fully complete system, and so when we get into it, I'll explain it a little bit more. So I think what I'll do right now is go ahead and try to log in. So I'm going to use, well, I've already got logged in. Let me log out and let me do that again. I'm going to use one of the VMs that's not being used, by you guys. So let me go ahead and disconnect. And then, all right, so my desktop, you should have all received a file that looks like this. They're numbered, so depending upon what you received, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm using number 10. So just click on this guy, and then it'll launch a VPN connection to a VM in the Azure environment. And I did provide the password for you there. And so you should be able to just put that password right in and log into your VM. And I'd like to make sure that everybody gets established and logged into their VMs, because then you can just kind of follow along as I go through each of the sections in the course. And this is this will be the latest version of EasyVista, of course, on this VM. Okay, so when you get logged in, you should arrive at a desktop like this. So you're actually logging in to a complete system. Think of it as infrastructure as a service. Typically, we only provide software as a service access on your production and sandbox accounts, but for this training, you're actually able to see the back end of the system, and we'll because this is admin training, it's a good idea that you can kind of follow what some of the back end processes and mechanisms are, because you're going to need to request certain things be done in your system, in your SaaS environment, and it's kind of nice to know what's happening on the back end. Well, the other reason for this is that I wanted to give everybody a dedicated environment, and so these VMs here are really, really nice for that. Now, what you've got here is you've got a complete system. You can see here, you've got a SQL server that you can access. You've actually even got an email server that you could access, but we're not going to go that far. But then you've got Service Manager, and you've got self-help and service applications. The complete system for EasyVista is on this VM. And as a matter of fact, let me just pull this up. And this actually describes the VM in a little bit better detail. And so, well, you can see here, well, let me just go down here. So, you know, this is an environment for training, consulting, all right? It's totally isolated. And so you've got full administrative privileges in this system. And then, you know, what you've got here is you've got, let me just go down here just a little bit. You've got, as I said, you've got Service Engine, which is something that I'll get into describing what Service Manager consists of, and these databases in what we call the Service Engine. Service Manager is actually, in Oxygen, now consists of these components, these first two components, and I'll break these down a little bit more in an overview slide. But you've got, in this system, you've got the Service Manager, you've got Service Applications, which is used to create web applications. It's a separate server. And then you've got in here a self-help training domain as well, which we're not going to get into in this course, but it's all a fully complete VM is what I'm trying to describe here. So as we go, I'll you know, share out some additional information in terms of access to different areas. Okay, so we've gotten into the VM. So the way you get into Service Manager is you just open up your browser, okay, and then click on Service Manager. And that will log you in. You should be seeing a 40,000 account. This is the demo account. And I'll get into describing what all these account numbers mean here in just a sec. And then just use this admin at evtry.com. That I'm pretty sure that should all be filled in for you. It might say FAdmin because, you know, that's the French admin. This is a global, you know, VM shared globally, so we have assets, you know, from all over, you know, the different countries. Admin at evtry.com is the English version, but you can get into other languages. But just try this, and then the password is EVAPPS. That should already be in there. So EVAPPS, EVAPPS, and then this should bring you right into the system. And what you'll see here is, well, this is Service Manager. This is the interface for Service Manager. And then what's populating here is a dashboard from one of the web applications that has been developed on Service Apps, and then it's integrated into, you know, Service Manager now in the Oxygen release. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody is able to at least get this far, and then we'll get back to the slide deck.
Yeah, I was able to get in, but I had to put in 40,000 there and take the F off the admin so I can understand what's going on.
Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, I think when they first stand up, and I went through and tried to at least log into, I tried to log in, but I'm not sure I logged into every single one. So they may have defaulted to the French profile. So yeah, but if you just go ahead and put in, you know, admin at evtry.com and then use evapps and then use the 40,000 account, then what you'll find is that you're getting into the demonstration database. And, you know, then if you look through here, you'll see it's fully populated with tickets and people and all kinds of things that we can use for the training. Okay, so I'll just ask, I'll just hold for a second. If anybody else is having any difficulty, let me know. If not, you know, I'll just take your silence as meaning that you're all okay. You've all got logged in. Okay, all right, sounds like we're good. So I'm going to go back to the slides here. I get this out of the way. All right, so we've gotten this far. We've gotten into our VM. Now, a little bit of discussion about what your VM consists of, and basically what EasyVista, how EasyVista is set up. EasyVista is set up, you know, your system would be either on-prem or in a SaaS environment, it would be set up on a platform, and then in that platform, what you have is you have 3 different accounts. So the demo account that we're going to be using in our VMs for the training, the number associated with that account, this is a database, and you know, and we'll take a peek into that to see just how that looks, what the databases look like. We'll check that too. But the demo account is 40,000, the number 40,000. Production account is 50,004, and the sandbox account is 50,005. Now, as admins, you'll probably end up needing to memorize those account numbers. So production 50,004, sandbox 50,005, and then demo is 40,000. So typically when we first set up a system, we're setting up your production account, we're getting everything configured and such, and once you go live, then we copy everything over to Sandbox so you have mirrored images of configurations in both environments. And then we, you know, and then you would use your production, of course, system. But what people fail to realize is that you do also have a demo system you can use. And that is fully populated with demo data, so you can go in there and take a look at how things are set up. Okay, and that's the way it is in this VM. All right, so now I just wanted to make mention of the wiki, make sure everybody's familiar with it. To get to the wiki, I've got little links here at the bottom of these slides. So it's just wiki.easyvista.com. I'm not going to go into the wiki right now, but just pointing out the fact that our documentation for the products for admin, as well as, you know, service manager admin, as well as service apps and self-help, service bots, the most current documentation is found on the wiki. You know, we consider this our online documentation, you know, repository. So any questions you might have about anything that we're talking about, if you just go to the wiki and you know, search the wiki, you'll probably find what you're looking for. You may not, and if you don't, then there are other methods to try to get answers to your questions. But just realize this is a good resource out there for you. Okay. All right. So service orientation. So we're just gonna start looking right at the product, and this is an overview slide of the platform, as you can see here. So EasyVista consists of this segment we call Service Manager, and you can see here Service Manager is broken up into what we call Service Engine and Service Applications. Okay, so Service Engine, you know, is, you know, the heart, or the, you know, the engine of Service Manager. This is where all your processes are accessed. This is basically the service engine. It is your technician interface. I should clarify that Service Manager, you know, is well, there's a Service Manager interface, and there's actually a separate Service Applications administrative interface. So the Service Engine interface, we're going to use those interchangeably. This is what we're talking about in this course, is Service Engine, Service Manager. This is the interface into EasyVista, let's call it your technician interface versus your end user interface. We kind of consider the applications interface to be where you set up your web applications for end user access. But you can see here, so then Service Engine, it's got, you know, all the elements that you're looking for, all your processes, okay, and then workflows, notifications, reporting, integrations, all that stuff. It's all set up, and that's what we're going to talk about in this course. You know, how to get into all these areas, and, you know, at least know where they're at, and then we're going to set up some of them. Service applications is not something we're going to cover in this course. There's a separate administrator class for service applications, because this is really primarily used to build and develop web applications for the purposes of dashboards, which we use in Service Manager. You saw when we logged in there that a dashboard came up. That dashboard was built in service applications, and then we just connect to it. And then also we build our customer portals there. So those are the two components that make up Service Manager. And then we have this final component, which again is not part of this course, but just to let you know the complete portfolio, something called service or self-help, which is it's an addition. I don't want to say it's a new addition. It's been around for a while now, but it's really our knowledge, our latest knowledge offering, and it provides. As you can see here, it provides for analytics and for integrations with other systems, and you're actually able to set up your content in what we call knowledge flows, which basically allows you to apply logic using JavaScript of all things to be able to direct a customer through various branches of a flow, knowledge flow, or content based on how they're responding from one page to the next. You can take them down specific paths, and then you can use analytics to determine how your end users are consuming these knowledge flows. So it's a standalone system that can be added to, and it integrates well with Service Manager, or you can buy it separately and not even use it with Service Manager, because it does actually allow you to integrate with other systems. So anyway, this is the overview of our product portfolio, and what we're going to be talking about for the next few days is Service Manager. Okay, so I'll go through some fundamentals, and then probably these fundamentals will take us up to a break, and then after that we'll get into the system and start actually looking in it and doing some things in your VM. So I just want to point out a few items here. So in EasyVista, there's this concept of domains, and domains are used to basically separate data, to restrict access to data. Basically, domains can be used sort of typically in a multi-tenant environment. So if you have multiple customers using the same platform, but you don't want one customer to see the other customer's data, then you can set up different domains. You can do that with customers, multiple customers, or if you wanted to, you can also do that just within your organization between departments. Maybe you have say an HR domain that you only allow access to specific people, and everybody else cannot get into that data. So that's primarily what we do, is we start with something called the whole company domain, where all records are seen by everyone, and then determine through the course of our design sessions whether or not you need to apply domains, and have additional domains configured for your environment. But just know that we have domains, and I have this graphic here that shows domain constraints. So domains basically filter on these different items. So you can filter by location, by department, by service category, or by asset type. That's what that's for. So if you wanted to set up a domain and then restrict access to that data, these are the filters that you would use to do that. Well, if you have any more questions around domains, we can certainly explore that. Okay, profiles. Now, domains control visibility of data. Profiles are used to control what you can do in the system, or you basically, profiles restrict functionality. So You may well know you're already using EasyVista in your environment or with your organization. You may know full well you're pretty comfortable with the profiles. From the previous version, what we call the 2016 or the versions prior to Oxygen, and then Oxygen, there really hasn't been much of a change in terms of profiles. So if you're comfortable with setting up profiles in the pre-Oxygen versions, they're going to set up the same way in the Oxygen versions. What we're looking at here is a slide of, profile, an administration profile in Oxygen. And we'll look at that a little bit more carefully when we get into the VM. So you can see here, you can control basically everything about functionality within the system. Okay, and then employees, of course, to access the system, an individual needs to have an access account. And so we would set that up for them. And you can either set up an access account in EasyVista and use EasyVista authentication, and that we consider that an internal account, or you can integrate with an external IDM, identity management system, typically Active Directory. And then there, you don't need to set up anything in EasyVista. You just set up I shouldn't say that. You need to set up the integration with your Active Directory in this case. And then, you import all of these items, these records, into your system. Now, the key things that you need to have for an employee account, if you're creating a login account, I should say, because you can actually create accounts that are not allowing the individual to log in. They're just there for reference. So say, for a login account, you need these things. You need a name, email, login, identifier. That username can be various things. It can be the user principal name. It can be the SAM account name. It just depends on your environment. It can be email. And then the login account needs to be associated with a profile that we just talked about, user profiles, and then associated with a domain. Also, we want to establish the language for that account. So, the system, if you're not aware, the system has 6 languages that are pre-configured, and then it has the capability of configuring another 6. So it can support up to 12 languages to global, to support globalization of your system. So we want to make sure that that's set. And so if you do need multiple languages, you would just make sure your employees are set to their appropriate language. And so when they log in and they see the system in that language. Notification type basically just indicates how they want to receive notifications from the system. Typically that's set to mail. It could be set to other things. And then you only set a password if you're not using some sort of external IDM, I should say, like Active Directory. You set the password for internal authentication. So that would be a login account. Non-login accounts, you can see all we need is a name, email, and their language type or their interface language. And that's all we really need. And so non-login accounts would be used, say, if you wanted to incorporate end users that are not going to access Service Manager, but are going to receive notifications. And they could even receive notifications that ask them to approve something, and they could approve something via email and never actually log into the system. And so you can set up, non-login accounts for those purposes. And then there's some other optional things that you can set up as well. So we'll get into that. We've got an exercise for setting up accounts. We'll take a look at that a little bit more carefully. Now, I put up this slide because we're going to kind of work through this over the course of our lab exercises. The purpose of the training is to show you what's needed to actually configure the system so that you can get to the point where you can actually execute on a process, in this case, create a ticket and maybe an incident management service request, something like that. So this is a typical configuration flow with the dependencies. So you can see here that if you're wanting to set up workflows, well, you can't start setting up workflows until you have life cycles and statuses defined and questionnaires and mail components, these sorts of things. You also need, with workflows, you need to have, if you're going to set up a workflow, you need to be able to assign it. And then, well, to assign it, you need to have your employees in the system, and then them assigned to groups, and then those groups basically represented by what we call roles, domain roles. So those need to be configured. So basically, if you start from the top, we need to start by configuring system defaults and then these other such things. So I'll get into what these are more specifically, but for now, just know that there are these things that need to be configured. TSA is basically, the technical support agent is basically just your inbox email monitor. So we basically need to set that up to be able to monitor any emails that need to come into the system. So these are the first steps. And then we set up these things. And then we go down through and set up these things for our SLAs. SLAs are dependent on all these things. So before you can set up your service level agreements, you've got to put these things in. Locations, departments, those things, all these things are associated with employees. So we need all those in before we need to have our profiles established before we can set up our employees, those sorts of things. Now, this is the configuration sequence that you want to follow. It's not to say that we couldn't go in and set up user profiles, then set up employees, and maybe say, oh, I need a different profile. And then you come back and set up another profile, and then you would need to come back to the employees and change their profiles. So this sequence is here just to allow you to set things up efficiently. You can jump back and forth, but this is the proper order. Okay, and so to support setting up the system, EasyVista Professional Services, anyway, when we're helping you set up your system, we use something called the data collection templates. And without getting into a lot of detail with this right now, these are just spreadsheets that help us gather the information we need to support this configuration sequence here. So you'll see, along the bottom here, we have tabs that, basically gather different bits of information. We use these in design sessions just to gather the information needed to be able to stand up the system. And then, of course, as we stand up individual processes, then we have, other types of collection templates just for those processes. Okay. Oops, went backwards. So that's enough said about that. Just an information gathering tool. All right. So at this point, what we could do is I'm looking at the time frame here. We got about 5 minutes for take a break. We could jump in here. We could log in. Now, you guys have already been able to do that in your VM. Logging in. Let me just jump back over here. Logging in is as simple as seeing, this login page, and this could actually be even further simplified. In your system, you could refer to, typically when your system's set up, if you're just referring to your URL for the system, it'll come into what we call the production login page. So the account, this field isn't shown. So all you have is what you're seeing here. You're just seeing, the login and the password. This here allows you to switch between different accounts, and typically it would be accessed by putting PHP on the end, but it looks to me like the VMs are doing that automatically. So my point here is that you can have, we do have pages that are used to log into production directly or into Sandbox directly, or you can use this particular page and add the account to log into, you know, the environment that you're wanting to log into. Okay, so logging in, you know, we've got our username, password, account set up. We go straight in. And now we're looking at the Service Manager interface. Okay. So, you know, what we'll do here is we'll take a look at this interface and we'll break it down. So the first thing we're going to do is look at you know, some of these sections here. So if we look here, this is actually a hotspot. And this would be, of course, where we would place your, when we brand the system to your, you know, organization, we would put in your logo here. We would change the colors to match your color schemes and such. What this hotspot though does is it allows you just to come back to this page. So if you're drilled down into an area, let's just say I go into here, for instance, and I want to come back to the home, if you will, just remember that's a hotspot. So that'll bring you back. Okay. Next, this search environment here. So this is called the search bar. And so what we use this for, you know, is a couple of things. One, it's just to find, you know, records within the system. So you can search by various things. You can search by ticket numbers. You can search by asset numbers. You can search by, you know, names. If I just typed a name in here arbitrarily, Adam, then I'm getting matches on, well, I'm getting matches on the first 5 atoms that were found. If I want to see more results, I can click on this switch to grid mode, and then I can, you know, click on this button here, and I can see all the matches that were associated with this query. Okay, so now this search capability, it's actually configurable. So you can decide what fields are included in your search here. And the way you do that is you do that through something called the Search Studio. And I'm just going to highlight it at this point because I want to get through the overview. But then we'll circle back around to this and look at Search Studio and how to configure this in a little bit later in the course. But if you come down here under Administration, and this is where we get into looking more deeply in all of these areas, then you'll see here there's a couple of different studios, Command Studios and Search Studio. Search Studio allows you to configure, you know, what items you can actually search for, what tables, what fields. It's fully configurable under Search Studio. There's another set of functionalities here, basically called slash commands. So if we put a slash in here, then, you know, the system can be set up. Think of slash commands as shortcuts to certain areas within the system. So, you know, if you put in a number, let's say without using a slash command, let's just say you put in a number, then let's see if that's a good example. I'm trying to come up with a good example here. My point is that the system will find a match to those number or to that whatever you've entered across multiple tables and such. If you wanted to restrict what it's searching to just a specific area, then you could say, for instance, I just want to search on equipment versus, you know, or I want to search on employees only return employees, and then type in whatever that, you know, search phrase is, and then it'll only show you employee records versus equipment records or events, such like that. If you just start typing without a slash command, then The system will try to match every occurrence across the whole Search Studio, all the tables you've got configured. And I'm just trying to think of whether I've got a good example in here that will show that.
Rick, I have a question.
Mhm.
So in this studio, I see that you have there tables and fields that are searchable. If you are using the slash has predefined tables, or it is let's say you put /e for employee, but in the Search Studio you don't have, let's say, the table employee, or first name, last name. From where is this /e coming from? It is related with Search Studio, or it is something hard-coded into the system that knows that /e is for employee, or you can actually have that under administration?
Yes, so the slash commands are controlled, and that's a great question. They're controlled by another studio called the Command Studio. So if you click on Command Studio, this is where you define your slash commands. So you can set up different slash commands. With a pristine system, you're not going to have any slash commands configured.
I have
in the demo system.
I have another question related to that. Because I'm not familiar with this service manager, my question will be the following. Has the capability to create new tables? And if yes, that will be automatically added here or not? The slash, search new table.
Right, so modifying the schema requires that you work with EasyVista support, because you can submit to them a request to add a table, and they can add it in the system for you, but that's not going to automatically then be connected to like your Search Studio or your Command Studio unless you ask support to do that. So what they're going to do, for instance, if you add a custom table, they're going to want to make sure that it's got the proper constraints and the proper parent, foreign, primary foreign key constraints, so that it can be added to the Search Studio. So the short answer is yes, you can add tables, but you have to work with support to do that.
Are the tables only for my tenant, or it is shared with let's say everyone, but they are just restricted?
Well, so the tables, so that's another great question. And so I'm feeling like one of the things we can do, maybe we'll take a break right now, and then when we come back from the break, what we'll do is let's get into our VMs, and then I'll show you what the back end databases look like, and we can have a little bit of a discussion around that.
Okay.
Just yeah. So bear in mind that what you're going to be seeing is not something that you're going to be able to access directly in your system. You're going to have to work through support, because support needs to control how the databases are manipulated and modified, because they're going to be primarily concerned with performance and stuff on your system. So they're going to want to be instrumental in making changes for you. But what I can do is show you the databases and show you what you could do or would do when you want to request or suggest something be added. So I'm not really answering your question yet, but I think I can when we come back. Let's take a little break. We'll take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll get into the VM, and then I'll just show you. I'll just go into it quickly. I don't want to get too bogged down with looking at the schema, but I do want to address your question. So we'll look at, you know, the back end, and I'll show you what the databases look like and how they can be manipulated. So why don't we do this? Let's take a short 10-minute break, and I'll set a timer, and then we'll come back when that timer expires. So let's see here if I can get that set up like this, and I'll just put in, there it is way over there, and I'll just put it for 10 minutes. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll start up again. Okay, well, that was a quick 10. Almost feel like 15 would be better, because 10 just doesn't seem like enough time, but we'll stick with 10 for the time being. Maybe as we get into day 2 or day 3, we might extend it a little bit. But I'll just wait another minute or so, and then we'll get started here again. One of the things that would be kind of cool, you know, in this age of trying to do things remotely, I've always thought it would be cool to, you know, when people come back from the break, that they could indicate that they're back, and then some toggle button would, you know, light up saying, "I'm back, I'm in." Sometimes we do
see so many different problems with that, though.
Oh,
People just leaving
always
it
leaving
on, not actually turning it off, so you think they're there when they're not, you know?
Uh-huh.
But I feel you.
One-
I feel you.
One thing I've tried, and it kind of works, is that I just asked everybody to come off mute when they're back, just for a
Yeah.
moment, and then you can see all that.
True. True.
But
Yeah. At least
anyway.
in this software.
Yeah, I know, because yeah, with each package that you use, it's always a little different. So it's challenging. But anyway, so yeah, if I was more consistent on my breaks, I could just say, okay, at 10 of, we're going to break, and then at the top of the hour, we're going to start again. So that would make it a little bit easier. But yeah, we'll just kind of see how things go. So I'm going to go ahead then and just get started. And so we'll come back to the, well, what I mentioned is we'll take a look at the VM. And what I want to do is I'm going to share this document with everybody. Now, what this has, there's a lot. See, the reason I didn't share it initially is because there's a lot more in here than we're going to be needing in this course. So I just don't want you guys to get distracted and start playing in all these other systems. But I'm going to share this document. So I'm going to put this on the Dropbox site. Hopefully everybody you know, has that link still. If not, I can share it again. But I'm going to drop this in here right now.
Rick, I have another question. You show us at in the middle of the last hour an Excel with let's say how you can an Excel that helps you launch a client probably. Can that also be shared? I mean, I think it is helpful for everyone.
Oh, sure. So the DCT?
I don't remember how it was called.
Oh, let me go back to that just to make sure I know what.
It was an Excel with let's say different parts of the administration, like users.
These here?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Yeah. I'll yeah. Let me put a couple of examples. I'll share that. So I'm going to drop those in as well into the Dropbox. Yeah, and I appreciate you asking about that. Yeah, that's what I meant earlier by any ad hoc things that you guys are interested in. I'll just, add them to Dropbox, and that way everybody will have access to them. So let's see. I've got DCTs, and so what we have here is, I'll put, we've got a couple, but this will give you the gist of it. So I'll put one in for incident management. I can put one in for request fulfillment. They're kind of essentially, they're process oriented, and they're essentially set up the same way. So once you see one, you'll see that they all look similar. It's just that they're used on a process by process basis. So I just added 3 DCTs.
Rick, you wouldn't happen to have one for asset, would you?
Yeah, I'll
Logging
add the
assets.
asset as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And so, yeah, if you look into Dropbox here, I've just added these, and plus I've added this. And so I want to, answer the question about the backend schema. So hang on just a second here. So if let's go ahead and this is just going to be a quick look. I'm not going to get too far down in the weeds in this right now, but if you launch in your VMs SQL Server Management Studio, I always find this interesting as an administrator that, I like certain basic information really goes a long way, especially if you're comfortable with SQL. If you can see how, the databases are set up, it really, helps with your orientation. So if you just launch down here, I clicked on this little icon here to launch SQL Management Studio. And I believe if we just use the Windows authentication, we can get right into it. So we don't have to worry about the SA login. Okay. So literally we're looking at a database, or I should say a SQL server that would look like something that we would actually deploy in the SaaS environment. And then if we look at the databases, these are the databases with the exception of, maybe this one. You wouldn't see this one in your SaaS environment. This is just included here in the VM. This is just a mail server database. But these databases, these are Service Manager databases. So what you're seeing here, you're seeing, you can see by reference, we've got different numbers, right? So we'll just start with the numbers. So 50,004, you're seeing a config database, and you're seeing a data database. So config, if we looked at that, and we just looked at the tables, and again, I'm not going to get too far down into this because we could spend a whole day just talking about this. These are all the tables associated with the configurations and the metadata that the EasyVista application, EasyVista Service Manager application uses. So there are specific things that you can do in here, and well, to talk any further about this sort of a thing, the way as an administrator you could effectively use these databases on your side is to have a system set up like either on-prem, where you have everything installed and you have full access to the data because you're controlling your own databases, or you have a VM such as this that you can use as like a development environment, and then you can come in here, and this is what we do in professional services. We have VMs that we use to build things, whether we're adding custom tables or we're modifying wizards or we're you can put in custom connectors for integrations and all kinds of things. We would actually build them here in a VM, and then we would take the SQL that we built and validate it, and we'd send it to support, and then they would then validate that it's not built improperly, and then they would apply it to the client system in the SaaS environment. So there, so that's the way we would do that. But just to give you a little bit of a look here without confusing everybody, we've got a configuration database, we've got the data database, and you can see here tables for that. And these tables might start looking, once you get comfortable with the system, a little bit more familiar, because then you can see here you've got your asset table, and you've got your employee table, and you've got your domain tables, and you've got your ticket tables, and all these tables that you can look at. Now, so I'm just showing you this just to give you kind of an orientation. So configuration, you can see here we've got a configuration database for the 3 different accounts. And remember, we've got 50,004 means production, 50,005 is sandbox, and then 40,000 is demo. And we've got configuration and we've got data. Then these other 2, or 3 I should say, this is where a lot of your referential tables are stored, that are shared between the different environments. Back office is where you would set up integrations, and we'll start looking at how to set those up here in this course. Integrations, we would be integrating and basically setting up an integration model to pull data from a back office table. I bet you if I look in here, yeah, I've got a couple tables in here. But yes, so, and then the admin table as well, or the database with tables in it as well. So you can look around, of course, in your VM over the course of these days of training and kind of get comfortable and oriented. But also, you can see all this from within Service Manager, and the system or the software is not designed such that you need to be a SQL expert to be able to use it or administer it. You just have more options if you're a little bit more comfortable with SQL, but you can actually go in here under administration, and you can see the same things under database management. You can see your configuration databases, your data databases, and your resources databases. That was that database I showed you that was called reference. So if I go into data, for instance, then I see all the tables. If we flip back over to the VM, you can see all these tables, right? And so you can drill down in here and you can take a look at the tables, their schema, what all the columns are, how the columns are defined. This is all read-only, so I need to point that out. So you can go in here and use this as your data model. You can look to see how the schema is set up. But if you want to modify it, then you have to do that in a different system. You have to create your SQL and then send that request into support, or you might work with professional services to help you with something like that if you need to. So we're starting to get into a little bit more of the advanced administration pieces of the system, which is to go in and manipulate the schema and the databases and such like that. But in this course, definitely can see everything. We can refer to the data model here. Let's see. There was another thought I had about this whole process here. What was it?
Because we discussed about a little bit about modification as schema. I will assume that the modification of the schema is done by somebody else, which we don't have. We just probably create a request. They will be the same person that they will modify probably the interface to add a new field, like
Yes.
also.
Yes, you will be working with your either the Europe support organization, or in the States you would work with our North America support organization.
Okay, I understand. So that means that
yeah.
any type of a modification to the database or to the interface is not done by ourselves because we don't have access. It is done based on our request by the support engineers, correct?
That's correct, if in fact you're needing to modify schema. But there's a lot of things in the system as an administrator you can do, in terms of the interface. You can modify the forms, the fields, the filters, and all that. You can do that in the interface, and we're going to see how to do that.
No, I understand, but most of our
okay.
clients want, I want another field that will show me this, or I want another field that, you know what I want to say? I mean, nobody.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Nobody wants an out-of-the-box system. They want even, to emulate their requests, or
Right. So yeah, you're going to have, yeah. So to that end, let's take a look at something here. So when you're discussing with the customer the additional customizations they need, you're actually going to use something like this to capture that information. And we're going to look, where is it? Where does it say? There it is, right there. And then so you're going to actually indicate, okay, what additional fields, what databases you're going to modify. You're going to capture all that information. And then, of course, then you're going to need to submit that so that those fields can be added as custom fields into the system. So yes, this is something typical that we would do.
No, we already work with this type of system. I just want to understand what will be the difference between how we are working in this moment and how this system it is working. That's it. I don't want to take over your course right now, but just to understand a little bit of the back end.
Okay. Well, thanks for the question. I hope I was able to be close to answering it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't want to get too far astray here. So, all right. So back to our flow, and let's see. So we're in here. We're looking at this. We're looking, and we talked a little bit about the search bar. And there's also those the slash commands. Again, both of those are configured in the studios under the admin folder. Next, and we'll talk about those a little bit more in detail later on in the course. So next we have this set of icons. Now, for those that are familiar with Service Manager, you know what these are. For those that are new to Service Manager, these are quick access icons. We just basically call them the quick dashboard, if you will, to be able to access, specific records immediately. So what we like to tell admins is that you want to focus your technicians on these icons when they first log in, because what they're going to see here is this first icon is telling them that they have system notifications. If there's a 1 or more here, there's system notifications that have come from workflows that have been sent to them. And system notifications, like they're not emails, they're web notifications, but they can be added to workflows like emails would be added. So you can have web notifications, which are these, or email notifications. So if they see that there's a number here, they can just click here and they can see the notification. This next icon indicates of those tickets that they are working, that they actually own, that they're assigned to them, the actions that are assigned to them. They're seeing here how many of those have become late. Maybe either their OLA or their SLA have elapsed. And again, you guys, if I throw out acronyms that you're not clear about, just stop me and I'll explain. But service level agreements or organizational level agreements in ITIL, if those are late, then their ticket is showing as being, the SLA is breached, and so then their action would show up here. When they click on this icon, they would get a grid of tickets, or in this case, actions, and they can drill down into that grid and then look at that action and see what it is they're supposed to do. This next icon shows them that this is basically just their to-do queue, if you will. These are the tickets that are in their name. So I feel like, let me just switch over here. So if I was to click on this, what happens is I'm going to see, because I'm logged in as William, I'm going to see these actions that are assigned to William that he basically owns. And so then he can drill down into his work queue. That's like his to-do queue. So you can click on this icon here, and hopefully it'll drill down in for me. Taking a little bit of time. And then you can see here that there's an action in this ticket, and we'll cover this, but see, William is the person assigned to an action. Basically, there's a task or an activity that he's assigned to in this ticket. So he's got an action in this ticket, and then, you know, if we looked at the queue again, there's another ticket that William has an action in. So that's what we're seeing there. So those are my actions, you know, based on, you know, so he's logged in, my actions, William's actions. Now, if you click on this icon, this is for actions that are assigned to, basically, you can see here the tooltip, it says actions for my groups. So basically any groups that he's associated with, he's a member of, if they have an item, an action, or a ticket assigned to the group only, but not an individual, they'll show up in this queue. So these are just, this basically like the group queue before individual assignment occurs. So think of this as like, maybe this could be like your service desk would be one group. Then you'd have service desk tickets in here, and they haven't been assigned to a support person yet. And so your support people, your service desk people can come into here and look at the tickets that have just come in, new tickets, and they can either pick them up by assigning them to themselves, or they can, you know, maybe they have a lead or a supervisor that assigns tickets to them. So that's what that icon is for, and this last one is for discussion. So within tickets, so if we were to look at a ticket, within tickets, and it's thinking about it. Yeah, these VMs are a little bit slow. Within tickets, you see here, there's a discussions tab. So you can have a discussion between different individuals, and what the benefit of that is, like, if you know, if you're having a discussion on this particular ticket, all of the discussion conversation is recorded in the ticket, and you can have a discussion with an individual or a group. So all this is indicating here is that you've got an active discussion going, and you've got something that you haven't read yet. So you can click here, and then the discussion will come up, and then you can drill down into the discussion, drill down into the ticket. So that's what this is. It's called the notification bar. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a real quick question. So who can see that discussion? Just the technicians, or is anybody looking at the ticket?
Yeah, so it depends on whether or not you make the discussion public or private. So the discussions themselves, you know, can be made public, and so then everybody can see discussions from there. When they log in, they can see the discussion here. Anybody, unless you restrict discussions in their profile, anybody logging into a ticket can look at discussions, whether or not they're actively associated with them or participating in them. So anyone can log in and see that.
Actually, the discussion are actually the activity log that an engineer or the end user is creating on the ticket, so they will know everyone, you know, what they are doing, if they need more information from the end user, or, you know, that's the point of the discussion, correct?
Yeah, you can use it for that. Typically, the discussion might just be used to have a a discussion between subject matter experts to try to resolve the issue, and you're not necessarily sharing that discussion information with the end user. However, you could configure your system to allow your end user to be able to see parts of the discussion. It's configurable. So that's a choice you can make. And then also with activities, and we'll get into this, we've got an exercise for this, but you can basically log information about what's happening on the ticket and keep those log entries private, internal, or you can actually share them again with the customer. So you can do that from both the activities and from the discussions.
So like as a example for discussion, say you have like a network related ticket, but you're not, like as a service desk member, you're not entirely sure if the network team can help. You can like put in a discussion, send it to the whole network team saying, hey, is this something you guys can help with? Here are the details, and they can respond back to that without actually transferring the ticket to the network department.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you're not transferring ticket ownership. You're just creating a discussion. And then when you create a discussion, I can come here, and I'm not sure if the demo system is set up. Yeah, okay, so I've got it set up a little bit.
Okay.
These are the groups. Now there's a lot of them here.
Right.
But you've indicated that, so you can configure a group whether or not it's going to participate in a discussion. So you don't, just because you have a bunch of groups, defined in your system, they don't all need to participate in discussions. So you might just, you can turn that on or off, but then you can just direct your discussion question at a group, and then that group gets the text.
That's pretty cool. If a group is not configured to have discussions and someone attempts to start a discussion with them, what happens then? Will there be an error message?
Well, no, whenever so their choice is they either, add, what they're saying is, I want to send a discussion to this group. I maybe want to send a discussion to this group, right? So if if their group's not represented, they're not going to see the discussion.
Right. So it is possible to send a discussion out to a group that does not have discussions active. Therefore, they just won't see it on their end.
Well, no, if they don't have discussions activated, then they're not even going to be in this list. So
perfect. Okay.
Yeah, so just to look at that just real carefully, I'd like to kind of answer these questions as we go. If you go into groups, so we're just looking at a group, and any group, I'll just look at this first group. All you're doing is just saying, this group is going to actively participate in discussions. So there should be, right here, discussion enabled. It's just a little Boolean that you toggle on. Once you toggle that on, then this group shows up in that discussion drop-down list. And then they can start receiving discussions. Yeah. Okay.
Very cool. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So then, so that would be the notification bar, and these icons allow quick access to specific things, basically your queues that you're interested in. Next, we'd have this information zone. So if we look at that, we have various things in here. If you click on this, you can go right to your own record, and then based on how that record is set up, that form, you may be able to modify things or not. If I was to click on this, my details, let's just take a look here. Then, yeah, I can see here this form is wide open. Now, as an administrator, I might not want this to be this way, because you may have your employee records integrated with an external IDM like Active Directory. And so you don't want people to be able to arbitrarily come in here and just change things, because the very next time the integration runs and updates records, their changes will be wiped out and they'll go back to what Active Directory says. So something like this, you'd probably want to make these fields read-only, with the exception of maybe availability, because the fields that aren't being updated by an external system, they're only being updated internally. You would make those read-write, and then availability could be used for some business process that indicates whether or not they can be assigned tickets, for instance, or various reasons. Some of these are set to be read-only because they're updated, in, like, for instance, this is updated via a wizard. So you wouldn't want to just come in here and try to change this. What you do is you'd come up here, and I'm maybe getting ahead of myself a little bit because I haven't really described this interface fully yet, but you come up here and you click on update profile, and that would update this field. So I'm just indicating that sometimes when you see a field and it's read-only, it's probably because it's getting updated somewhere else, either by a wizard or by an integration. So you wouldn't want to literally manually change it, here. Okay, so quick access to your logged in account, your employee record. Change password is only for internal authentication, so that's really not used unless you have that set up. If you're integrated with an external authentication authority like AD, then this doesn't apply. Show grid, numbers. Essentially, when you're looking at grids, you can switch between. Oh, let's look at a grid. I don't want to get too bogged down on this, but see, when you're looking at a grid like this, sometimes, say when you're in a group setting and you want to refer to specific records to a team, it's kind of hard. You could just say, yeah, look at this record, or you could switch your grid view to numbers, and then let me see if the refresh will do it. Yep, and so then that's all that is. It's switching back and forth between just having an icon versus grid numbers. Sitemap is kind of cool because if you click on sitemap, you can see all the areas that you have permissions or access to. So if we were to log in as, and you can do this in your VM if you wanted to, log in as a tech. Actually, I should, if you wanted to kind of look ahead a little bit, take a look at the administrator lab manual, and in the beginning of that lab manual, there's a table that shows you the different accounts that we use in the exercises. So you could log in as a service desk manager. That's SDM at evtry.com, and the passwords are always evapps. You could log in as different people, and you can see different profile setups. And so we'll get there when we get to the lab manuals. But if you wanted to, or the lab exercises, but if you wanted to look ahead, you can just look at that manual and then maybe try logging in as a tech and then looking at the sitemap, and you can see that different people have different levels of permissions. That's what the sitemap is for. Themes, you can just switch between the way the interface looks. So in future versions, you're going to have more capability here. You're going to be able to actually edit your own themes, create your own themes. But all this is doing is just, you can see here quite simply, it's just changing the way the interface looks. It's basically just toggling between different, cascading style sheet definitions. And like I said, in future releases, there's going to be an editor, so you can edit. You can have more control over editing, the way the interface looks. And then lastly, domains. Now, this is a little subtle because you don't quite realize that there are more domains. This is a little bit of a change they did to the interface. Used to be in previous versions of the interface, if you had other domains that you could access, they would all be listed here, and then you just check their boxes. But they've changed the interface now, so you have to click on this field, and there's really no indication that you should be clicking on it, which is a little bit subtle. But if you click on it, then you can see here that, I actually could switch my domain to a different one. And so just realize that you have that capability. So whole company domain allows you to see all the records in the system. And obviously, if you didn't want a person to be able to see all the records, you wouldn't give them access to the whole company domain. You might just give them access only to, say, like the US domain. And then if this domain is defined by location, then you could only see records that are associated with locations in the states. And you can see here, you can set this up via asset types, or you could set this up via other types of filters. But this is just where you would change your domain. And typically, when you first set up your system, you're just going to have the one whole company domain without having a lot of stratification with other domains. And then as you determine that you might need domains, then you would add those. And we'll take a look at, when we get into the admin module, we'll look at setting up domains, we'll look at adding domains, we'll look at all those things. Okay, so that's the information area. And I'll just switch that back because I don't necessarily like numbers. They're okay in certain instances. So then looking ahead, then the next thing we have here is the menu, the left menu, or we call it the navigation menu. And now this is interesting. This is a departure. This is what sets Oxygen apart from the previous interfaced versions, is that now you can customize your menu items and the way this looks, whereas prior to Oxygen, you kind of had to just use what was there. You couldn't change the orientation or the navigation. Now you can. So if we look at this, what we have here is we have two different menus down here. We have a global menu, and we have what's called a My menu, and I see the My menu is not set up. So maybe I'll go ahead and just add an item. I just need to add one item, and then that'll get set up. My menu allows you to take and create, the individual person, the logged in person, can create their own menu structure, however they want it to be. The global menu, that comes from their user profile. So whatever permissions they have in their user profile, all of those items show up here. And further, in the global menu, they all show up in the same places. What I mean by that is that if you create your own custom menu, you can make it look any way you want. So you don't have to have a general folder or a service transition folder. You can just create a folder called tickets. So if I come in here and edit, and when I click on edit here, this allows me to edit my menu. And so now I wish they would get rid of these, because these are like little kind of a skeleton outline that you can use. You can drag stuff into these folders, these predefined folders, but then you can't modify their position. So I find a lot of clients aren't, they might want to use, a folder called analytics, but they don't want it in this position. They want to move it around. So I just tell them, just don't use these and just add whatever folders you want. So you might might add one called tickets. If I could type it. Tickets. Then you add a folder over here. And you could add another folder. Well, before we add another folder, let's just say, okay, in tickets, I want to maybe have a reference to incidents. So I want to look at incidents. And we have a lab where we actually set this up, the menu up, and we get into more detail about this. But what we're doing here is we're just saying, okay, this is the query that we want to put in the menu, and further we can then tell it in the query what view and what filter we want to use. And so I'll definitely need to go over filters and views so that you know what those are. So before we get into more detail, so just know that you can configure filters and views in your system, and then you can reference those filters and views in a query and then add those to a menu. So I'm adding that query here, and I'm going to drag it into that folder. Okay. Now I'm going to save that. And so now I've created my own custom folder. And so what I have here is I just have this, and then I also, when I'm in a particular area, I can set a favorite, and then it'll always show up here. And then I can always click on the home and go back to the home screen. And in this case, this home screen basically brings you back to this dashboard. And this home dashboard is defined. I know this is a little confusing, but it's defined in the profile. So your profiles administration, when you click on home in the My menu, you go back to this dashboard, because if you go look at the administration profile and look at what its home dashboard is, it's this one. Okay. So anyway, I've created, I've modified my menu, I've customized it for my login. This isn't for, if you logged in as administrator, so you could be in my system, this VM in this case, but let's just say you're in your home system and you're in as an administrator, same profile as somebody else, but you can have your own unique My menu. This persists on a session, login session basis, and it persists across sessions. So yeah, you can customize that. Now further, the administrator, as an administrator, you can go in and create a My menu structure that you want everybody to have for a particular profile, and they can add to it, but they cannot make changes to what you've done. So let me explain that. So if I was to, I switched over to global just so I could see the administration folder, and then I'm going to user profiles. Okay. Now in user profiles, for the administrator, I'm gonna, for what I'm logged in as, this profile, I'm using that profile out of all those profiles that are listed there. Okay, so now you can see here I have a menu button. So if I click on this menu button, you can see here that the My menu has not been set up by the administrator. So if I come in here now as an administrator, I'm not editing this as an end user, I'm editing it as an administrator. If I come in here and add a ticket, add a folder, I'm gonna call this folder tickets, and I'll just put my initials just so you can see the difference. And I'll add this folder to the profile. And then I could come here and I could, add the same menu option that we added earlier. I'll add it again. I'll go into incidents, all incidents, and I'll select these items here, add it to the menu, put it in like this, and then say save. Okay. Now you can see here, I've got two things going on here. I've got what the administrator added, and I've got what the end user added. The end user edits their menu from this edit button. The administrator edits the menu from the profile. So if I go in as an end user and click on edit now, I can see that, okay, I can modify, I can delete, I can change this, but these are locked. These are locked because the administrator did this. So they can't change this, they can't delete it, they can't do anything with it. Okay, they're locked. So the point I'm trying to make here is that as an administrator, you can set up kind of a default structure of folders that you want to have in everybody's My Menu nav panel. Again, this would be set up on a user profile basis, so you would have to do this in each profile. But then you're also allowing people to add their own stuff, so they can customize by using the edit button here. So I hope I'm not muddling this all up. What I'm saying is that you can control the structure, but you also allow the end user to be able to modify their menu. Now they can't change this one at all. This global menu, this is totally controlled by whatever permissions you check or uncheck here. So if I was, I'm in the profile, the administrator profile. If I unchecked general, and I still have all the other items checked, but I uncheck general, then when I save this, now because I'm changing a profile, for me to see this, I'm going to have to log out of the session, because even if I refresh, the session still remembers. So if I log out and then log back in, then see now that general option under the global menu is gone, because these folders are controlled by the profile. That's the only way you can change these. You're seeing what you're able to see based on what permissions you have in your profile. So I would come back into the profile again, and I'd turn that back on. Okay. And again, we have a section on day 3 where we're going to talk about profiles a lot more in depth, and what you can do with all this stuff and what all this stuff means. But just in terms of whether or not things show up in the menus, you control them by editing them in the user profile section under administration. If I log back out, log back in, it'll show up again. Okay, and there it is. So the takeaway here is you've got 2 different menus. One that's totally editable, and one that's only editable by admin and only by user profile options. This one never changes. The folders always show up in the same place, and what's contained within the folders always show up the same. So it's real easy for you to find things, in this folder structure. If you go into an individual's My Menu, they could have this could be totally any way they set it up, and so it'd be really confusing for you to find their options, because it could always be different depending on how they set it up individually. However, that said, we do have this search option here. So if you know that they have incidents configured, you can just start typing incidents, and then boom, there it is. But what if you were looking for something else in the system, like employees? Well, they don't have that configured in their menu. Now, let me see if I can spell it right, but yeah. But of course, in their global menu, then you can find that. So this will become more clear as we start going through exercises and you start playing around with this stuff. Right now, I'm just trying to show you capabilities of the menu navigator and how you can edit it on an individual or on an admin basis. And the fact that, if you're looking for something, if it's not defined in My Menu because it just hasn't been set up yet, go over to global. And then if you don't find it in global, it's because the user profile they're using doesn't have it permitted. But if you're an administrator, you should have everything enabled. And then if you're looking for something, the easiest way to find something is think about what it is you're wanting to find. Let's say workflows. Like, okay, you're thinking, which of these folders is workflows in? Well, just start typing workflows. And then you'll see that you've got the ability to export workflows under the admin import export folder. And then under the references, other references folder, you have the ability to get into the workflow editors here. So just remember that you have this search capability. It's really handy when, even if you do know where something's located, you may not want to have to click and drill down in to find it. Like if I was trying to find something here under other resources, like maybe domain roles here, I had to click, a couple, 3 times to get to domain roles. But it'd be so much easier just to come in here and just start typing roles, and there it is, and you just click on it. So you've got that. You've got that capability. Just want to point that out. Now, the other thing I'll just touch on since we're here is that, individual users have the ability to, say, look at an area like let's see, like maybe they're wanting to see employees. They're wanting to look at the employee directory. So when they're first using the system, they find, oh, okay, employee directory is right here. Boom, click it. And now we're looking at all of the employee records in the system, right? We've got about 9,000, short of 8,900. Now, if they're going to want to come back to this over and over again, rather than having to, always search for employees, and then have to click on it or what have you, they can just come up here under this little 3-dot ellipsis and just say, I want to add this as a favorite. And then when they add it, they can edit this title to say whatever they want, but then they say, okay, and then it's a favorite. So now when you're someplace else in the system, you're looking at suppliers, and maybe you've collapsed this and you don't want to go back that way. You just click on your favorites and you go right back to where you were there. And again, these favorites are stored by menu. So if you click over on my menu, you've got your favorites here. Okay, so that's a favorites option that people can use. And then they might tell you, your users might say, how do I manage this once I add a favorite? I don't see, I can add them here, but how do I delete them if I don't want them anymore? Just come here to edit. And then you can see you can manage your favorites right here. You can delete them, you can change their name, you can reorder them, all that stuff right there. So if I wanted to delete this, I could just do that and it's favorites gone. Okay, so that's managing favorites. So that's really the left panel. Yeah, we covered pretty much. There are other things here that you can add to your left panel. So you saw here menu items, folders, I talked about those. You can add external links to different other sites. You can add reports. If you have a favorite report that you have built that you want to run and you want to access quickly, you can just click on this and add it. If you have service apps set up, say you have different dashboards set up in your service application server and you want to be able to access those dashboards, you can just add them by clicking on this. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail right now, but you've got all these different applications that you could reference. So one of them here is like, if I click on this one, this is a portfolio or a bundle of dashboards. If I click on this and then I select the page I want, so you've got different types of dashboards. So let's say I wanted a CMDB dashboard, and I can say as a menu item, CMDB dashboard. And then just add that. And then I've added it in my menu. I hit save, and then here it is. So then if I click on this, I can go right to a dashboard that's defined in my system. How it got defined and how it got set up, well, you know, that's a topic to discuss for another day. But just know that you can add those things, and your people can add them. Your people can do anything that they are allowed to do under this edit button. So, you know, these things here, and then eventually this. Okay. All right. I know I've talked all the way up to the top of the hour. So let's take another quick break. We'll come back in 10 minutes, and I'll just stay online in case you guys have any questions. I've got my little pot of coffee here. I can keep filling up my cup. So, but I'll go ahead and break for 10 in case anybody needs to, you know, take a bio break or something like that. And then I'll start up again at 10 after, and I'll set the timer. So you can log into that database. Now, when your system was set up, you should have received credentials for your production database, for your sandbox database, and for your demo database. Production and sandbox have the same credentials, same username, password, administrator, and then same password. The demo database has a different password. It's just set up that way for you guys. I think we'll go for another couple of hours, then maybe take a lunch break, or we'll call it a late dinner break.
Late breakfast.
Or late breakfast, yeah, for some of us, yeah. Yeah, because you're in Denver, right? Or in Nevada, you said.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what.
For now.
Is that just like an hour ahead of me on the West Coast?
No, I'm on the West Coast time.
Oh, you are. So it's 8 there? 8:12? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Are you dealing with the ridiculous smoke as well?
Well, no, actually, I know I've heard a lot about that. Especially I've got family in Colorado. Oh, let's see here. I got to get that slideshow going again. All right, so we looked at this. The last thing we're going to look at here is just the dashboard, and now, so this is where we've integrated Service Manager with Service Apps. Prior to the Oxygen interface, we didn't have, you know, this dashboard area. We had dashboards in Service Manager, but they were configured and handled a little differently. So now we have this ability to add what we call web applications or service apps applications right into Service Manager in the form of dashboards. And so these can be anything that you can configure. We've got templates that we provide, you know, get systems set up quickly, but you can go into Service Apps and configure any sort of dashboard, anything that you want using the widgets provided there in that editor. You could create report looking like dashboards. You can do all kinds of things. Not only can you display information, applications, web application type dashboards here, but you can also display them within tickets. And we'll get into that when we just think of the term contextual applications. You can also connect apps like this to tickets. So when you're in a ticket, and let's say you want to pull up specific information about that ticket, you can click on a tab over on the left side, and it'll pull up one of these apps specific to the ticket. So, but that's what this is. You have in here, not only do you have the dashboards, but then of course, when you click on queries, then you get your grid sets here. So we'll look at that real quick. So, so if I just click in on what we've built already and just click in on a all incidents query, then I get a grid set, right? And then I can drill that into this grid set. And of course, I can change filters on this grid set to show me specific things. Like if I just want to see all the records in progress. I can change the filter. If I want to change the way I'm seeing my result set, I can change the view from a list view to say, maybe I'm curious about how many tickets are in progress by department. And then I can see that. And because I'm actually, viewing by an aggregation method, I can actually change the way I view that. So I can say, okay, I want to see this in a pie chart, for instance. So now I can see I've got 21% of my tickets relate to those that are in progress, relate to the sales department, finance, and then you got IT. And so, yeah, that's what we do here with this center console. We can look at query result sets, or we can literally look at dashboards that we've created to view specific metrics. Okay. All right. Now the search bar, and we talked about that a little bit. It allows us to, well, let me go back here. It allows us to search and return results from global searches, and we're returning results across multiple areas. So as I mentioned, that can be set up via the Search Studio, and we're going to look at how we configure Search Studio a little bit later on. And we can also use the other function in this bar, this search/command bar, for command/commands. And again, these are shortcuts, and just think of them as shortcuts to launch wizards or to launch service request type things, like if you wanted to do an onboarding service, rather than having to type all that out in a ticket, you can just say /onboarding and a ticket will come up ready for you to input the specific user information about the ticket, and it'll already be categorized for HR onboarding. And then you also can have commands for filters and for external links. So these are they're like Slack slash sort of functionality, that Slack social media type application. They just allow it, these / commands are just an idea to allow you to jump into specific areas of the app in a sort of a shortcut or shorthand method. And then one thing I didn't mention is browsing history. So when you look here, you can just click in the search bar, and then you can see where you've been. And so if this is usually pretty useful when you're configuring items and you're jumping between, say, like questionnaires and workflows or business rules. Then rather than trying to navigate back to where you want to go, you can just use your history list and then just click back to where you were. So earlier we were in the this group, the academic services group. So I can just go back to that pretty easily. We were in the profile, we were in the employee's record, we were looking at some tickets. So you've got this history view that you can take advantage of. Okay, and then the search bar is a primary way to sort of initiate creating a ticket. So we'll look at that in terms of an exercise, as well as the quick, I'm trying to remember what that's called now, quick user guide or something, where that's laid out, how you do this. But when you're actually creating a ticket for somebody, the idea is that, well, you may not have a link to create a ticket over here in your left panel. It's really not necessary. You could have one in here if you wanted to. But the idea is that when you're wanting to create a ticket for somebody, the first thing you want to do is look up who that person is. So let's just say I'm gonna look up William. And see, I've typed in William, but I'm not William by first name only. I'm not seeing him here. I'm seeing a lot of Williams, so then I need to look a little further. And then look a little further still, but I'm going to find him. If I knew his first and last name, of course, he's not input like that, but there he is right there. So now I can look at all of his tickets here. So somebody comes to you, approaches you, either they contact you or they walk up and they say they want to report an issue. Then you might want to look to see what tickets they already have open and see if they're reporting on something that they've already reported. So you can do that here, or you can just start by creating a new ticket. Now I'm jumping around a little bit. So let's just say I go in here. Let's see, am I even in here? Probably not. So let's just pick somebody. So I've got Adam, and this person is approaching me wanting to report a ticket, report an incident, I should say, open a ticket. I can look at this person's tickets, or I can just start a new ticket fresh here. So just like I showed where I was looking in the grid and wanted to look at their tickets, by clicking on an icon here, I can just, start here and say, click on this particular button and see here, okay, she doesn't have any tickets started. So I can just start a new ticket here. And I'm going to stop that. Let's try this in a different way. So I'll type this in again. And say I just want to start a new ticket directly. And then I can just start typing, title of, the title of the incident that's being reported, hit create, and then I'm taken to what we call the intake form for a ticket. So to be able to start creating a ticket. And before I go any further with this, let me refer you to, oops. Yeah, let me drop out of this for a second. Let me refer you to this document right here that you all should have, called the Quick Start Guide. Well, that's what it's called, the Quick Start Guide. So this Quick Start Guide is like a nice little job aid that you can give your technicians that kind of gives them an explanation of the interface, and then also shows them how to create a ticket. And so this is a handy reference. And this is what we're showing here right now. You enter the person's name, you click on new ticket, and then you start filling out the intake form. Okay. All right. Oops, okay. Yeah, and we'll definitely do that in an exercise. Okay, so the next thing we're looking at in more depth, and I've explained this. This is the notification bar, and just by way of review here, we've got notifications, lates, to-dos, group to-dos, discussions. That's what you're seeing across that dashboard like icon structure there. This is what the discussions would look like. Notifications look a little different, but user information we looked at. Site maps, kind of, like I said, kind of cool because somebody can go in and see what they're actually permitted to see based on their profile. And then the navigation, we talked about that pretty thoroughly. So hit that. Okay. So the home dashboard and console area, we talked about the fact that we've got dashboards in there, and we've got record sets from query results. So I guess what I could talk about here a little bit more, let's take a look here, is that we come in here and we pull up record set. So let's just say we're going to incidents. Now this is the default that we set in our menu, but I can change the filter to say I just want to see the lates, for instance, and I'll just leave it in list view. So, you know, first of all, you see me manipulating the filters and the views, and I will go into depth on how to actually modify, add, delete these filters and these views when we get to that. But just know now you've got these in here and you can select them. The other thing that you have here in this sort of console is you've got a record count. So right here, we're showing that there are 34 records, but let's just say there were like 10,000 records. Well, you're not going to see all 10,000 be retrieved immediately. Let me sort of switch over to the area that has some options already configured. So I'm going to go into employees because I know there's a lot of records in employees. Okay. So I'm looking here and it says 50 plus. Well, it's only showing me the first 50 records, but if I scroll, we've got a continuous scroll option. So as I keep scrolling, then this increments to tell me, okay, where I'm at. I'm looking at 200 records now. I'm looking at 250, 300. If I wanted to know the count of all the records in this query, I could just click on this and then it'll tell me, okay, well, all total, you've got almost 9,000. Okay. Now, if you're wanting to say, just look at a particular set of records or a particular person, I mean, there's a couple of options. You could create a filter for that. So like if you just wanted to look at the sales team members, you could do that. But say on the fly in the result set here, maybe you wanted to see, you know, all of the people with the first name Eric. So we have this ability here with this filter to filter by name and we can use a contains option, meaning that it's going to pull up any instance of that it finds, not just, you know, if you type in and you search from the start of a particular phrase. Contains will look for anything in the record that matches this. If I click on add this filter, then I'm just seeing all those records that have Eric there. And you could have Eric in the first name, you could even have Eric in the last name. Anyway, and you can add multiple filters. So let's just say I want Eric and contains Adam. And then I've drilled down in on a particular item. So then you can just relax those by clicking the X. So the filter option allows you to use the contains, or you can say, just show me the records that are null or not null or equals to a specific thing or different from a phrase. All of these different SQL, query options. That's more useful. This filtering is more useful than this. You can also use this, but this assumes that you're searching from the start of the line. So if I typed in Eric here, it doesn't find anything. But if I type in Adam, searching from the start of the line, then I get all of this. So why have both? Well, this functionality was put in first. This came later. And quite frankly, this is a lot more useful than this. And I would like to see maybe this go away because, I mean, you can still use this, but, it's kind of redundant with the other one. Now, if you wanted to just search, if you knew how to, put in wildcards in SQL, you could do something like that. And then you're finding the Erics, right? Because now you're saying, okay, look for any instance. It's like using the SQL, like command. look for an instance of Eric anywhere in here. If I took, you know, like if I took, yeah, anyway, I mean, we could play around with this, but all right, so you've got this functionality where you can search on your record set. You can also click on a column header, and then you can then search either, I mean, you can sort either in ascending or descending order. So this, sometimes that's handy. Sometimes I'll do that when I'm looking at incidents and I want to look at the, you know, the create date and the most recent create days that would be the last ticket created. So yeah, and then again, you've got some other options here. You've got, you know, the ability to click on show all records. So you might want to do this, or select all if you wanted to apply a change to all the records. So let's see here. Let's say I want to come in here and, you know, look for Zachary. And I'll just put this in. We have a lot of them. How many do we have? We have a lot of Zacharys. Yeah. Anyway, so I've got this, and say I want to select all of these. And the reason I want to select them all is because maybe I want to update all of these records. So I can come over here to the wizard list, and then I can say, okay, I want to change all the profiles for all the Zacharys to some profile. So I could do that. I could say update profile, and then I could change all 233 records to a different profile. Or I could come in here and say I want to update. Well, I've selected all the records, and then I want to update the records, and then I can update, you know, one of these fields, like say the notifications. Maybe I want to turn the notifications off. They might be set to mail, and maybe I want to set them to no notification. Then I say update all, or update if empty, or update or empty. I'll just say update all the ones that are selected, and then it tells me I've just updated 233 records. So now if I look in any of these records, the notification should be set to no notification right there. If I looked at other records, they'd still be set the way they were. So, so yeah, you can apply changes based on multiple selections. And lastly, you've got the capability. So you could, if you had everything selected and you wanted to unselect, you just empty the selection. So select, unselect, pretty straightforward. Now you've also got, you know, filters that you can set up here. And again, just more filters, right? So if you've got this filtering capability, but if you wanted to, you know, and you can combine filters, so you can put in multiple filters for multiple columns using this filter approach. But you also have this quick filter option as well. So you can really drill down into what you're looking for. Normally what people do is they'll set up a global filter, and these global filters are defined to be used by everyone. As an administrator, you know, of course, you can give people the, you can give them the privileges. You can set their privilege to be able to create or edit filters, but normally you don't do that. Normally you control, you know, what filters get created. And but like I say, you can dole that out on a profile specific basis. And when you're setting the user profiles, you can indicate on any profile which of these filters or which of these views they can actually see. So you can have a whole bunch of filters and views defined in the system, and then on a profile by profile specific basis, you can say, okay, this particular profile is allowed to see these filters and, you know, these views and such. Now, so you define that globally for the system, But then that doesn't prohibit an individual user from coming in here, and then once they use a particular filter in view, then they can further filter down and by using these individual filters or this filter over here. So the question comes up a lot of times, can individuals, add their own filters and views? They can't add their own. Anything added here is consumed by everybody in the system. But they can set up things individually. And when you set up a filter here, it persists until you delete it. So it's not like every time you run it, then you have to set it up again. So it's, there's good functionality there. Okay, so yeah, this just covers off everything else, including the wizard list. I just would mention that this wizard list changes depending upon your context, your perspective, whatever you're in. So when you're in employees, you get these, I'll call them macro options or wizards. But if you're in a different section, then these wizards don't apply. You'd get a different set of wizards. So you look at this, and then these are different. Now this is at this grid set level. You can see that you have these this list of wizards. But then if you drill down into a ticket, then you're going to see that you have a bunch more. So yeah. So depending upon what record you're in or where you're at in the system, this list will change. Okay. All right. So the last thing I might point out here is, the ellipsis and what you can see from this ellipsis here, and this again is defined. Again, everything's defined in the profile. So sometimes you'll see stuff here and sometimes you won't. It depends on whether or not you have permissions set properly. But you can see here, you can edit this form. As an administrator, you have form edit, privileges or capabilities. You can print or email this record using these functions. If I go back one level to a grid, then I get different functionality. So if I come in and look here, now you can see here that I can edit this grid. I can also export this grid. So, if I'm wanting to create a report that shows all of these records in it, I can export this. By exporting, you get a CSV that's zipped up inside of a tar file. You can actually do a print and get the same thing by changing the file type to a different type, and you can change it to CSV, and then you just get a CSV output of this. Now what you'll get is you'll get all of these records and all of these columns showing up. And then, yeah, a couple other things here. You can go into the help, and you can see here that this help took you to the wiki, and it was sort of context sensitive in this case, that it took you right to the incidents section of the wiki. So we were in incidents and we clicked on help, and then that took you right to that area to give you more information on that. So that's pretty useful. REST API URL, if you were setting up, configuring REST and you wanted to produce this this particular grid set, you can click on this, and then this URI is copied to your clipboard. And let me just see if I can show. Maybe. I gotta. I got it on one screen. There we go. Drag this over and paste this. And so you could use this. This would be something that you could use with REST to actually pull up that specific grid result, that query. So when programming with REST, that's just that kind of a helpful shortcut to be able to do that. Okay. Yeah, so it covered all that. So, all right. So the next thing we want to do is we want to get in and take a look at basically how to create a ticket and you know what that's like. So I've just listed here the different ways you could actually create tickets in the system. You can create them from the self-service portal. So yeah, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that. Let me just pull something up quick. So when I talk about a self-service portal, something like this. So I will come in here and then I'll just click on, yeah, let me do this. Get logged in. Okay, now I'm able to jump into this. And so I'll look at one of the portals. Let's just look at this one. So this would be a self-service portal, one of them. And so, a user can click on, create an incident here. They'd get a form that they would fill out. That would create a ticket for them in the system. That's one approach. The other would be using the self-help portal. And again, so that's another interface where an end user would be going through a knowledge flow. They'd be getting instructions from the knowledge repository, all that content. And should they go through to the end of the knowledge flow and still not be able to do what they were trying to do, then they're given the option to create a ticket. And then they can open a ticket, with your service desk and do it that way. Or you can create tickets via email, in general intake, email intake. You can open tickets via, events, those that are driven from alerts that come from devices, and you can create tickets that way. Or you can create tickets, via an API, either REST or SOAP. Or lastly, you can just create tickets in Service Manager by adding them manually. And that's what we're going to look at here right now. So, and let me see, let me just sort of walk through this a little bit. So we log in to our system. And well, this is showing how you would create it with the portal. But so here are the basics of creating a ticket. So we go, into Service Manager. And then what we do is we enter the name of the person that we want to make the recipient. Then we go ahead and fill out the intake form. The intake form usually has a title. So you fill that out, and then you indicate what category, based on your whatever type it is that you're creating the ticket for, whether it's an incident or service request, you're categorizing the ticket. When you categorize the ticket, that basically then sets the ticket up with to execute against a specific workflow and be assigned to a specific team. So you do that, and you can add attachments at that point if you wish. And then you decide whether you want to assign the ticket for backline resolution, or if as the service desk person on the front line that maybe can handle the request immediately, you can resolve the ticket rather than assign it. And what that would do is just indicate that the ticket was resolved on first call. So first call resolution opportunity. Okay, so let's take a look at that. We've actually got a lab for that. Let's give this a try. So I'm gonna pull up the lab manual. Okay, and right here we've got the first one, employee incident basics. So what we're going to do is we're going to log in as a user in our system. We should be able to do that just by using this account with this password. Okay, and this one's actually, this particular lab, let's not worry about playing around with the portal. So let's like move on to the next. We could do this, I think. Let me see here. Let me see something here. I'm going to look here. We would need to see if we can go in this way and click on our portal. And we could maybe give this a try. You guys should have this set up in your VM. See how responsive it is. So the exercise is asking us to create a ticket, create an incident ticket, and so this is looking a little different. Let me just try this real quick. Okay, so this is fine. We should be able to create a ticket. So I'm going to try one. Let's do Emma, which should be an end user. I'm not going to put in an asset or a CI. I got urgency high, and I'll just put in the description. Oops, of the ticket. I hit OK. And I should see I created a ticket called 2108-17-0002. So you guys should be able to do the same thing by just picking somebody. You could pick Emma. She's an end user. She has an end user profile associated with her login account. And then if I go back over to the platform here, that's interesting. So if I go back to my platform, I should be able to find this ticket. Now, I'm not sure if William is, in the service desk group. So if I click here, I may not see the ticket. Yeah, I don't see the ticket here. We could put him in the service desk group and then the ticket would show up here. Or we could log in as, we could follow the lab and log in as a technician. We could see it here. But I'm just going to take a look here real quick. I could search for the ticket number. We know what the ticket number is, but I'm just going to go in here to operations and go all incidents. And then once I do this, I see that it's right here because we're reverse sorting here. And so there's the ticket that we just created, description of the ticket. So you should be able to do that in your VMs. So let's give that a try. So what it is that we did was so we're logging out and then we're logging in. So this isn't as descriptive as it needs to be. So click on the apps 4000 up here. This will take you to the demo This will take you to the service apps demo server. So you guys should be able to do that in your VMs. Just click on this. And you're already logged in as William. They want you to log out and then log in as Emma. You could do that, or when you're just clicking the ticket, you could just put Emma in as the recipient. But let's just log out and then log in as the user with the user account. So we're simulating a user logging in, of course. I don't need to say that. So now I'm logged in. I should be logged in as Emma. I should see Emma's face up here, I think. There she is. Okay. So then if I just click on Get Help here, or actually don't click here. This is for self-help. Click up here for create an incident. And when we click here, then we're given the dialog. And then Emma's name is already in there, right? The way I did it before was I just logged in as the admin, but then I switched to Emma, and we ended up with the same result. Now there's some other things that the lab is asking us to do, is actually to add some assets. So, you know, if we were to click in here, we should be able to see this is filtered by the assets that are assigned to Emma. So you don't have to look at all the assets in your database, only those that are assigned to the user that you've entered here. So I think in the lab, you know, they're wanting you to go ahead and click that asset. Let's see. So we're logged in, and rather than clicking there, we're clicking the button over here on the right like I showed. And then when we fill this out, we're specifying the Surface Pro 3, setting it to high, and then you could put this description in. My Surface is not responding. Okay. So and that's, we could say, no, I haven't tried that. And then, you know, some additional questions, right? Like, okay. Again, these questions are determined by you as an admin when you build the questionnaire. And so you can add whatever you think is appropriate. Okay. And then we just hit OK. That creates a ticket. And we've got 03 now in the system. And so let's just see if we can get that far, because once we get that far, then we're going to see how to process this ticket. Okay. So how about we do this? Let's create our tickets, and then yeah, okay. So we could do this, which is to look at the portal and see if we can see this in the portal, but I'm not too concerned about that. What I'd like to do is get to the point where we can log in as a tech right here and then see that ticket. Okay, so if everybody would just create that ticket from the portal, I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. And then we'll switch and we'll log in this case, as a service desk manager. And we should be able to see this ticket, you know, in our dashboards. So we'll do that. And then I know it's the top of the hour here. The time is just flying by. So we will do that. And then just want to make sure everybody has the ticket created. And once you have the ticket created, then we'll do one other thing. We'll go ahead and log out and log back in, and then we'll take a break. So we're gonna go to our apps again. Oops, I'm sorry. We're gonna go to, let's see, where did it go? All right. I'm gonna have to start it. Okay, so let me just start a new tab here. Go back into Service Manager, but instead of logging in as the admin, let's follow the lab and let's log in as the Service Desk Manager. And the reason for that is we're wanting to demonstrate that when you log in by role, that you can see different things based on the way the system's configured. So we're logging in as the Service Desk Manager, Mr. Kevin. And so now the assumption is that the Service Desk Manager is a member of the Service Desk queue. That ticket was created and placed in the Service Desk queue. So if I look here at actions for my groups, I should be able to see both of those tickets that I just created. And there they are, right there. So the point is, ticket gets created in the portal. By virtue of the way the portal is set up, it automatically creates a ticket and classifies it as a ticket that's come in from the portal. So you can see here the description is that it's in a qualification status. So then the next step that needs to happen on these tickets is that they need to be viewed by they basically need to be triaged. They need to be looked at by a technician or by a manager, depending upon your workflow and your business. But then they need to be classified according to what the problem is. What we're doing is we're allowing the tickets to be generically classified from the portal, because we're not wanting to burden the end user with trying to, figure out how to classify their tickets. So they just report their issue, they put a description in, that gets routed to the service desk. The service desk then looks at the ticket and says, oh, okay, this is a ticket specific to this person's, Surface Pro. So I'll go ahead and then classify it as a laptop issue or a tablet issue or something like that. And then the system will then route it appropriately. Now, so that's what we're doing. Go ahead.
Interesting that it's description, two columns with the same name.
Yeah, and that's a function of how the view was set up, or this view. Now, one of these should be the description of the ticket, and then instead of this saying description, and we can change this here. And this is where we're going to get into discussing how do we actually go in and change parent query
How things look,
and filters and views and stuff. You've got description up here, and that's actually, you can see that's coming from one table and field, and I think we've got another one down here, and it's just
the comment. Yeah.
Right. So this one's correct for the context, and this one needs to be changed. And I would say I'd want to make, if I was looking at this and setting the system up, I'd want to put this as the, the action
Status. Yeah.
Yeah. Action require something like, action status. And so you can see, that's easy to, to modify, and then this should get changed on the fly. Okay. So, and then that change, then cascades through the system.
Yep. It is kind of interesting too that the Service Desk Manager has access to that.
And the reason for that is that if we looked at the profile, I bet you every single, I'm pretty sure that's the way this is. In the VMs, all of the users have the admin profile. I mean, they have their different profiles, but everything's turned on. So
it's training purposes. I get it, but like in the terms of I'm logging in as a Service Desk Manager, you would assume that like that left-hand menu there is a lot less things, because the assumption would be that a service desk manager isn't a full-blown admin, EasyVista admin.
Exactly. Yeah, and we could, I mean, you guys can look at your VMs and see how that's set up. But if you looked at the service desk manager profile, you could see that, everything's turned on. So you could then play around with that and turn off certain things. Some of the things are off because I'm not seeing certain things. There are things here that are missing. So
that's strange because I'm seeing a lot more on my side. I'm seeing, oh, I wonder if this is, oh, I see. So this is my menu.
Mm-hmm.
So if I went to global menu, yeah, now I see what you're seeing. But the my menu is set up in this profile and it has a ton of different stuff already set up.
Yeah, so that's kind of one thing to be aware of when it's habitual, but as an admin, I'll always flip over to this global menu because I know this is going to show me everything that they have set in their profile.
Right.
Whereas this one is, could be showing anything in any order.
As a personal thing on my side of things, I would probably never set up a my menu. I would always be in the global menu. And if I wanted my own shortcuts, that would just be in my favorites,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can handle that. Yeah, any way that makes sense.
That's at least how Phosphorus was set up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I know I'm over again on the time. I should be, breaking at 10 to the hour, and I'm like I told you, I'm terrible with timekeeping. But so it's about, let's just call it 5 after the hour. So we'll come back at quarter after. So I'll we'll start up again at 9:15. I just want to, give these periodic breaks in case anybody needs to, break away, for whatever reason, and then we'll start up again. But I'm going to go ahead and stay online. So if you have any questions you want to ask on the break, just feel free. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'll give just a half a second here. Hello. Yeah, it's hard to know who's doing what, but I'm sure everybody's online and ready to go. All right, very good. Yeah, I know. I was just looking at Ruben's time. It's like what is it about? It's after midnight there, right?
he's on the graveyard shift tonight or today.
Yeah. He's going to be looking for some mid rations here pretty soon. I think what we'll do is we'll go for the next 45 or minutes or so, and then we'll take a little lunch break or meal break. So I figure that after this segment, then we'll go ahead and just break for maybe like 30 minutes. I hope that's an adequate amount of time. And then we'll come back and, work on the second half of the day. Okay, so where we're at here, and it's so far, pretty simplistic. All we're trying to do is just get through processing tickets. And then the next section after we do the ticket processing bit, and we're kind of familiar with this, is we're going to see, kind of how to set up the system to do these things. And so what we've done here is we've created a ticket, by one method, which is using the portal. And then we could see that it showed up here in our intake queue. And then we logged in as the service manager. And we clicked on this queue and we were able to see those tickets at the top of the list. Again, this first column is the one that's controlling the sorting. And you can see here that sorting's in by creation date in descending order. And you can just click on the column header to change that sorting orientation. But having it in descending order like this is what we want. So we could literally go in here now and start processing the ticket. And so if we just take as the service manager. Now we've got two icons here, and I'll just explain that clicking on this icon, this magnifying glass, that allows me to just go in and look at the ticket, but not actually take ownership of it. So if I just click on that one, and I see that. Okay, so then I'm looking at the ticket. If I stay in the right window, I'll make this a little bit larger so we can see what's going on. And so I'm logged in as Kevin, looking at Emma's ticket. And if I go down and look at the action associated with the ticket, it was routed to the SPOC USA group, but it's not assigned to anybody specifically. Okay. Now, the way these tickets get set up and the way the workflows get set up, that's purely on a case-by-case, custom basis. I mean, there are out-of-the-box examples. When you first stand up a platform, you've got an out-of-the-box workflow for incident, service requests, and such. This particular ticket, we can see here, well, first of all, we don't have the title filled in, and that's just a function of not having a title field in the portal form to fill it in and then transfer that information. So that, that could be a configuration improvement. We got our description, we got our impact and urgency. The urgency was set from the portal input. The impact was defaulted to this. You could actually provide impact and urgency or not. Depends on how you want to set that up. We did pick up the equipment associated, so that's in here now, and that came from the portal. Okay, what we're seeing here is for this classification, we're seeing here that there are 3 knowledge articles that we could look at that might help us solve the problem. Again, this is a function of configuring your knowledge management process to match classification information. Now, that classification information, it depends on how you want to set up your form. A lot of the times I'll put the category classification information on the incident description page or this form, but by default, it's set back here. So you can see the category is back here. It's it came over as a get help concern from the portal. Now, since I'm on the details section, you do have this option to be able to look at the workflow that's associated with this ticket. Remember, when you classify a ticket, that determines what workflow is tied to the ticket or instantiated with the ticket. So if I wanted to see the workflow, I could just click on that little icon there, and I can see it's the incident front office self-service workflow, and I can see this is what it looks like, and then I can see that which steps have executed and what step we're currently waiting on or pending, what we're sitting on right now. So I can see here that these 2 steps have already executed. There was a condition here, and then based on the result of that condition was true. So this green arrow is the true path, and the blue arrows are the false path. Then we sent a notification out to the requester based on this condition. And to get down further in this, I don't know that we need to right now. The other thing is that in parallel, we opened up this qualification step, and we routed the ticket to the frontline support role. And so that frontline support role, it may have 1 or more groups associated with it. So to know that, we would have to kind of understand how that role is defined. So in this case, we're actually routing tickets based on a role rather than, you know, a catalog group team entry. And so, you know, if we were kind of curious to see, well, how did this role end up routing the ticket to this group? Well, we could dig a little further and we'd say, well, I saw something in there about roles, so let me just type roles, and I'll look at the roles here. These are the domain roles, and I'll look for a role called frontline. We should have that in here. Frontline support. Okay. So this is my domain role. Okay, and so in this domain role, I've got all these groups. Okay, and so these groups, you can see here that we've used a role to route the ticket, but then based on the location, and this is a global routing capability, we routed this to Spock USA based on the, you know, the ticket originating from the USA domain. So if we looked at the person, the recipient, and what domain they were in, the system looked at that and said, okay, you know, the recipient's in this domain, which is routing by location. So I'm going to then send the ticket to this group. So that's one of the ways to use roles to actually route tickets. You can just use your catalog group and just always route to a catalog group. But if you wanted to get a little bit more specific, you could set up a role like this, and then you could add groups to it, and you could have multiple domains. And so this becomes a little bit more, you know, comprehensive to set up. But in this case, you could see that, so we routed to this group based on the location of the recipient. So if we went back to that ticket, yeah, we can see that Emma's in the US. Okay. And so the system knew to route this ticket to that group. Okay. So, you know, that kind of gives you an idea of, you know, how you can set up, you know, your system to be able to route by role and use locations and domains to do that. Now that we have it routed, okay, you can see here that it's in this group, and whoever is a member of this group will have visibility of this ticket. Actually, everybody can see this ticket, but if, you know, if I was to log in and I'm not a member of this group, then I would see this ticket, but I wouldn't see the transfer and the finish options because I'm not a member of this group. Now, you can configure your system to prohibit people that are not in specific groups from processing the actions associated with groups. But by default, you know, the system allows anyone to be able to process any action. If you're not in the group that the ticket's assigned to, you simply just say, I want to process this action, and then you're assigned the ticket. And then you get these buttons, and then you can process the ticket. So what we want to do, let me just back up one. Let me actually just go back to the queue. Is we've decided we want to go ahead and process this ticket. So I can click on this icon here, and that does the same thing as me going into the ticket and then going to the activity wizard drop down and then clicking on process this action. This does the process this action step for me in one step. So if I know that I want to go ahead and just process this, I can just click on this and it'll assign me to that ticket, or it'll assign the person that's logged in, of course, to that ticket. Before I do that, let me just take a look at this. And so what we want to do is we click, we want to look at the dashboard and then, review the queue, and then click on this like we've done. Click on actions for my groups. We'll find the ticket in here. And then yes, we want to go ahead and click on process the action. Okay, and then what that'll do is assign the ticket to Kevin. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Just click on that right there. And then now if we look at the ticket, something's different about the ticket. We go down to the action, and we can see that Kevin is now assigned to the ticket. Now, I haven't spent a lot of time actually looking at the
Eric, I have a
form
question.
here. Yeah, go ahead if you have a question.
Yeah, so if you are looking into the activity log of this ticket, so I already did that, but I don't see the fact that a ticket was assigned to a person. And I'm asking this for, I don't know, maybe we have a reporting request regarding how many times it was transferred from left to right or to each person. So I'm looking into the activity and it is not recorded. It should be recorded, any type of modification or not.
So when you're looking at this activity here,
Yeah, if you click on
you're
done, I'm assuming. No, done,
Oh.
on the left one.
oh, here. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so if you click on this, this will show you the history of what's been happening in this ticket.
Yes.
So what you're seeing here is, the fact that emails have gone out. And so what you're saying is you want to see the assignment of the ticket.
Yes, so that
And-
means do we have somewhere it is how we can set up to have almost all our modification on a ticket to be recorded. I'm telling you from our company point of view, where we can have reports to know if a ticket it is transferred more than, I don't know, 3 times. We will be, somebody needs to be notified at one
Okay.
point. So is
Okay,
there
so
is there a
there's a
possibility
couple-
to do that or not?
Yeah, so there is. So a couple of things. One, you can set up, field auditing, on actions. So what I mean by that is when we look at the administration area, and let me just go to the, okay, so I'm going to have to log in as an administrator because I don't see those privileges. But what I'm looking for is if I come over here, see here you've got this section called History of Change. So you can set up tickets to actually audit, keep records of the changes that occur in the different fields on a particular record, and then so you can report on those changes. So if I was to log out and then log back in as an administrator, which I'll do here real quick, I'll show you that, and I'll show you where you set that up. So I'll just come back and log in as an administrator. Okay, so under administration, we have this section called History of Change. And it looks to me like it's under parameters right here, history management. So if you come into history management, you can see here what we would want to do is we'd want to look at the action table, and we'd want to add an item. Let's see, let me just look at this filter here, because I know we have more items here than are showing. These are just the fields that are in the history right now. Let's look at all the fields, and then I should be able to see actions. There's action. Okay, this one, there's one in here. And of course we can add more, but this one here, if I enable this, this is an audit rule that says anytime the owner of an action changes, then go ahead and record that in the history of changes record for that particular action. So if I turn this on and save it, okay. Now what I'm saying is for every action, when I change the owner of that action, I should get a record that indicates to me when it was changed, who it was before it was changed, who it is after it was changed. So it records the change, and then who changed it. So I've got that turned on. So now I can come back to my ticket, and let's see. I think we were in 3 instead of 2. So if that's the case, that's okay. But anyway, I've got that turned on now. So if I come in here and take ownership of this action, what I expect to see is this field, this particular relationship here will now have a record in it. And because there is a link relationship with the main record, then this section will slide over from the more area into the related elements area. You can see here that if there are relationships already established or currently established, then you've got information here. If there are no records, no relationships, then these just stay over in this more section until they become relevant. So so if I just go ahead and take ownership of this. Now I'm taking ownership of it as William. Okay. And so William's in there, and then let's see, if I set that up correctly, I should have had, history of changes. Yeah, I'm wondering. You've got it here, yes, but then you should also see it in your history of changes. And so that's all I needed to do. I'm pretty sure I saved that. Let me just look at this again. I should see these in the, yeah, I see the action there. Okay, so that should be enabled now and available. So I should start tracking on the action when the done by person, or the ID, which is the owner of the action, when that changes, I should see an audit record here. So no, it should actually show up here. It should show up here, and so yeah, that should have. This will record any change that you have defined here under history management. So any of these fields in history, anything that's activated and enabled, right? So these are available, meaning these are being audited. So all of these fields, if you look by table, you see you've got the asset table, you've got this is a billing table, in logistics. Here's a, service request question and result change here. Let me do one more thing. I'm going to go and change the ticket. So let's go down to the table called SD request. And then I'm looking for the owner of the ticket, change of the request owner. And I want to make sure that I'm auditing that. Hit save. Okay. And so what this history management allows you to do is just create an audit history of changes to particular fields within specific records. And I was thinking that's what you wanted to do. No, because I did check the correct one. It's the action. This is the action within the ticket, or in this case, the incident. I'm just trying to see if I can well, yeah, so you've got the action owner, which is different than the ticket owner. The ticket owner, and again, this is an unfortunate naming, but it's called the manager. And so if and usually when I'm configuring a platform, I'll change the name of this, because you can see here, it's literally the owner, in this case, of the ticket. So what I'll normally do is I'll just put in ticket owner. But that's an initial configuration from, not ticket manager, but ticket owner, from the French setting this up, and they use that term. Yeah, no, it should be that you can actually get both. And so I'm trying to figure out why I'm not seeing them. So I'm trying to get this one. I'm going to change this one and see if that one shows up. Let's see here. I'm just going to put in William's name. And yeah, William's kind of hard to search for because it's just his name. Let me just change it. Let me do this. Just want to find William, and I'm not getting what I'm looking for here. So normally what we do is we will set this up to auto update from a business rule, but let me just put somebody in here just so we can see the change. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got this ticket owner in here and hit save. I'm still not seeing that history of change updating. So I'm thinking that I have got one other parameter that needs to be set, and I don't want to get too far down the road on this, but
I think what is going on too is you haven't actually done anything with the action yet other than assign it to someone. So that's not the parameter that you're setting. But I assume that if you clicked finish and actually classified it and gave it to a different queue, it would show up in the history of changes.
Well, we could try
I'm
that,
not
but
sure.
my expectation is that as soon as you change the owner, it should show up.
Yeah, what's
because-
interesting is it did update it in the done section. So you do see that record there, but that does not seem to be related to the history of change field for some reason.
Well, yeah, so here's what we're looking at. We look here. We're saying change support and charge action. We change that to William. Okay. So, and that was this change here.
Yep.
So then the way to set up and catch that change in history management, because it is the action table, you're changing, literally changing. As soon as this thing sorts, so I can get the actions to the top. So change of the support in charge of the action done by ID. That done by ID, if we go back to the ticket and look at the ticket and look at this particular field right here, you can see here that I'm clicking on things that I'm going to have to describe. But if I look at this support person, now this is actually showing the name, but there's actually a link using the done by ID linking so that we can show the last name in the employee field. But you know, I'm telling you that if we dug down into the database, we'd see that for this particular action, for this particular ticket, that the ID is changing, and when that ID changes because of the link relationship, then we're able to see the support person. Now, why the history is not updating, I'm not sure, but it should be.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, when I make these changes on a particular field, and you know, I'll come back to this. You know, I'll do a little bit of looking at the VM on a break, and then maybe over lunch, I'll try to figure out why the VM's not updating. But what I'm expecting it to do is any change I make that I've put in my audit log, you know, if I've gone ahead and modified it here, that I would expect to see it show up over here. Now, one thing we can do is we can say, well, if we're a little bit stuck, and I don't want to, you know, go down this rabbit hole too far because we need to move on, but I'll come back and show you what's going on here when I figure out what's happening. Is I'll come here in history management, and we can go into the wiki for history management, and we can review this, and we can just see if there's a setting that I'm missing. Maybe there's a setting, I don't believe I am, but there might be something that is not set correctly that's disallowing that change. So I'll have to look into that.
Linked to the, hey, you know, some sort of setting where it's like, hey, also update the history of change in the ticket, or history of changes in the ticket, and that's not enabled or something like that. Whereas it is enabled for like the done part of the ticket, but not for the history of changes part. Just throwing out ideas.
Yeah. See, I would expect it to change, and I'm not sure why it's not changing. I can't see that there's anything here that would indicate to me that, you know, I'm missing something.
It wouldn't be because it's a already made ticket, right? It should update the already made ticket. I know that if you change stuff, like at least when it comes to workflows, if there was already requests under that workflow, those old requests will still go down that old workflow. It's all new requests that come in that will do the new workflow. I'm not sure if that's the same with tickets though.
Yeah, and you know, like with the workflows, that's kind of not actually the case. If you modify a workflow, your existing ticket the caveat there is that you have existing tickets against that workflow. If you modify the workflow, you could change the behavior of how the tickets are being routed to the changes that you just made in that workflow. So the suggestion is that you always make a copy of the workflow, modify that, and then that takes effect on new tickets, and you leave the existing workflow alone. So the existing tickets will not be changed. So yeah, I see where you're coming from there. I'll give it a quick try because I'm just really.
I just
wondering
did
why
that, and it didn't actually put anything in the related elements like we were expecting. So
yeah. So I'm
something else
wondering
is still missing.
what's going on there, and I'll have to figure that out. Let me just, yeah, because that setting that I put in there should have taken effect pretty quick. Let me just do this real quick. Create test ticket. Desktop, I'll just leave it classified the way it is. Hit assign. See, I'm not seeing it, the history of change updating at all. We could take an existing rule and see if we change something against that field and see if it updates, but I'm not seeing history of change update at all. So I'm getting the impression that we have a system setting that's not turned on, because history of change is, so if I come in here and now change this support person, and this will be the end of it, and then I'll come back to this because I keep moving on, but yeah, I'm not seeing that updating, so there's got to be something that is not set that's causing history of change. So I'll get back to that. But so to your question, so you can use the history of change to show changes and audit all changes that you have designated in the history management section, and you should be able to see all of those changes, under this section. So I'll come back to that. Not sure why that's not updating, because that would be the way to actually audit your tickets. Okay, so
one second. I have another question. If I will have a custom field to audit that custom field, I can do it from administration, or I should create a ticket and request the engineers to add that custom field to my audit?
So you have a custom field, and I'm trying to follow you.
I have a custom field that I want to audit
right.
in the ticket somewhere. That custom field, I see that you created a checkbox to record the to create audit, to record the audit for modifications. That field or that option into the listing of history management, I can add it by myself. It's a new, okay, got it. I can add it by myself.
So you just have to be able to, you have the field. Let's just say, I mean, you could try that. And here's something you can do. You can actually take your VM, go into SQL Server Management Studio, do an alter table on a particular table and add a new field. Just make sure when you add the custom field that you preface it with this E underscore. And the reason I'm saying that is because anytime you add custom fields, if you don't preface the name of the field with E underscore, then the next time you update your system, the update engine will overwrite everything except for your custom fields. And the only way it knows which ones are custom is those that are prefaced with an E underscore. That's how you designate that. But you should be able to come in and then select your field, and then you can make a rule for it. Yeah, and that I'll get to the bottom of why that history is not updating, because I use that history function all the time, and don't know why it's not working right now in the VM. Okay, so all right, so yeah, so the point of what is being said here is that you'll see that when you take and assign a ticket, you either process the action yourself and have the ticket assigned to you, then what happens is the number in the group, actions for my group, decrements by 1, and then the number in the to-do items, for your personal queue, my actions, increments by 1. So we're pointing that out, and then then we're then processing the ticket. So let's go back to the ticket. Okay, and so what we need to do, we've got William owning this ticket right now. Let me go ahead and follow the lab. So I'm going to log out as William and log back in as Kevin, who's the service desk manager. I don't need to worry about that. Okay. Now I should just be able to go, well, we know that ticket now is in William's name, so it's not going to be in either of these queues. So yeah,
We
if I
still
was
have
to
the
look in,
original one though, I believe.
okay, so yeah, okay, so this is the one we were
You
doing.
made 2,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So we've got this one in my queue because I've assigned it to, Kevin took ownership of it. Okay, and so then, all he needs to do to process this, we're basically in the qualification step. So what Kevin's going to be doing in this case is he's going to be requalifying, the ticket. This is part of the workflow process. So what Kevin will be doing is changing the category. And so there's a couple ways to do it. You can go in and change the category in the field, or in this case, we want to use the change category wizard. And then we want to come in here and change the category to something other than, what it's set to, which is get help. Now, if we look at get help, so we want to change this. This is actually an equipment related ticket, and it's related to a laptop. So we're going to want to change it to that. We're reclassifying the ticket. We're leaving the rest of this stuff the way it is. And see, now, as a result of me requalifying the ticket, we're changing, its group from this group to this group. And then just updating the ticket accordingly. And you'll notice here, I got a notification, a web notification, and I see the notification up here. So we can look at this. And this is something totally different, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. So what we have here is we have this ticket now assigned, reclassified as a laptop category. If we look at the workflow has been changed now to a standard incident. And so we've got a different workflow because we changed the category. And so now we're in the analyze and resolution step. And the only thing that's happened is that we've come in here and we've sent out a notification to the requester that whatever this notification says, it's probably just indicating what the ticket is. So then what we would do to proceed with this is we would then just, as the service desk manager, now we might want to allow the technician to pick this up who's in the desktop group. So let's take a look and see what the lab says. So after we've reclassified it, so yeah, this is not doing that. So here's what I would do.
So, Rick, I think what happened here is you, instead of clicking the finish button, you click the transfer button, and the transfer button is going to make you classify it, but then it's asking where you want to transfer it. And since you classified it to a laptop, it automatically put in the desktop USA, and then you clicked finish, and that's where it put it. But I think the exercise is saying instead of clicking transfer, you click finish. I think that's where you digress.
Right. Well, I don't. So what I did was I clicked transfer, and because the intention was to requalify the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to requalify the ticket because its current classification is get help. And we want to change the classification to the actual classification that needs to be in the ticket. This is part of the triage step. And again, this is a process decision that was made on how we want to handle tickets that come from our portal. So when it's in the qualification step, then we would expect that, somebody comes in this case, it was the service desk manager, and reclassifies the ticket to match the description. So that's why I used the transfer. I could have had a separate button that just said qualify, change the category, qualify the category. But under transfer, I knew that you could do it there. I didn't want to hit finish because the system, I'm not sure, the system should be set up to not allow me to use the get help category and finish it. That we should force a transfer, and it just depends on whether we should force a requalification. It just depends on whether the system is set up properly to do that.
I think, and I'll test it right now because I haven't done anything with my ticket. But if I click finish, what I'm trying to finish is the action to qualify. So if I click finish,
does it ask you to requalify it?
Yep. So now it's asking to requalify. So I'll say laptop. Click laptop. Oh, I have more options here. Hold on. Equipment.
Yeah, so this is just a matter of understanding how the process flow is set up. And so I kind of short-circuited by saying, yeah, I need to requalify it. So I went ahead and just did it with the transfer button. Didn't really follow the script of the lab.
Yeah.
But,
so yeah, I clicked finish. I reclassified it to just laptop like you did. Now it is, for some reason it did just close the operation. What the heck? So it just closed the ticket. That's kind of weird.
yeah, and see, that's not what we'd want to have happen. So it may be that we need to redo the labs just a little bit, because in real world, we'd have a ticket set up such that it needs to be requalified. We'd actually have a requalification step in the workflow. And then
Which
that
is
would
what it
allow
was
us.
on. Yeah, I thought what's strange is that I thought that the finish button would be like, I'm wanting to finish just this classification and initial support step. So I reclassified it and then clicked finish again, or done. And I would think that it would then move on to the investigation diagnostic, but for some reason it's just like, nope, we're skipping over investigation resolution and we're closing the ticket.
Yeah, so
that's interesting.
Not set up perfectly, and so this would be something that we'd want to investigate and make sure that we get our workflow correct. Now, what I did was I just reclassified the ticket, and then I verified that the workflow was changed to what I expected, which it did. And so, the step that is muddled a little bit is what to do in that qualification step, and that could be improved, right? what I did was I went in and just changed. I knew that the category needed to be changed. Now, a proper qualification step should force that change to happen and not allow you to close the ticket. So, but we've got it to the point here where we've requalified it. We're now looking at this ticket from Kevin's perspective. What I would expect to happen now is that we log in as a tech and then work this ticket. Because what I want to do, you know, I'm actually seeing, by looking at this ticket, I'm seeing that I've got the transfer and finish button. So that tells me that Kevin is a member of this group. So he could actually work the ticket if he wanted to.
Right. If he wasn't a member, you wouldn't be able to. You would be able to see the to-do, but you wouldn't have those buttons. Correct?
That's correct. These wouldn't be here. So, and typically the way we want to think about this is that a user creates a ticket, and then a technician comes in and then starts processing the ticket. In this case, we've got a service desk manager doing this. But let me take a look at something here. I'm going to look at the lab manual and look at the top where we have all of our people right here. And so we have a tech. So we could use Matthew as the tech. We've got Kevin as the service desk manager, and then we've got Emma as the user, and that's who we need right now. So I'm going to come back in here, and I'm just going to pretend that I'm logging in as a tech. I'm logging in as Matthew. So I'm coming to work. This ticket's in the queue. If I can change what I want to change here. Okay. And I'll log in as a tech. Okay, so now I don't know what's transpired. I'm just getting to work. You know, Matthew's logging in. Okay, and then he says, all right, you know, let's see what kind of tickets we have in the queue. He's got one in his personal queue, and he should be aware of that one. So if he looks at this one, it's a ticket that he's started working. It was assigned to him years ago. But
Years ago. And it's a request, not a ticket, right?
yeah.
That's the icon there.
Yeah. You can identify it either by the icon or by the number.
Right.
Usually indicates. So then we see that this one, coincidentally, the one that we're working on, 003, is showing up in his group queue. And so Matthew comes in here and says, oh, well, I can go ahead and immediately just say, yeah, I want to take ownership and process this action, but I'm gonna go, you know, step by step here. I'm just gonna go look at it first. A lot of times technicians will want to do that. They'll want to go in and look and maybe read the description and see if it's something that they can in fact work, or if they know it's their specialty, they'll just go straight in and take ownership of it.
Or
but they're
they want
looking at this.
low-hanging fruit.
Right. Yeah. I try not to.
Sorry, I worked in service desk for far too long.
Yeah, I did that as well. So you're always looking at what you can do. You don't want to take ownership and go, oh no, and then you don't want to have to put it back in the queue. So you want to make sure you pick it up properly. So so in here, I can just go ahead and then just say, I can actually just process the ticket because I'm a member of this group. So I don't literally have to come in here and assign myself to it. You can see here that since I'm a member of the group, I have the transfer and finish buttons available to me. So I could just type in, you know, whenever I'm doing unit testing, I'll just type in something like this just to let me know where I'm at, A&R comment, and then I can just hit finish. And then the workflow then, you know, goes through its steps. In this case, it's actually, if you want to create a knowledge article, I'm just going to avoid that. And then indicate a root cause. I'll just put something in there. The rest of this stuff, you know, optional. And then so now we're here to the resolution, and this action should be back to Emma. And that's in fact what it is, because we're asking her now to approve the solution that was given to her by Matthew. And we should be able to see all the activities and all the notifications and everything that's being done in the ticket. We can see that here, and these are actual actions associated with the incident ticket. These are action records. And so if we were to look these up in the database, we could see for this particular ticket, this incident, we could see all of these actions associated with it. So we're now waiting on the end user to go ahead and just validate. And so Emma would do that. She would get an email, essentially that's what happened here. She got an email sent to her saying, hey, would you go ahead and approve this? Now this one says, yeah, this one's just telling her to do something else. But normally what we'll do is we'll put in some buttons here for the end user to be able to go ahead and just approve or reject the deal right from email. And or they could do it from the portal. But anyway, she wouldn't be in here. In other words, the end user would not be in Service Manager. She'd either be responding to this from an email, approving the resolution, or from the portal. I'm just going to simulate that, we're doing that. Now, what I'm going to have to do, since I'm not Emma and I'm not, there's no group associated here, that I don't have the ability to be able to process this unless I come in here and force this. So I say I want to process the action, and then now I can go ahead and complete it. Okay, so now I'm actually completing this on behalf of the customer, is what's happening there. Just for the purposes of the demo. I could, what I should have done is I should have actually logged out and logged in as Emma, and that would have been more appropriate.
Or I assume you could do it through the front end as well. The front end shows that there's a ticket needing your attention, right? In the top right-hand corner or wherever it is.
The front end, you mean?
Where you would, where we initially went to make the ticket, where it said, something's broken.
The portal?
Yeah, the portal, yeah.
So yeah, you would do that as the end user, not as the technician. Yeah, you would,
right.
You would go in there. That's what I meant by, you can do this in the portal or via email.
You're right, yeah. I my terminology is front end. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, the self-service portal or the front end is perfectly fine. Yeah, front end versus back end. Yeah. So, so this just shows that we've processed this through to the end. We could do this again a little bit more cleanly, but so we've gotten through to the end here. We might end up doing this one more time. Instead of using the portal, let's just create a ticket right here in the system, and then we'll log in and out as the different users, and see that. Now I know we're a little bit after 10. Let me go ahead and just do one more ticket here, and then we'll take a little bit longer break. And in the process, I'm going to go ahead and research that history management to see why that's not working in our VMs, and I'll get an answer to that. But okay, so let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to just create a real quick ticket as Emma. New. And I'll just say printer is down, something like that. Create. And see, now I'm creating this on behalf of her. So here's Emma as my recipient. I've already got it, we've got a default classification in here and it's not correct. A lot of times I have clients that do not want the category to be defaulted. They want it to be null. And so there's actually, you know, a setting for this that you can set to null so that, well, quite frankly, it's this. Let me go show you where it's at. In the catalog for incident, let's see, I'm logged in as Matthew, of course, and I can't see catalogs. Yeah, he doesn't have visibility to catalogs. So let me log out as Matthew, log in as the admin real quick. Okay, so in the catalog, we're looking at the incident catalog because that's what we're working with right now. Now that default is set on a particular category in one area. And so if I look at, actually I want to go drill down into equipment and look at desktop because that's what's set. So drill down by clicking here instead of here. Keep drilling because I've got 48 items, and then I'm looking at desktop, and this one, okay, this one actually, I don't want to go down farther than desktop. So I'll look here, and you can see here, you've got these two toggle switches. So this actually determines back office behavior. So if you, and you can only have one of these set on in your catalog on a category. So if you set this in a particular category, any other category that has this set will be turned off. You can only have one of these set at a time. So if I turn this off, what I'm doing is I'm saying I don't want any default category to be set in my incident catalog. Same thing with the front end. You can actually default behavior in your portal on the front office, front end, you know, so there's that terminology by setting this. I'm turning this off just so whenever I create a ticket inside of Service Manager, I don't get a category. So if I was to come in here and create another ticket, now I would expect the ticket to show with a null, or let's see, printer is down number 2. And so this time we look here and we don't have a category set. And that's usually the preference that, you know, clients have, because they don't want their technicians to accidentally not change this and then have it classified, a particular ticket be misclassified. So we've turned that off, so now we don't have that default. So now what we want to do is we want to come in here and set it to the right thing, since we're creating a ticket fresh. And I'm just going to start typing printer and see what items are found here. And I see here I've got, you know, incidents, all printer, and you could have service request show here. I'm just going to go ahead and select this one. Now the number associated with that is the actual, you know, in the catalog, it's the code. So if you knew the code, if you had a little table and you just wanted to enter the code, it would also match. So now I've got this classified as a printer directly. I shouldn't see a qualification step. I should just start with the incident standard process immediately. So here I've just entered a ticket. And now if I wanted to resolve this immediately as first call, I could just click this and then give it a solution and then, you know, be done with it. And I wouldn't have any other steps. We wouldn't have, you know, a notification go out to the end user that they need to approve anything, because the assumption is that you're on the phone or you're working directly with the person and you resolved the situation while you're working with them directly. So you don't need to then query them via a notification to go ahead and approve it. You can just ask them if it fixed the problem, and then you just resolve the step as a first call. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and assign this ticket based on the category. Well, okay, what we're getting here is, because of this category, an intake questionnaire associated with that category is coming up, and it's asking, is this a technical problem with the printer? Well, I don't know. I guess it would be. You know, as an end user, that's kind of a funny question. The printer seems to work but not print. So anyway, you're just filling out a questionnaire, and then that information is transferred into the ticket. That questionnaire, we'll take a look at that. It's actually in the workflow.
Associated with the printer category, right?
Yeah, so what we've got here is we had a questionnaire with an intake form, and you know, probably what happened is we have an override on that questionnaire. So let's take a look at that. We've got our ticket created. I like to go to details and see, okay, what workflow, and we got the incident printer workflow that was associated with the ticket. Okay. So now, if we wanted to see what's going on with that initial intake questionnaire, I just go up to the workflow. I usually have it under favorites, but I don't, so I'm going to have to look for it here. And under workflow, I'm looking at operations workflow, and I'll go find the incident printer. Okay. Okay, and now this is the workflow that was associated with our ticket, and we'll get into constructing workflows and, you know, looking at all this stuff subsequent to this. But you can see here I've got a questionnaire specific to this category. Now, as we get into it a little bit more, you can actually create a questionnaire, an intake questionnaire, like a generic questionnaire, and put this in your workflow. In other words, you can have one workflow. You don't, unless you really need a separate workflow specific to printer, then you could have one workflow that handles all incidents, and then you can have a generic intake questionnaire here, and then in the questionnaire, you can then specify by category, if the category is printer, to override the intake questionnaire with a printer specific questionnaire. So then that helps you keep the management of your workflows and your questionnaires down, instead of having to create a whole bunch of extra workflows just because you have different sets of questions that you ask. So keep that in mind, and then when we're talking about questionnaires, I'll show you how that's done. So anyway, that's what we found here. Is we found that we have a questionnaire associated with this workflow, and this workflow is specific to printer, which, you know, it's one technique, you know, it's one method for doing that. So then take a look at, so we've got our ticket. At this point, it's assigned to this group, and Emma's of course not in that group. So since I'm doing this kind of ad hoc, then I'll just go ahead and log out and log in as a technician, and I'll see if, well, before I do that, let's just go ahead and take a look at this particular role. This role is set up to go to a specific group. So let's take a look at the role. And I'm just, you know, what I'm doing is I'm just kind of looking around and showing you how all the different components relate to each other. So the workflow and the questionnaire. Now I'm looking at, how did this get assigned? This got assigned from the catalog. So let's take a look at that, and then we'll look at the role. I just want to make sure you understand how this assignment was made. So when the ticket was classified, it was classified as a printer issue. So I'll go into the incident catalog, go to equipment. This is the classification we used, printer. When I look in this catalog, I'm going to see the workflow associated, with this catalog item. And I'm also going to see the group that should be assigned this workflow. And see, this one shows no group. Interesting. Group in charge is blank. So normally, if you're routing directly off the category, then you would have a group associated here in your category. But what's happening is we're going to need to look at the role that was assigned and see how it was assigned. So let's go to, and let's just search for it. It's easier. And then we'll come in here and remember it was HP maintenance. So let's go down here to HP maintenance. In HP maintenance, if we take a look here, we've got, basically we're showing again that we're routing based on these different groups. So the group HP USA, based on Emma's location, which is in the US, the role is HP maintenance, but then the actual group that is associated with the ticket is the one that corresponds to the recipient's location. And again, this is sort of an advanced technique because this is, again, then implying that you're using domain definitions in your configuration. And we'd have to look at the domain and see how that filter is set up for that domain. And that's, I'm kind of getting a little bit, off topic here. But just to carry this thought through to the end, let's take a look at the domain, just the USA domain. And so we'll come here to USA. And let's see how this domain is defined. I would expect that it's defined by location, and yeah, it is. So this is the filter. We have one category here. No, we don't. We just have the location. That's it. Okay, so that particular ticket got routed based on the the recipient's location.
But didn't it get routed because of the category? It saw the category was printer. It changed the workflow to the printer workflow, which had defined in there the group in charge is the HP maintenance.
No, we did not. Did you not just see me show that was blank?
Could you go back to that screen real quick?
Sure. I'm hoping that what you're seeing is, or at least what I'm showing is what you guys are seeing. I hope there's no delay. Because I'm just kind of clicking through here. So we go into the incident catalog, and we're drilling down into the category that we classified the ticket as. And we classified it as printer.
Just printer, not the subcategories.
Right.
And then, yeah, there is no group in charge, but if you went to workflow there, you displayed the workflow.
Sure. Thought I made that a favorite. Guess not. Let me go in here again. Make it a favorite. So this time, before I move on, I'll just add it to my favorites. Okay, so now come down here to incident printer.
And then, yeah, analysis and resolution.
And this is interesting. If we look at this, we're looking at this workflow, and this says printer technician.
Right. But I assume if you actually open that up, the role will be the printer technicians.
So what I'm thinking is, what's happening here? Let's take a look. Because we can see that the catalog doesn't have a group defined in it. So
Right.
So, and then we saw in the instance of the workflow in the ticket that it got assigned to HP maintenance. So
Right.
this is what it did the assignment.
Yeah. So
what we
if
need to-
it's blank in the actual category, like group in charge is blank, then it's going to default to what you define it as in the analysis and resolution workflow. At least that's how I experience it. I've seen also that the group in charge for like a service request or an incident could be filled, but if you had it defined in the workflow, it would take the workflow over the group in charge. But I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is we have a customized role here.
Yep.
And let me just see if I can find it. And so I'm not. Printer technician is what I'm looking for. So
right, it's not there. I think it's just a role. It's not a customized role.
Let's take a look. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and this is something that I wanted to dig into. I know that it's like in the future is the relationship between how do roles route things and workflows, because I've been rather kind of confused on that for a while.
Okay, so this makes sense. So the workflow had the role printer technician. Okay, and so then the workflow then routed it to HP maintenance.
Right.
And then it would have routed it to HP maintenance Netherlands if the domain had been specifically in the Netherlands, otherwise just generally. So we went to that group, and then based on that domain role, and yeah, and so then in that group,
the group does have location domains as well.
Right. So I'm looking at now the group. Let's see who's in that group. HP maintenance. And see, we're looking at this one rather than those specific ones. And so in here, then we're seeing based on location. So for North America, we've got, well,
technical support HP, one of many.
Yeah, so whoever's in that group, that will get.
Well, those are the group members. They're all sharing, like, yeah. The only thing that's distinguishing them is their login and their location, and I guess their phone.
Yeah, so that's an interesting way to do that. So
yeah.
Right. So all right. Well, so then, if I was to log in as a technician, so let's do this, which is what I was trying to find the tech that we could log in as.
Who would see it in their queue, right? Yeah.
Right. But it looks like for that particular example, we'd have to log in as one of those.
We stumbled into the category had special rules. The category we chose at random. That's funny.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, went off script a little bit, and that's what happens. So then if I was to just come in here and look for the incident, then I could find it here. And I can see here that the ticket is actually assigned to William. But then if I come in here, make sure this is the right one. Yeah, number 2. Then, yeah, it's again, we're seeing that since Matthew's not a member of this group, then he's not automatically able to resolve this. So he would have to then say, well, I want to process this action. And when he does that, what will happen is his name will be put in here and his default group will be put in over here. So it'll change which group was assigned this ticket.
In
Okay.
essence,
And
it
then,
pulled it out of that queue into his own queue since he processed the action.
yeah, and he could be a member of multiple groups. So this is just the default group that he has designated.
For himself, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so then, yeah, so at this point, then we just go ahead and continue to process the ticket. And all this stuff is optional, so we don't need to fill it out if we don't want to. Put a comment in there. But so then, we're going back to Emma. Now, instead of me, processing this ticket as a tech, I should just log out and log in as Emma. And then typically, this wouldn't be the way you would do this because you wouldn't have users logging in into Service Manager. They'd be in the portal. So really what we need to do is we need to log into the portal. Let's just do it properly. Log into the portal as Emma. And so I'll log in as the user. And again, the end user, you wouldn't take them here to the editor. You'd go right in, like since I logged in as her, now she's going right into the portal rather than seeing the back end editor. And so then I can just come over and look at her tickets. And I should be able to see that she's got a task waiting for her. My requests, let's look at tasks. And I've got this one here, which is, it could be made a lot clearer. This particular portal, actually, we've got a newer portal template out now that makes all of this a little bit clearer, but this is the ticket that she has a task to do. And so she's got this to do. We would make this clearer that what are you doing? You're actually accepting the solution to this ticket. So if I do this, I just say accept here, and this is what your end user would do. Yeah, I'll go ahead and acknowledge that I accept the resolution to my incident. Then if we come back in, this is now done. So if we come back into the into Service Manager, and I keep doing that, let's see. I have Service Manager up here? No. So I gotta log back in. Let me log back in as, just as the admin, that's fine. And the ticket number is 06.
Or you can just look under Emma and her tickets and then change the filter to none as well.
Yeah, you could do that as well. You could actually search for the ticket number by the last digits of the ticket number as well.
Yep, many ways to do it.
Right here. Yeah, we've got it right here. And so we'll take a look. It's closed. And it's closed because, Emma did that last step here, which we could see, in the activity history. So she accepted, and then that was the comment that I scribbled in. But so yeah, so what I'll do then is we'll take a break, let's go ahead and take a little bit of a meal break, because I know it's lunchtime for some of you. It's later in the evening for others. For us on the West Coast, it's kind of like it's our brunch time, but that's okay. We'll take a break. Does 30 minutes sound okay for a break? Kind of throwing that out there for everybody.
Yeah, that works for me.
Works for
Works
me.
for me too.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, great. And then we'll come back, and over the break, I'll try to figure out why this, history management's not showing up. It's got me a little bit, bugged. So we'll go ahead and break now. It's 10:40, and so we'll just call it it's 10:40 my time. So I'll go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes, and we'll come back in about 30 minutes, and then we'll pick it up from there.
Sounds good.
All righty.
Three change bothers you. The when it's on qualification step,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why the finish button is finishing the ticket like it's a first call resolution. I would think that the finish button is like we're trying to finish the to-do of qualifying, right? And that's what it
I'll have
seems
to
like.
look at the
Yeah.
VMs. Doesn't sound like the workflow is set up perfectly well.
Correctly. Yeah. So what
we
the
want.
workflow is saying is if you click the finish button, it's thinking, oh, you want to finish the ticket and you want to skip all the other steps. And it's like, no, I was looking just to qualify the ticket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what should happen. You're closing out that action. Now, see if we really wanted to analyze that, I can tell you what the problem is.
Yeah, if you dig deep enough.
Well, if you look at it, like if we went back into it and looked at it, here, let me go back into my. So if we look at the workflow, there's a qualification workflow.
Yes, right.
And let's see how they have this set up. Trying to remember what they used. It might have been, this one here.
Yeah, that's what can be confusing too, is like the workflow is not named after the step it's actually taking.
Yeah, and so here it is. And so when you completed this step, it went straight to close.
Interesting. Okay.
And see, that's not what I would want to see happen.
Right. You would want to see the arrow. Well, I don't know. This is I know it's different too if it's a user trying to submit it over a technician.
Well, let's try this again. So let's just walk through this one more time, creating this from the front office. And then let's just kind of step through this a little bit and see what happened, because when you change the category, it should change the workflow. So I think we can go ahead and just do this as the admin. I don't think there's any.
Yeah, that's what I did the first time. I just changed it to Emma.
Yeah. So let's see. I'll go in like this, and then you can just do that. And then we could select from her equipment, leave that there, and I'll just say test 3, I guess, and create our ticket. Okay, now that we have our ticket, and we see that it's 07, so I could come in here and I should just be able to find it. See if I got that. Should
Do you
be
need to
able to
put a
find it.
wild card in there? Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you do. It depends.
The numbering convention is kind of weird because for us it's just IN00 and then a number.
Uh-huh.
And if it's a request, it's RQ00, then a number. There's no like I guess there is a underscore if it's making a child request.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not picking that up either. So yeah, this can be, of course, modified in the system parameters. But so now I'm looking at this, and so we're looking at its workflow. And so we can see here we've got
self-service
that workflow.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's see if I'll go ahead and just finish this, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so now I have to do it. So I've got this action to complete, and then I'm looking at the where is it? Right there, get help category. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and log in as a tech, so I should be able to find this. I could just, force it to process it, but I want to pretend like I'm following the process accurately. So I log in as a tech. Now it should be here in my queue. And for Matthew, he doesn't have it in his queue either. And it was 7, not 6. Could be that it could be a domain issue.
M is in the US though. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not seeing that ticket. So let's see here. So there's 7. That could have been.
In a time where you
didn't have it in the history. So we're looking here now. Let's see. No, so yeah, he's not in this.
He's not in SPOC USA. He's in Desktop USA or whatever that other group was.
Mm-hmm. So the issue here is that we'll go ahead and have him process this. Shouldn't matter from which group he processes it.
Yep. It's still the classification qualification step that needs to be done.
So yeah, I just want to make sure that when we do this, okay, so we've got the action to complete qualification. So if I hit finish,
the screen looks like, okay, you just want to classify it, but then it's also giving the root cause as if it's trying to close the ticket.
Right. And so this isn't perfect on a couple of levels, because the get help step, I shouldn't be able to select this. This should be non-selectable, right? And it is selectable. So that's one problem. The other one is that, it's asking me to close the ticket, and I don't want to close the ticket. So what I would normally do is I would put a qualification step in here. You could actually come up here, and it's this. There is a qualification somewhere in here, and we could make it a button on the form if I could find it.
So I know at IGT, the category is classified or unclassified. And if it's unclassified, it will not allow you to do anything else unless you change it. So like it's still selectable, but if you were to select it, or if you kept it unclassified when trying to transfer or even finish it, it'll yell at you saying, no, you can't do anything while this category is selected.
Mhm.
And I think that's how we have it defined.
Yeah. So, and this is what I like that approach that you guys have. So you can literally see that the category says it's unclassified. Instead of using the get help category, just use unclassified because it needs to be qualified.
Yeah.
So I like that.
And we
like
call
that
it the
approach.
classify. We call it the classify step.
Okay.
And again, only tickets that are self-submitted either from emails or from the actual portal. Most people don't use the actual front end portal. Most people just send an email to servicedesk@IGT.com, and our EasyVista environment is made in such a way if someone who has a correct user account with the correct email address emails us, then it will open an unclassified ticket and pretty much take the subject and what they put into the email and put it into the description.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's unclassified, and any self-submitted ticket is unclassified because if someone actually called in, we would be classifying it for them as we open up the ticket.
Mm-hmm. So that's a good approach. I'm seeing here, this is the requalify step here. I don't really like the way it's named because and the reason I could find it now is because I went back in as the administrator. But
gave you more options, yeah.
What I would suggest is that, so here's one thing. Go into the catalog, and I noticed that in the incident catalog, I actually like, your approach where you're actually using unclassified.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you come in here with get help, I would expect that this setting right here cannot be requested, be set. So when you set that,
right.
Then when you go into the ticket, and now let me see, did I go into the ticket? Nope, go into the ticket. Excuse me.
It's taking its time.
Like these VMs that just, but they don't.
Yeah, are they all hosted in Europe or something?
Yeah, they are. So
yeah,
they're actually pretty responsive for where they are. But so now if I try to do this and it's classified as get help, first of all, let's see.
Get help.
So
yep.
now if I try to change it, so there's a couple ways I could change it. So I could just use that requalify, or like I said, you could come in here and it's interesting. Yeah, I've logged in as William now. So I'm going, what happened? So let me just go ahead.
It's hard when there's multiple accounts. Like I sometimes struggle with just my standard admin account and then my just standard account in EasyVista as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to want to just stay in one, but if you're wanting to make sure that you've tested things thoroughly, I'll get something working really well as an admin, but then I've got all these privileges, so then it doesn't work in practice because when a technician, they don't have the privileges to do, and then you end up saying, oh, okay, got to change some things
Gotta
around.
go back.
Anyway,
yep.
So now we've got this, and so now if I say finish, I'm curious, this should not allow me to keep that category.
Right. If you said finish and then finish again without trying to change the category, it should yell at you.
Yeah, so it shouldn't like this. So then if I try to do this,
yep. Nope. Doesn't like it.
So that's the first thing that we needed to correct in this demo environment, is just change this so that you couldn't leave this set. And then, having this dialog come up is not, preferred. What we could do is put another button here, similar to like just using this.
Right.
And then we use requalify, and then we get this. You must select a closed or what?
Yeah, so that's trying to reopen a request that you closed. But
so let's do this.
it's
'Cause
kind of
there is
weird that
there is a
Yeah.
qualification wizard. And so if we just drag that in here, and I actually want to put it, see, that's the thing. I'll put it, you really want to put it on the action. So let me close this. And yeah, I should be able to put it here. So if I just drag that up here, this is how you would add a button. So you come over here and you select the one you're looking for, and it should be something like requalify the category right there. And just apply that. And so I do need to give it a name. And it took it, so close that and save that.
Hey, barn, because you could take me for a roll in the hay.
Update yourself. Okay, so now, yeah, I could run that.
It messed with, yeah.
But anyway, so if I come in here and do this now, then I get something like this. And of course I could clean up this dialog only to show what I want.
Yep.
But see now, if I tried to just hit next on this, well, incidents should also be set to cannot be requested, I would think.
Yeah.
Let me just set it to the one we know is set that way. See now you can't set it. But let's see, incident, yeah, it's not set either. So if we try to go next, it should complain. Yep.
Yep.
So then you have to come in here and actually, qualify it. So
that answers my other question, because I know we have set up in our environment that you have to go all the way to the end. You can't choose a main category. So like, you just select a desktop. It would not like desktop either, because desktop has subcategories. So we don't allow people just to click desktop. It's like, wait, no. You need to be more specific. So that's how we have our environment set up, is the main categories cannot be selected either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that makes sense. I was wondering why that was set up like this, because it's not like our other environment.
So you see, yeah, now the only problem with having this requalify button in here is
it's messing with the UI. Yeah.
Well, and then it shows up, and you won't necessarily want to use it after the qualification step. So what I would do is I'd put this in a conditional form.
Right. As soon as there is a valid category, it can go away.
Yeah, then you don't need to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then so yeah, now this one, of course, now that we requalified it, then it changed to the new workflow.
Yep. It knows that you qualified it, so now it's moving on to analysis and resolution for a standard incident standard process. Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, so it wasn't, so the demo database had a couple of configuration items there that needed to be changed.
Yeah, I mean, it's the demo environment, right? Makes sense.
So let's see. So what I want to do is I want to figure out why the heck my history of change is not working in this environment.
I'll leave you to that. I need to go get some food.
All right.
I'll be back soon.
Mm-hmm. Is that about right? Let's see. Done by.
I have to laugh at that article that you're reading because it's looks like it's for a previous version.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I would like for it to be a little bit more current, but this particular item has been around a while. So, and I don't remember having to set anything else other than just turning on the rule. Must be applied at least once. Cannot be later, maybe. Yeah, so I just don't know why it's not updating. What, before creating the rule, verify it does not exist. Yeah, that is parameters, rules for history of change. A little bit different. So let's do this. Let's look at some other VMs. These are online VMs. I'm just going to see if I can get it to work somewhere. Okay, and now that's already there. Turn it on, save it, create a ticket. Nothing. It's because this is something that I don't have much set up in. So I'll just do this. Sign this for now.
Hey, Rick, I'm back.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
All right. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Trying to figure out why I can't get the history of change to work. There it is right there. Now let's see. I set it for those two are working, but let me change this. action owner. So I got a request urgency change and requesters service catalog change. Urgency catalog. So those are working, but the action is not. Change of support in the charge of an action, and the done by ID is the person. Status, I've got urgency catalog root cause. How about the owner and the owning group? Save. And let's change the group. So that worked.
See, I keep my eye on the prize, and I'll tackle anything that comes in my way.
Cheeky.
Owning group.
Very cheeky.
Where are you from,
See if I
Pete?
can find.
I'm from London originally.
But is it a cute voice?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Owner.
We'll go yellow.
Come on then, Yellow.
She don't like it.
London. Mean Yellow, what have you said?
Only big beasts can handle me.
Only a big is that Yellow. Where are you
It's
from?
Slovakian.
I've never been.
Never been
Never been.
yet?
Yet.
Okay, now we've got... No. You can't handle your beer, but could you handle this one?
Well, it depends what you need me to handle.
Where are you from then, Blue?
Hungry.
Hungary.
What do you think of the voice?
Husky.
Just quite husky,
Yeah.
isn't it? So, remember the two girls that remain will get to see you.
So for the next 2 days, Rick, would we be like looking to take lunch at like 1:30? It'd be 1:30 Eastern time. So right around.
Yeah, we can.
I'm just curious.
We can do whatever works.
Oh,
So
all right. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll make a note to. Well, I'll go ahead and just ask everybody if doing that is okay. It should be okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine with me, whatever the group decides. Just curious.
Yeah, because the interesting part is that lunch varies depending on where you're at.
Right, exactly. That's just.
But yeah, well, 1:30 Eastern time. So that would make it, yeah, just about what we did now, kind of.
Right, exactly. That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it's about halfway, so I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. Again, whatever is needed with the group.
Okay.
I'm good with.
All right. Let's see. Let me just add.
Fashion. If you fail to retain his
Service desk. What the heck? And then go back to this ticket. And I know we're past the 30 minutes, so I'll just give a little bit more time. And we'll get started. Change this to the service desk. Change this to somebody other than me. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope everybody had a sufficient enough break for snacks or a meal or for lunch. So I guess we're back from our break, and I'll go ahead and proceed. I don't know how practical it is to try to poll to see if everybody's back. I see everybody logged in. I think we're probably okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and proceed. Now, one thing I wanted to point out here was that, so the history of change should look like this. And I hope the gentleman that had that question's, back from his break. Was that Ruben? Oh, okay. No. Who was it that had the question?
Sebastian.
Okay. So, yeah, so this is what you should see, in terms of auditing. And so when you make changes in here, then, like, for instance, I can change this to something other than what it's set at right now, which is service desk and then administrator. So I'm going to change this. Let's see what this changes to here. So this changed to service desk and me. So let's just line this up here so we can see changes being made. Okay, let me make this a little bit more obvious. Yeah, I don't have a lot of people to play with here. Let's see. Nobody in there. I'll just change. Again, it's going to look like me because I'm the only one in there in this particular.
What was the issue?
server.
What was the issue that was not recorded before?
So what we were looking at is you can see the changes happening in the action step under here. But you were wondering why we weren't seeing the history of change.
Yeah. So what was the issue?
And so now, so what I did was I switched to a different server. So I think the VMs that we have set up, they're not set up appropriately for some reason, because all you should have to do, there's really nothing you have to do other than just go into history management and enable a rule. And so when you enable a rule, then you start seeing those changes, being audited. It should be as simple as that. You shouldn't have to do anything else. There's no other back-end settings that we need to adjust. So I'm not exactly sure why the VMs that we're using, are not updating the history. I could get into trying to find out, and I'll do that over the course of the evening. But so I'm in one of my other servers. This is one of my online demo servers, and it's working appropriately.
And it's the same rule selected, right? You went to history, or I forget, it was
yeah. So we go in here,
references.
we go down
Oh,
here,
admin.
and then we go into here. And so these are the rules that we have set. So I have for action, I have the person assigned to the action, and as well, I have the ownership for the ticket as well being audited.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, so so history of change is where you would go, and you can, of course, set up new rules, and you can point them at, tables. Let's say, for instance, let me just take a look to see if I can see. I'd have to look the back end of this particular server. What I'm looking for is something like this, and then the field. So see all of these that are E's? So those are all custom fields. So that tells you right there that you can put a custom field in a rule. Like this particular one was added for, the change process to basically indicate what the change area is. And then we go ahead and say change to change area. Okay. I guess I didn't enable it, so let's come in here to the table. Project, where it is, change. Right there, so it is enabled. Change to change area, and then this is, you can see here, this was a custom field added. So anytime the change area is changed, then this should be audited and then updated in the history of changes. At least that's the way it's designed to work. So you can certainly use that to track any field, in the database, even the ones that you add as custom fields.
My random guess about the VMs is there's something disconnected from the rules talking to the history of change area.
Yeah,
that would be my guess.
I'll look into it, and I'll ask the people that manage those things and just point out to them that, hey, history of change is not updating. Is there a reason for that? So we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's regroup here. I'll just close out some of these. Okay, I'll just close everything out. What I'm going to do is let's take a look at this lab manual, and now let's take a look at where we're at in the labs. So what we want to accomplish is by the end of the day today, we want to get down to the basically down to, lab 4, which is where we start getting into configuring integration models and such like that. So if we can get into this today, that would be great. But so just, we're going through and demonstrating some of this functionality in these labs right now. So creating a basic incident and then doing a first call resolution. I just spoke to that. Transfer, logging and transferring, processing or escalating. I'll just demonstrate those things. We've got labs for those, which you guys can try as I'm demonstrating them. And then we'll get into just the service request process, just to demonstrate it. And then following that, we're going to get into actually setting up the system from scratch, where we would need to set up referential tables and other such tables to support our processes. So that's what this is all about: creating catalogs, creating groups, creating workflows and such. So that's the direction we're heading. Okay, so technician basics. So we know if we click on resolve, that's going to immediately resolve the ticket, close it. And so oops, sorry about that. And so now you'll see here, I've got a couple of boxes. Let's take a look at our VM again. Okay, now, one preferred style when setting up the intake form. So when let's just say we're creating a ticket and this thing's a little, okay. So we're creating a ticket. So one style is to actually reduce this box by half and then put the solution, a memo field or memo or a box in here. So that way, if you're wanting to resolve the ticket immediately, you can just add the solution right here and resolve it. Another technique is to use, when you resolve, first call resolution, when you click on this, what happens is the workflow associated with the immediate solution, it's called immediate solution workflow. That's the workflow that actually gets executed when you click on resolve. When you click on assign, then just the main workflow gets executed. And so to explain that just a little bit more clearly, if we look at a catalog entry and just pick any old catalog entry, so I'll just come in and we'll look at, we'll just try infrastructure. We'll drill down into infrastructure. Maybe we'll pick that one. And we'll just pick this one, just arbitrarily. So you'll see here in the catalog where you're classifying, you're setting up your category. You're basically specifying the main workflow. So when in the intake, when you're filling out your ticket initially on that intake form and you click assign, this workflow is executed. If you click resolve, then this immediate solution workflow, first call resolution, this workflow is executed. And then there's one more workflow, closing. So if you close a ticket from a parent ticket, say you have a major incident and you've got this incident that you've created as a child to that major incident, and you close the major, then this workflow actually gets executed. So you can modify these workflows to do what you want them to do. So if I take a look at the first call, let's see if I can find it right there. Sure.
If inside a workflow, or is the workflow that we are looking into have steps that are required and not required? Or you have, you should actually follow a workflow until closure?
Right, so all the steps within a workflow will execute, but you can set up conditional logic to decide which paths to take.
But my question was, at one point you are on a, let's say, on a task. That task can and cannot be required to be executed?
No, I mean, if you have a task, you have to execute that task. It's not optional.
It is possible that a future task to be required?
Well, so when you set up a workflow, the items in a workflow, like we'll just take a look at one with a few steps in it. So we'll just look at the standard. So here you've got a bunch of, tasks. Okay. So from the start, this one here is a required step. You have to execute this step. There's no other option, right? You've got a step in your workflow. It has to be executed. You've got these steps down here. One can be optional over the other based on this condition. So if you say here in this condition, if you answer this condition true, then you execute this step. But if you answer the condition false, then you skip this step and go right to this step. So that's how you would make steps not really, well, they're not optional. They're just, they're not even executed. You can't really have steps. The only thing I'm thinking of is that in a ticket, you can actually have something like this. Let me just pull up a ticket.
Yeah, so my idea was, or my question was, if you want to close directly, then you have another workflow. What is happening with the original workflow? It is discarded and then just the closing workflow is taken into consideration? And the idea is that if you discard the original workflow, what is happening with probably the other required workflow steps, maybe, or if that exists?
Right. So if you have a parent record, like an incident, and you close that parent record, then the closing workflow of the associated children is what gets executed, and it closes the ticket, and all of the actions associated with that ticket are closed. That's how that works. And you can see that in action just by associating. You can create a ticket. You can come over here and you can, link the ticket to a parent ticket, like right here. You could link it to any ticket type here, but this would be linking to a parent incident, or you could link it to another type of ticket. Like this could be linked to a problem. This ticket is linked to the problem. You then, process the problem. When you close the problem, you can actually have the incident closed for you when the problem closed, and then everything in the incident gets closed. All of the tasks that were open in the incident will get closed, and that's according to how you set up the closing workflow for the incident. That's what that closing workflow does for you. So then, back to this intake, when I click on this, then what happens is the immediate solution workflow that is designated in your catalog entry gets executed. So depending upon your category, then you would go look and see what that is. And for incident, I think, you can have multiple different workflows other than just this one, but here's this first call resolution workflow. And so all you can see that it's doing is it's just sending out a notification to the requester that the ticket was closed immediately. That's all this is doing. But you could have this do other things if you just put additional steps in here. You have the, when you start creating workflows, of course, if you need your workflows to do additional things, you just would add steps to them to do those things. Now, what I wanted to show, what you got me thinking about was, these are workflow steps, and looking at one with a larger number of steps, I'm just picking one. I think this one's got a pretty fair amount of steps in it. So all these steps, right? So these are workflow steps. Now, when you create a ticket, in this case, it would be a service request, and then classify it as an onboarding request, and then this workflow gets executed, then you step through these steps based on the flow. And while you're stepping through the steps, let's just take a look at an existing ticket here. Well, I haven't finished this one, but let me just go ahead and finish this one. Let me assign it. And I don't have a category, so it should tell me, nope, I got to set a category. So let me put a category in. And I can either search for a category, or I could just look at the tree structure and pick one from here. So I'll just drill down into here again and hit fax, I guess. Okay, so once I assign this, once I get this linked to a workflow, you have the option to create non-workflow related actions. So what I mean by that is, when you look in here, you've got this action, this task, whatever we want to call this, an action or activity. If we look at it, that task is this one right here. And then there are going to be other tasks that follow it. Well, so those are the defined tasks in the workflow, but let's say you needed optional tasks to be added. So you can come here into the task area, the actions area, and you can select from here, you can select create a related action. Okay, and so you can add this, you can say create a related action. And let me just go ahead and, before I can do that, the system is telling me that I can't do that yet because I don't own this action. So let me just take ownership of this action. So let's just say I wanted to create on-the-fly actions that may or may not be required. They could be optional. So, okay, now I have this activity here, and I'm going to create a related action. And so you have the ability to edit this drop down, and you can put in different types of things. You know, you can assign this action to another group or what have you. So I'm just going to say I want to assign this task for analysis to a different group. Email USA, for instance. Okay. And I'm finishing that. So now what's happening is I should see multiple actions here. I have the, you know, if I can show this, I have the workflow action, which is the main action. And right here, I've got two actions that are active, that are current. I've got the workflow action, and then I've got this new action that I just added on an ad hoc basis. This could be considered optional. You've added this, and so then, you know, this is assigned to a group, and let's just say that, you know, you want to go ahead and process your action and move on. So we could come in here, let's see, not that one, this one here, the main action. I can say, I want to go ahead and finish this action. It's going to say, well, hang on just a minute. You have a related action not completed. How do you want to proceed? And this is where you can make it optional or required. You could say, delete the related action and continue. That just gets rid of it. Complete the related actions and continue. So you're actually completed any outstanding actions in addition to this action that is the workflow action. Or you could just hit continue. So when you hit continue, then you can complete your action. The other action stays open, and it needs to be processed at some point. Because what will happen is if you try to close a ticket with open actions, the ticket will complain that you've got open actions that need to be, you know, processed. So you have the option here of making, you know, you can assign, you can create a related action, assign it to a group, but then if you wanted to make it optional, you could just go ahead and click on this. Either one of these, basically this one, because if you're making it optional, that means that then when you're ready to proceed with your workflow action, you're just deleting that other action. That's how you would make it optional. Okay, yeah, I hope that helps. I'll just leave that the way that is for now. Okay. All right, let's see here. Oh, shoot. So immediate closure, resolve, transferring or routing to another group, then you would hit the assign. So now we've kind of gone through this. Shoot. So we've done that here, where when you hit assign, then the catalog item associated with the ticket then determines what workflow, and from that workflow, what questionnaires are presented at that point to the person executing or processing the ticket. It also, you know, gives you the ability to set, you know, assign a group and an individual, you know, support person if you wish. Now these other items here, schedule date, what that is the OLA, organizational level agreement. So, you know, optional, of course, but you could set something. When you set something here, you need to set it for a time that's before the resolution target time. This is the SLA time, the service level agreement time. Organizational level agreements are basically shorter in duration, and they have to fall within the overall SLA. That's just by ITIL definition. You can set OLA here, You can, SLA is already set automatically here based on many factors. It has to do with the defaults you have in your catalog. When you classify the ticket, those defaults are transferred into the ticket. But the system also looks at who the recipient is. The system also looks at if you have a equipment assigned to the ticket, because the recipient or the equipment or even the configuration item, the service maybe, they all can have their own SLAs. And what the system does is it'll look for the SLAs that's the shortest in duration and set that as the target SLA for the ticket, which makes sense because you want the shortest one to be applied. So, and that gets applied automatically here, and that's it. So, so logging and transferring, this has to do with some additional functionality that we have in the actions. Okay, so if we take a look at this, when we're looking at a ticket, you can see here we have the ability to just basically log information against the ticket. We're not actually executing or closing the actions, but we're just adding new information to the ticket. And again, like I said, this list is configurable, so you can add what you want in here. But let's just say you just want to add an internal note into the ticket. And internal notes can only be seen by the technicians, and you add an internal note comment. And so that's one way of just adding information, logging activity against the ticket. And you can see here that when you were logging, you could actually, I'll go back and log again. You can actually set duration times, and you could even, if you wanted to, well, duration times primarily. I was going to say you could also associate costs with that task that you just logged, but typically you just keep it, you log, you might enter a duration time. You can make that either required or optional. But then you can add up all these durations and then calculate how long it took to actually complete a ticket. Now, overall, the ticket keeps its own metrics. So, when you create a ticket, there's a timestamp on creation. When you close the ticket, there's a timestamp. There's also calculations on how long it took to do actions within the ticket. And you can report on all of those metrics in a ticket. So those are all there. You don't have to, you can actually execute a ticket and close a ticket, and you'll still have time metrics that you can report on without actually having anybody enter duration times in tasks. Okay, so logging a ticket's straightforward like that. You've got another option here where you can place a ticket on hold, and when you place a ticket on hold, that basically stops the SLA calculation, that SLA clock from counting down towards the resolution target time. So when you place a ticket on hold, that stops the clock. And when you do that, you can come in here and say, we're saying we're putting this on hold at this time, and we can indicate, it's optional, but we can indicate when we want to automatically take it off hold, and some time frame, and then the ticket will automatically come off hold at that time. And you could put in a comment as to why you put the ticket on hold. Something on a hold justification. Oops. And just place it on hold. Now you can notify people as well when you do that, but just hit finish. And then the ticket should go to an on hold status. And the SLA calculations against this ticket will cease. They won't continue to count down until you take the ticket off hold. And then so the ticket will come off hold based on that time that you put in. It'll automatically come off hold, or you can always come back in here and just click this, and then you're setting who you want the ticket to be assigned to, what group, and you can put a comment in here, and you can see here that the status will change automatically to back to in progress. Okay. And yeah, so we're no longer on hold. So that's logging. We looked at transfer. I did that kind of quickly. Let me just look at it one more time. The transfer activity, or I should say the wizard. And again, we're trying to do something, and we've got a dependent, a related action pending. And so I can just say, let's just continue. I'll leave that related action open. And so now I'm transferring, and now see what you have here when you're transferring. This has to do with escalating or de-escalating tickets. So when you redirect to a group at the same level, you're just transferring laterally to another group. There's no change in status. But if you were wanting to escalate the ticket, so if I said escalate this ticket to a higher level, meaning like going from front office to, you know, some like back office level 2 support or something like that, then I can select that. A redirect to a lower level, that's kind of de-escalating the ticket back down from you know, where it was. Also, you have the ability to actually change the category if you wish using the transfer wizard. Well, let's just say I want to escalate. Then I indicate which group I want to escalate to, and let's just say HRUS for whatever reason. And I could give a date. Again, this is the OLA time if you wanted to put that in, and some kind of comment. And then the ticket will change in status to escalated. Okay. And of course, it's reassigned to this new group. Now, based on this assignment, what you can do is when you escalate a ticket, you can then have, you know, because this is a change on the ticket, there's a status change here. When a ticket gets escalated, you could have things happen like send notifications to, you know, particular groups, you know, that sort of thing. You could use that escalation as a trigger to do something else. So that's what the transfer mechanism does. It allows you to, you know, escalate or de-escalate tickets. Now, the other thing is if you have a lot of groups, like we look at groups, let's see here. We're looking at all these groups, and I don't see a group level. Okay, so we have group level. We've got all these are group 1, and we've got a couple group 2, and have anything higher than that? You know, one group 3. Oh, there's some group 10s. So the transfer, wizard, when you escalate to a higher level group, you're basically reducing the visibility of groups to any groups that are higher than your current level. So if you're at level 1, then you'll see, you won't see any of the other level 1 groups, but you'll see the level 2, 3, and, you know, upward. If you're at level 3 already, and then you say transfer to a higher level, you're only going to see what's higher than 3, which is the 10s. So that, you know, by using that transfer wizard, that helps you manage how many groups you see when you have a whole bunch of groups. And so, you know, setting that's why these levels are set for escalating, de-escalating, and then reducing visibility in that transfer wizard. Okay. All right, so let's take a look here. So now, talked about wizard. There's 2 different types of wizards. There's wizards at the ticket level. So when I look at a ticket, I can see them I can see wizards here, and wizards are nothing more than just little, kind of like little macros of executable code. They do specific things. Impact analysis, for instance. What that would allow you to do inside of the ticket is basically when you have a CI set, a service or CI set here, impact analysis will basically show you what will happen upstream and downstream of that CI should you take it offline. And so that's what that wizard does. And there's several dialogues, there's several modal windows that pop up as a result of that. So each of these wizards do different things. Now, so the point I'm making is that you've got wizards that apply to the ticket or the main record. And then you've also got other wizards, because this is a different section here. So you've got this section, which is where your actions live. And then you've got a set of wizards here. And these apply specifically to actions. These do not apply to the main ticket. So two different, areas where you have wizards, and they're content specific. They change based on what record you're looking at. You can control their visibility in the user profiles. You can also control them in the forms as well. So if you go into a form and start editing a form, you have the ability here on the back end, and we'll get into more depth in form editing in a little bit later. But you can come in here and you can manage right here in this form. You can say, well, I only want to show certain wizards on this form. And that's just form specific. Now you can also go into the profiles, and I'll just show it real quick. We won't do anything with it, but I'll just show real quick. If I go look at a profile, and let me just see. I'll look at something other than administrator. Because I'm hoping, like, here's a project. Let's look at a desktop expert profile. So let's see. Yeah, so we can see here that we have some things that are enabled and some that are not. But now if I go into, say, like here, into incidents, for instance, and I need to click on something here on the left, like this. And then when I do that, then these items to the right become active, and they're active based on what you've clicked over here. So if I change this to service requests, then I get a different set of things. You'll notice here, I'm just pointing this out because you've also get a different set of wizards. So you can, based on profiles, you can set up what wizards are visible or not. So you have a couple of places you can do that. You can do that in the profiles, and you can also do that on the forms. Okay. Here's some action-specific items listed, what you would see here. And we've looked at those. The on-hold, the log activity, those are wizards, are just buttons that are in a different location. Transfer, finish. You can actually, in addition to these wizards being here in these specific areas, let's just say that in a ticket, you want to create a button on a form. A button on a form is nothing more than a wizard that you're exposing on the form, rather than it being in the dropdown. It's going to be the same thing you're executing. It's just you're making it a little bit more obvious. One example would be like maybe over here. I'll do it over here for user information. So in this user information section, let me just drag this up here to get it a little bit out of the way, and then I'm gonna say, I'm going to add this icon field here. And again, we'll come back and look at this editor and see how we can edit forms and stuff, but I'm just showing something specific about wizards. So I'd add that in here, then I'd come in and I'd configure this, and this is where I would configure a wizard. Let's just say I want to configure a button, which is going to be a wizard to basically send an email, if I can find it. To the requester of the ticket. And let's see if I can find it. Where is this thing? Finish, notify, support. Oh, I know it's in here somewhere. I think it's in this middle area here. Huh. I'm looking for send an email to requester from an agent action or request. That's it. So we use that. And then the key would be, I'll just use the recipient employee ID, actually, requester. Use that, okay. And then apply that. Oh, I didn't. Here, let me put in a name for the button. So I'll just say send email to requester. Something like that. Okay, apply it and close it. Okay, and then so what I should see is the button show up over here on my form. And then, so what I've done is I've basically taken the same functionality that's over here, you know, and it's a little bit, you know, when you're looking for it, like send email to requester, there it is right there. It's right here. And so this is how you can customize your forms and make certain functionality a little bit more obvious to your to the users of your system. And it's pretty easy. You can see it was pretty easy to add that reference to that wizard. Okay. Yeah. So log activity, like I said, they correlate. So any of these wizards, you see buttons, they're also correlated to the drop down. Okay, hold, and okay, so end action. Sometimes with this, I mean, all of these fields can be either made invisible, dropped off the modal, or you could even just say, I don't need this whole modal. I can skip this whole modal. When I hit finish on the task, I want the ticket to proceed to the next step. This is an end action modal that pops up that allows you to set like root cause and then set this information. But if you're not wanting to set this information, you can totally make this modal, you can disable it. Okay, so yeah, so I talked about this. This is transferring. Okay. Logging and escalating. So we have some items here that we could do. So in here, if you guys wanted to give this a try, what we can do is we can come in here and we can go ahead and do a quick search for Emma, create a ticket. Okay. And then classify the ticket. Okay, and then assign it, and then we'll have this ticket assigned. Once we assign the ticket, then we'll do a transfer of the ticket to a different group. Okay, I don't know. Let's put it like this. You've seen me do it. I don't know that if you guys want to take the time to do this right now. We'll just talk through this and we'll move on, because this is all pretty straightforward stuff. Unless you guys have any questions about this, it's, you can click resolve to do a first call, resolve, immediate solution, and not assign the ticket, or you can set the ticket in draft mode. What that is, I haven't really explained that, is when you're inputting a ticket and you need to interrupt your train of thought to do something else. If you don't save the ticket, it could get lost in the system as what's called an input error. And periodically you've got to clean up those partially implemented or partially filled out tickets. If you want to actually save your work and then come back to it later, you just use this save as draft, and then you go in subsequently and search for your drafts. So and you would do that here. So under drafts, you can go in and look for any drafts that you might have saved. We've got a whole bunch of them in here that are saved. Now you can just pull up a draft, and these should all be in the intake process. So yeah, and they are. And so then you can go ahead and proceed to fill them out and either resolve them or assign them. Input errors are those tickets that got partially filled out and then they got abandoned. And they just sit in the system and they don't go anywhere. Now you could also come into these and you can complete them and then carry them on, or normally what we'll do is we'll set up a routine to purge these on a periodic basis. These are tickets that get started, could be started from the portal or could be started in Service Manager. And the resolve, assign, or save as draft buttons just never get pressed. And then somebody moves off their browser, goes and does something else. Maybe they lose their session connection. They come back, and so these input errors they're there, but you can't see them unless you go look for them. And then they just need to be cleaned up periodically. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if there are any questions about processing tickets. I think if not, we could probably move on. Okay, I'll take that as let's go ahead and move on. All right. Okay. So requests. Well, requests basically get processed and handled similarly to incidents. However, they're the requests against your service catalog. And so the difference between the two are incidents. You're basically reporting on some service that the end user has in their possession, has been assigned, some service that they've used that they depend on, and it's not working, it's broken. So that's why we call in the self-service portal, we call it something is broken, or versus I need something. So something is broken, meaning that you have a service that's not working, you're reporting it as an incident, as an issue, that needs to be restored. And really what they're looking for is some sort of workaround to restore that. They don't really care if you try to understand and resolve the root cause of the problem underlying the incident. They just want their services restored. You know, the example would be, you know, maybe an exec comes to the service desk and says, hey, I need to print this report before this big meeting and I can't print, my print queue doesn't work or whatever. The astute technician could just reroute their laptop to some other printer and say, yeah, just print to this one and we'll go ahead and look to see what the problem is with the printer you normally use. So the service desk technician has, you know, offered a workaround and resolved the issue in terms of restoring the service to the end user, but hasn't really addressed the root cause of the initial problem. Well, that's where you would, you know, then possibly create a problem ticket to then route to the, you know, the group that would actually go investigate that and restore that service. That's incident. Service request is, you know, what end users use when they want something that they don't have. So they're asking for something new. And so, you know, this is where you would create, you know, your catalog around, you know, all those services that you would offer to your end users. And then they can just come in and request. And then service requests, much like incidents, they have their own catalog. They have their own workflows. They have their own set of questionnaires that, you know, basically get presented when somebody asks for something. If they're asking for a cell phone, then you would have a set of questions that, you know, to enable the technician to fulfill that particular type of request, versus if they were asking for a laptop or if they were asking for access to a particular service, different sets of questions. So you'd have different sets of input questionnaires, intake questionnaires, you know, and you might have one per catalog item. It can be that granular with service request, whereas with incidents, not so much. So, and you can also have very complex or comprehensive workflows to implement something that's requested. Like you could have an employee onboarding process that basically has multiple steps to different departments that all have to be satisfied before the onboarding request is complete. So service requests end up being a little bit more comprehensive. I don't necessarily say complicated, but, you know, more steps for sure. Now we can look at, you know, examples. If we go in, you can do this with your VM. We could go look at this portal. I'm wondering if we have the other portal. Let me see. Let me take a look here. Actually, I could search for it. Let me just search for portal. Yeah, we got this other portal. I'll just show this one too. We got two different portal templates. Now, that's not to say you can't have your portal look totally different. You know, your portal can be set up to look any way you want. And you can make it dynamically interact with Service Manager. These are two templates that we provide to get, you know, customers set up quickly. So here's an example of a different style of portal. And so it basically has the same sorts of things, but laid out a little bit differently. So it's taking a little time to load here just because it's a VM and probably not in a high performance network segment. But so you can see here, create an incident, same thing. Click on that, we're going to get a dialog. Okay, and we get that and we can fill that out. Okay, now need something new, or I need something. And this is where we would see your catalog. And so you would present the items to your end users that you're going to allow them to request. And you know, you can break this up. So let's just say they're looking to do something with HR. They can just look at those items in your catalog that are relevant to HR. So you've got your onboarding and stuff like that, offboarding. And so the idea is there. Let's just see. Pick on one of these others here. So you've got a facilities request section in your catalog, and let's just say you're going to allow somebody to, to request a car rental. So they could come in here and click on this, and it's basically just going to set up a request. Now, this one's going to indicate, again, based on your catalog, what information you put in it. You may indicate, how much something might cost or not, depending on whether or not you can provide that information. Whether or not an approval is required. Again, this particular information here that you're seeing, of course, you would customize this to meet your business requirements to look any way you wish. But the idea here is that when they confirm that this is what they want, they just click on New Request, and then they're presented with in this case, a standard request questionnaire. But this could be a questionnaire specific to rentals, and then have questions about specific to the rental requirements. But then, yeah, we just fill this out. And again, this is how you would have your end users do this from the portal. And this one's just pretty simple because it's just a standard request. I'll just click on this, and you go look at real quick after I do this one. You see if, so I've got my number here. It's a service request, starts with an S. Let me look at HR onboarding, see if that questionnaire is a little bit more interesting. So onboarding, offboarding, let's try onboarding. New request, no approval, delivery here. So we've got a little SLA on this one. We'll get you onboarded in at least 5 days, or at the most 5 days. That's what we're saying here in our service commitment. And then, yeah, so here the questionnaire is just a little bit different. It has to apply, to this particular category. And so you fill all that stuff out there, and that gets transferred into the ticket. And so we've got new employee, I'll just fill this out kind of quick. New last name, I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3. Manager, if known, and again, it's not required, but see, you can actually present. Now this I would filter a little bit more because I wouldn't want to show certain things, but let's see if I can find, if I can search for somebody specific. Yeah, if I type it right. And then I found William in here. Yeah, so these drop downs can be set up to show specific information, and usually based on previous information. So based on how they've responded up here, you could then use that as a filter for what you're showing below. Full-time, arrival, just adding dates and such. Job title, and equipment. So again, when you fill all this out, let me just see if I can get to the end of this. So desktop, included software. Okay. I'm just going to see if I can get to the end of this. And then special instructions. And then let's see here if I've missed anything. Nope. So, okay, so I've got request 1 and 2. Now, whether I'm looking at it from this portal view or looking at it from the other portal view, I can go look and see what I have pending. That's just a matter of how you set up and design your portal. So let's take a look at, oops, clicked a little too soon. Okay. So I've got these two that I just added, and I can click into these, and as the end user, I can look at progress. I can see what status it is. I can look at progress, look at, if I wanted to, ticket history, so I can show the actions that have been executed against the ticket. You can see here several things. Any documents, again, any attachments that were added. Here's the, so questions answered. This part's not working. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say it's not working properly because it should show all the responses to the questions that we filled out, or the questions we answered in that intake form. So there you go. So anyway, now we have that in as the front end for the end user, and then of course we'd come in as the fulfilling technician and see this ticket in the system. There are these two tickets in the system. Okay, so then if set up, in a specific way, such that you're logging in as a person that's expecting to find tickets from the portal, then you could just click on here and then, see those tickets in your groups. But, this particular user isn't set up to do that. So I'm just going to go ahead and look for the tickets. Now these are service requests. So I'm going to go in here and just look for the service requests, and they should be sorted by date. And there they go. There are the two that were just added. Like I say, depending upon what group you're in, you should be able to find them in your groups queue. But then if I just look at this one, then I can see how this information got transferred in. And so I see that there was no approval required for this workflow for this particular request. I could even maybe, if we wanted to get a little bit more accurate, depending on whether or not a workflow required an approval or not, we could also set up a life cycle, which is what this is, to not show this approval phase, because this one didn't really go through the approval process, just skipped it. So I would just exclude that from the life cycle if it's a request that doesn't require approval. So what we can do is we can look here. Now I'm going to take a look at what workflow got associated. So this is a new hire workflow. So what we're looking at here is, so you can see here in this workflow, this particular step, and then these notifications were skipped because they're grayed out. The activities that actually executed and are executing right now are these, because they're not grayed out. And so what we're doing here, we first checked to see whether or not the requester was a VIP. That's set up in their employee record. And if they were a VIP, then it looks like in this case they were, because we followed the true path. If they were not, then there would have been a manager approval required. So in this case, it went directly to fulfillment. And so we have 4 different tasks that are executing in parallel. And so the interesting part with this workflow is that I'm seeing here, I would want to look at this installation step to see what the entry criteria is for this step, because I want to make sure that all 4 of these steps get completed before we go to installation. And if that's not the case, then any one of these completes and we go to installation. That's not what we want. But we'll look at that more carefully when we build workflows, and I'll show you how that gets done. But in this case, we have 4. So we have 4 workflow actions. So when we look at the ticket, we should see 4 actions pending. So if we scroll down here under activity, and we see 1, which is the administration action to complete. We see another one, which is a purchasing action to complete. We see another one, which is the email action to complete. Then we have a facilities action to complete. So 4 actions, working in parallel. Any one of these can be completed at any time. If designed correctly, we wouldn't want the workflow to go to the next step until all 4 of these are done. And of course, we can look under the action history to see what's happened prior. And this is just, similar stuff to, what we saw in incident. Okay, so the big difference here is that we have a catalog that we're presenting to the end users, because there's a lot of different types of things they can choose from. Whereas with incident, we just let them report what it is that they're having a problem with, and then their issue is qualified by the service desk. Now, if we were actually using the self-help product, then we would direct the end user, whenever they wanted to report an issue, we direct them to the self-help system, and then there they would see a whole bunch of different content, different knowledge items, and they could search and pick what it is that they're having trouble with, and then those knowledge flows would walk them through the process of resolving their issues themselves. And then should they not be able to do that, and they get to the end of the knowledge flow, then the self-help system will have accumulated a bunch of data on that individual based on their click stream as they're walking through the knowledge flow. And so that ticket will come over without needing qualification. It will be set up with the proper category and the other appropriate information that needs to be there. And so, that's our method for handling incidents when you want them to be classified properly without needing to be triaged or looked at by a front-end support person. So the difference is there. So so let's take a look. So filling out the request form, generating the ticket. We should see the ticket in the queue, depending upon how we log in, and we pick up and we take ownership of the ticket and start processing it just like we would normally. Okay, so yes. So now this is a good spot for a break, and then when we come back from the break, we'll look at what we need to do now. We'll sort of shift gears now from actually executing tickets to actually what it's going to take to actually set up the system to be able to process tickets. And so we'll get more into the administrative folder area, that module, and take a look at all these different areas and see how we can set those up. So before we go to the break, are there any questions about what we just covered? Okay. All right, well then, let's go ahead and take a break. It's 23 after. Let's just, how about we do 15 and come back at, say like 20 of. So I'll go ahead and set a timer for like 40 after the hour. And I'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back from break.
Yep, I'm back too.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do now is just shift gears a little bit and take a look at what it's going to take to actually get a system set up, and what areas we need to configure to be able to do that. And so we'll look at this list, and then we'll also then start looking at integration models and see how we get this data in the system. I'm not sure where your comfort levels are, where that is, but we'll go over the exercise. And if it looks like something that you guys are pretty comfortable with and we don't need to go into depth, then we'll just move on. But so we'll start with this. And so again, this is sort of the master overview of what we need to configure to get at least to the point where we can create a ticket. Of course, there's a lot of other things in the system that we need to configure, but this is for service operation. And so you can see here various areas. We'll take a look at each of these. Pretty straightforward for the most part. When we get down here to locations, departments, companies, and such, that could be something that we set up as an integration with another system. Rather than like with these, they could either be modified manually, these first few items, or import via a spreadsheet. These here, we've got to configure manually, especially the user profiles. We need to get those set up. Then employees, of course, groups, roles, those are, again, can be set up via an integration, which we'll look at, at least doing an integration with a CSV file. Of course, you can also integrate with a connection to another system as well. And then finally, we do need to look at how to create life cycles, statuses. The system's pretty much set up with the statuses it needs. You can add additional statuses, so we'll look at that and what that requires. Questionnaires and mail components, these both are areas where a lot of input and customization is involved. So we'll look at how those are set up and created and how they're used. And then workflows, of course, that combines everything that we've set up to that point, into a workflow, how we want that process to be executed, who we're going to route things to, what kinds of inputs we're going to need, what kind of outputs we have coming from the workflow. And then catalogs. We build the catalogs last, which then incorporate all the information from above. And then finally, once we get to that, we get that finished, then we can actually test everything by creating a ticket and making sure that all the appropriate information flows into and through the ticket. So this is a good reference slide. I'll sort of keep this handy. And so what we'll do is we'll take a look here at our system again. And what we'll do is we'll look in the administration area to begin with. Okay, so okay, so so by and large, most of what we need to configure from a system level will be found in this area, in the parameters folder. Now in there, you can see here, there's a bunch of things that we can set here at this level. And then there's this other section here, which is called other parameters. If we click into here, then we can see there's about 100 options here that we can set up. 101. And we'll take a look at some of these and what they're for. Again, like there are references to each and every one of these items on the wiki, so we can test whether or not this would take us to the wiki, but we'll do that in a second. So let's go back to looking at parameters, and what we wanted to look at first was setting up like the system defaults, the auto inc field definitions, and the TSA. So I'll just talk about this at a high level. So the auto increment fields, this is where you can define what your ticket numbers look like. And so you can see the format structure here. You can just include, you can wipe this out and put in anything you want here, as long as you're using, and you do need to actually serialize at some point. So you could put in something like, if you wanted to get really ridiculous, you could type in incident and the whole thing. Get my cursor out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. And then, but you do need to serialize at some point so the ticket can increment, the numbers. But you could do something, oops, like this. And of course, this is going to determine, how many digits before they roll. So if you're using, the year, month, day format, then I would submit that this serialization doesn't need to be that long. You need to estimate how many tickets you think you're going to have in a day, for instance, how many incidents. And then, shorten up, boy, I butchered this, but shorten up that, that numbering scheme. So typically what we do is something like this. I for incident, and then, some sort of date format here, year, month, day works. You could put something else, you could switch these around. And then, the serialization piece. Now you can see here are your options. You could use the day of the year, for instance, or you could use the 4-digit year. You could even put hyphens between these if you wanted to make it more SQL-like, but whatever works best for you. You could play around with this, play around with it in your VM, try different things and see what combination of things works best. So that's auto increment. And okay, system defaults. So here are the system default settings, and pretty straightforward, what you fill out here. What these are used for is if you have workflows that call out this information and you don't have those defined in maybe your workflow or in your catalog, specific catalog, the system will look to this level for a default. So if you don't have an SLA set for a particular category, a catalog item, it'll look to see what you've got set here at the system level. Workflow, same thing. The other thing that we mentioned that we need to configure, and this is something we normally do as soon as possible, is we set up this thing called the technical support agent. And you can see here, you can set up several of these. The idea here is that these are basically agents that monitor email inboxes. And what this agent does is it logs into the inbox. So I'll look at this configuration, for instance. Logs into the inbox on a periodic interval. You can set this to 1 or more. You can't go below 1 minute, but 1 or more minutes. And it basically just logs in and looks for emails. When it finds an email, it'll process the email and then it'll delete the email. So I want to make sure that's clear. If you want to save your emails, you need to potentially have those emails go into another inbox first and then get copied to the inbox that EasyVista is monitoring. Because EasyVista will look for emails, and then when it sees them, it will process them and then it'll delete them. Every time it goes in and polls, if they're emails, even if they've already been processed but they haven't been deleted, the next time it goes and looks, it'll process them again. And if it's the same email in there multiple times, it'll keep on creating tickets. That's what it'll do. It'll either take an email and create a new ticket from that email, or if it's an email that has, say it's an email that was sent from the EasyVista system, and it has metadata in the email, the metadata indicating that there's a ticket number and other such things, then if that email is replied to and it comes back into the support inbox, the TSA will look at that. It'll find the metadata and say, oh, this is for an existing ticket, so I'm not going to create a new ticket. I'm just going to route this to the the existing ticket, and that's the way it'll handle that. But you can see here, setting it up, we have this only indicates a couple of protocols. We actually have two more. We have the Microsoft Graph protocol and the Office 365 protocol. So we support 4 protocols now in the system. And so with the Graph, it's more of a security-based API type protocol. But we just set up the credentials, and then what we're doing here is we're indicating a default category when a ticket gets created. If there's no special instructions, like metadata, for instance, in an email, then the system will just use this default category. If in fact an email's coming from another system, and it in the form of like an alert where the email has coding automatically in it, then that coding could be to a catalog code. So in the event of like event management, where you have alerts against devices, say a server goes down, you have an alert that sends an email, it will send a code, and that code will indicate that it's a server down code, and then a server down ticket will be created based on that code. So, and then this default category will be ignored, and that category code will be used instead. So a couple different ways to create emails or create tickets from emails.
Rick, I have a question.
Sure.
There is a way to put some constraints regarding I don't want to receive emails from a particular email address here in the tool, or to reject
not
them?
in the tool. You'd have to do that in the email server. Not in EasyVista. EasyVista is just an agent monitoring the inbox, but if you wanted to prohibit emails from coming into the inbox, you'd have to manage that in your email server.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not, so what are you saying, that you don't want to receive emails, you don't want to have specific emails processed by EasyVista?
There is, let's say, for at least our current clients, we have a lot of rules depending from where the emails are coming from, to see if they are, spams or not. And the mail server, so the problem is the following. To have rules, as you stated, you need to have rules at the emails level. Not all the clients have this possibility, apparently. And right now, some of our tools, they have the possibility to have some rules on this type of, let's say, mail ether or mail translator, and based on those rules, tickets are created. Tickets are, or emails are created, as new tickets, or updating the existing tickets. But also there are ways, or in our case, how to, they are put on a type of blacklist and they are blocked. Maybe we receive 100 emails per hour from a particular location, or we have a type of, we want to have a type of, limitation. So the limitation, it is added into the tool, not at the email server, because it's not possible many cases that email server or the client to have that type of let's say rules, to add rules into it. So that's why so apparently there is not. So everything that we need to do here, we need to do it at the mail server.
Right. See, all we're doing is we're just logging in to the inbox and looking for mail. We're not processing the mail. We're not, prohibiting the mail from being delivered. We're just, the mail's already there in the inbox. Then we, with this agent, we just log in and read it.
So the idea is that every email that are coming, it is assumed to be a correct email, probably.
Well, so here, when we're processing the emails, there are some conditions. If the sender is not recognized by EasyVista, in other words, the email, the email of the sender is not in EasyVista, then the email will be ignored. So if you have emails coming in from, from people that are not actually input in the system, they don't actually have an email in EasyVista, then EasyVista will ignore their emails and they won't process them. Yeah, so you can turn this on, but then the problem with that is then you end up with a whole bunch of items added to your employee database, your employee directory, and you may not. No, this is pretty much it. Yeah, this is what we got. And so yeah, these are just designed to just go out and read email in an existing mailbox. And of course, you can see that you're not limited to just one. You can set up multiple to go to different email boxes. So for different purposes, and with each of these, then you can define what you want to do a little bit differently. So here, all we're doing is the difference is that the default category is set differently. That's about it. I mean,
question: can we have one particular mailbox to create tickets, but with different categories?
Well, yeah, you can set up a mailbox. And so you've got the one category, which is the default, right?
Yes.
But if you want to create other tickets with other categories, you have to tell EasyVista what those categories are. It won't know. So one way you do that is like, if we're talking about a situation like event management, where email alerts are coming into EasyVista. Inside of the alert, you've got encoding. You've got the category code of the category that you want to use to create a ticket. And then you can create all kinds of different tickets depending upon all the different codes that you send to EasyVista.
Okay, so that means that the system should have a type of interpreter somewhere or somehow? Or how is that working?
Well, so your alerting system would need to be programmed that whenever it receives an alert from a device, that it then sends a notification to EasyVista with specific data in it. It could be data about the device, so an external reference to the device, so that we can then encode it and we can match it to your an item in your CMDB, and it can also send information about what kind of event it is.
Oh,
And that
I
would be
get
your
it. So
category.
what you are saying is the following. We need to provide you, or to create a request to you, and some engineer will program that into the system for us. Can we do it in the interface or not?
What are you wanting to do exactly? I'm not following what you want to do.
So we don't need, in general, we are not using many mailboxes. We are using just one mailbox for a particular service desk client. And that particular service desk client, exactly like you have here. Maybe they have monitorization through Nagios. Maybe they have monitorization from another tool. There are, all the employees are instructed to send an email to, I don't know what type of service desk at client.com, and based on the email, a ticket will be created, or if you reply to it, a ticket will be updated. So how one mailbox will differentiate or create tickets with different categories, knowing that it's coming from monitorization and from normal users. Let's say that wants to create tickets, and let's say we have a default category for them as, new request or new incident or what something, and for Nagios we have a category for, servers or server down or something like that.
So Rick, I think what he's trying to ask is how do we build that that mapping relationship when the email comes in? How do you translate that belongs to an event that belongs to a specific CI? I think that's what he's trying to get at.
Yeah,
right.
probably.
So I guess the best way to answer that, I did mention that we would have that kind of information, that alert encoded. So let me.
So it is possible to do it through the interface, or we need to create a request to EasyVista, and then we'll, an engineer will make that translation of our request.
Yeah, let me show you. So this may help, I'm not sure. So if you look at the TSA and you come down here, these are the kinds of predefined variables that you can send to EasyVista. And so if you want to create a ticket, or you want to create a ticket and associate it with an asset, you have to embed in your email, what it is you want to do. And that's if you're wanting to use email.
What I wanted to do, if you, okay, so what you are saying is that you have specific tags that are embedded into the emails that can actually overwrite the probably default category that we have there on the mailbox, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't think I was explaining it very well. So
I'll caution you, that's probably going to be very hard to code into the email system of distinguishing a category.
We have a lot of experience with this type of let's say email processes, so
it has to be able to speak with EasyVista though. It needs to be able to talk to EasyVista in such a way that it can determine a category.
No,
so like for instance, in our organization, only people with our organizational domain emails can submit tickets to EasyVista. If anything else other than an @IGT email comes to our system, it will reject it, and it will actually throw an error message to our EasyVista admin mailbox saying someone tried to email servicedesk@IGT.com and it failed to submit a ticket. And then, yeah, we just have it set to where any email coming in from someone generates a ticket and it makes it an unclassified ticket. So
No, I
actually trying
understand.
to get categories assigned to whatever someone's saying could be challenging. Just a forewarning.
No, I understand. We have a lot of clients with, different way of operating regarding these mail processes. So it is good that we have, at least documentation regarding the tags that we can use, so we can implement. I will assume that the tags are actually used even in the emails that are sent, so it's okay.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much great for like event management. It's not going to be useful for the user Joe Blow sending an email unless he's knowing how to do all the variables.
Right, and I would never, suggest that we would want to have users do this. So that's why we create portals. And if you really want the user to be able to classify like a request, you could actually create a portal with a catalog for your incidents. I've done that for clients where not only do they have a service request catalog, but they also have an incident catalog. And so they allow their end users to go in and go click on the pretty pictures that indicate what it is that they're reporting that's broken. And then that categorizes the ticket for them so that they don't have to do, any sort of classification or triage. What happens though is you're putting a lot of extra complexity on the end user. And really the end user doesn't want to have to try to figure out your system. They just want to report their issue. And so there can be pluses and minuses to doing this either way. What we've tried to gravitate towards in recent years is creating a self-service knowledge repository where customers can go in and solve their own issues by having content in an environment on a web server that they can go in and access, and they can figure out what they're trying to do, what they're having problems with. One of the examples I can think of is we set up a repository for a customer, and then they had a specific way of sending secure email. And so they, and I needed to use that to be able to send secure email to them. But I couldn't remember the process, but I knew that we had set up a knowledge flow for that in their system. So every time I needed to send a secure email, I just went, into their self-service portal and sent it from there. And I didn't try to remember how to do it because I knew the instructions were right in there, and that worked famously well. So directing your customers towards kind of a self-help environment helps them, helps you mitigate the number of tickets they're creating. But then if they do need to create a ticket, because they've gone into that environment, all the information that they've been looking at gets recorded into the ticket, and the ticket gets classified accordingly automatically with some sort of AI intelligence. So there's that approach. There's multiple approaches. This approach here basically is used for, and I'm not sure if it actually specifies up here, but it should say that this is used for event management primarily. Now, we also use this for when we generate tickets from EasyVista, because, just see if I can show an example of that. And this is pretty quick. And just get into the system here that I want to basically look at. So when tickets or when notifications come from EasyVista, more often than not, they get replied to. These notifications, customers receive them and then they want to reply back to the system. Well, so when we send out notifications, we basically encode the footer. So we'll look at the, a footer. This is a footer mail component, and we'll look to see how this stuff is used. But just looking at this footer mail component, you'll see in here that we have information about, you know, the customer, their service desk. But then if we look a little bit closer, if I can expand this, we embed metadata. And now that's not very easy to see, but it basically says, and let me just, yeah. So right. So you've got that. Now the only reason you would do this is if you were wanting to direct emails at EasyVista to create new things. And so to encode an email with this, the only way that really works, you know, sensibly is if you have a, you know, machine do this. So you have a computer, basically a computer that's controlled by an alerting system that, you know, when an alert occurs in your network, you know, then that particular item, you know, informs the communication server that's going to send the email to EasyVista, and it includes in it, you know, the item's identifier, whether it be serial number, asset tag, CI number, whatever it is. We have to have that same code in the CMDB in EasyVista. And then, you know, also, you're going to have catalog codes that you already know are in EasyVista. You're going to have those in the alerting system, and then you're going to use those to create, you know, events, and those events then generate incident tickets. So this is one way to do it with email, but another way to do it as well, if you think about it, is just with web services or REST calls. And you'd still have to set that up as well. You'd have to have a system actually generating the call to EasyVista to create a ticket. If a ticket needs to be created, there's a prerequisite minimum amount of information that needs to be received. Otherwise, the ticket is, you know, is created generically, and then it has to be then looked at by an individual and classified specifically. Okay, so let's see here.
Rick, really quick. I know this is probably not the right time to ask the question, but since we're talking about email and creating tickets via email, what about generating like assets via email from ASNs or advanced ship notices? Is that possible with EasyVista?
You mean generating assets? You mean creating assets in EasyVista?
Correct. Yep. Yep. Like via email though. Yep. Bad time to ask.
Well, no, I just, you know, it's not a bad time to ask. I'm trying to think of how we might do that based on what we can do here. This is, you could see here, the amount of information we could gather is limited to, here, let me just pull this up if I can figure out what I'm doing. So in here, if we look down here at the code, so creation. So what we would need is we would need to be able to create an asset. Minimally, we need to know what its manufacturer, model, and type are. So yeah, with these variables, we don't have that capability. We do, however, can easily do that with an API, integration using REST.
I
So
have
you
a
can
question.
create-
I just realized the question. All these tags as variable, there are fixed. You cannot add an extra one and make the let's say, mail processor understand them?
You can't. No, I mean you can't do that in the metadata in the code. And no, you can't. I mean this is part of the instructions that are encoded into the application server. So if you wanted to do something like that, then that would have to be, entertained as a feature request. We can't modify and add new variables because the system wouldn't know what to do with them. They would have to be developed internally.
No, the idea was you can actually create a new tag, and that tag can actually be linked to a E-type of field. You can create a ticket based on a generic email, and that email can have several specific tags for those specific customized field, and based on those customized field you can actually create your asset based on probably an event.
So you're telling me that you know how to do that in EasyVista now?
No, I'm just no, I'm just thinking out loud what will be how you can use a non-existing tag if it is possible. That was the idea. So you can have a new field into the into the request called e underscore new CI that should not be visible in the interface, and this type of mail eater can actually have or interpret a particular variable like add new CI. That's what that was the idea. That
So,
variable.
yeah, I'm following you. You can't do any of that here.
Yes, I realized that, but it was
you can do it though in the REST interface. If you wanted to create custom fields, you can certainly put them in your JSON payload, and you can populate them from a REST interface, from a REST call.
Yeah, no.
So
okay.
we could do it that way, but we can't do it via email.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just to be able to do that, then the system would have to be able to understand those new tags, and there's I'm just telling you, there's no way for me to add custom tags in the TSA. I'm not to say you couldn't develop that, but that would require that that be developed in the system. Yeah, it's just not available. As far as customization's concerned, I would, if you had that kind of requirement, I would steer you towards using a REST interface to be able to do that, because then you have the freedom to create things, custom items like that on the fly. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, I'm wondering if I put away my, I may have put away my VM. So, gosh darn it. Gonna have to start it up. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So, so back to this. So, a couple of items that need to be set up, like I mentioned, from the beginning, and then there are several other things here that can be configured at any point in time. But other items we had on the list were like, I'm looking through here. Well, I will get into these guys here in just a bit. So you can see here, in addition to system level items that need to be configured, we also have in here a lot of referential information that needs to be configured. So lookup tables, right? So we've got all these lookup tables. And so whether they get populated manually, which can be done, by just clicking the new button and then filling out the form and, adding items individually, or whether they get populated via an integration, either way, we need to get this stuff populated. So if you had, you know, a bunch of items that needed to go into, say, you know, any of these items, like for instance, all of these are references. So if you had a bunch of locations, so then what we would do is we would, you know, go look at our DCTs, our data collection templates, and then we would start filling those out with all of your locations. And basically it's nothing more than just having a spreadsheet that you fill out with all of the columns of all the items that you want to populate for a particular table. And then what we would do at that point is we would create what's called an integration model, which is something like we come here. And so if I take a look at an existing model, let's just see if I got something in here. Yeah, I may have to switch to my demo server. I've got some things in here, but let's see here. So equipment integrations. So so what you can do here is you can actually use either a CSV file or, you know, ODBC connection to a data source, and then you can import, you know, massive amounts of records to populate your different tables in EasyVista. So for instance, if you wanted to populate the asset table, then you would use the equipment connector, which basically maps the CSV fields to the table fields in EasyVista. And, you know, that's the way you would get, you know, your data, your referential data in the system. So to that end, we do have some, you know, exercises around doing that. And so if we come down here and take a look, we start out with a data collection template. Well, in our labs, we don't need to, you know, fill out the DCTs. I'm going to actually give you some lab resources. And basically, they're just spreadsheets that have data in them. And we're going to see how we can actually set up and import data into our VMs. So what we're doing here, you don't need to worry about account creation right now. So we're looking at, you know, integration models. So yeah, I pointed this out. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually go through an exercise where we're going to set up a couple of integration models and see how we can get data, you know, into our systems. And so let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll come back to this slide. So let's take a look at our lab guide. And then what I need to do is put on the Dropbox folder the zip file for the resources. And let's see, let me go this way, back to the table of contents. And we're going to go down to location integration. So let's take a look at that one. So we're going to actually take a spreadsheet. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the spreadsheet and make sure that the data in the spreadsheet is correct before we try to import it. So let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and transfer. Let me get into Dropbox and let me transfer a file. So I've got this. Basically, it's this, you know, training resources, I should say. And I've got all of these spreadsheets in there. We're going to use these for our labs to be able to create integration models and import data. So let me get this transferred. Be just a second. Dropbox. Okay. So in here, I'm going to put this file, and if you all would just take a look and download that file, SysAdmin Training Resources.zip, and then we'll go ahead and pull out the first spreadsheet and we'll start working on this exercise.
We should be downloading this onto the VM, right?
Yeah, ultimately we want to get it over to your VM. Now, actually, yeah, because there's no way for you to, unless you're in the VM, you can't, bring up you can't bring up your service manager in a browser unless you're in the VM, in that particular VM. So yeah, I would just go ahead and go into the VM, and then from there open up the Dropbox and download the file from there.
Yep, doing that right now. I just accidentally downloaded it onto my actual computer.
Yeah, unfortunately, these VMs are really useful because they're isolated environments, but they're also, that's their downfall. They're isolated environments. So
oh god, it's in French.
I've got, what's in French?
The WinRAR
oh yeah.
unzipper. Let's see here. Oh god.
Yeah, hopefully you can just unzip it. The content should all be in English.
Yeah. I think this is the one. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, we've got online VMs as well. So you can just log straight in without having to, RDP into, but then you're limited. You don't have nearly as much, in terms of resources as you do with the VMs you're using there. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the locations import spreadsheet. And we're going to do some really simple things with it to begin with. And let's see. I'm going to have to probably move them over there as well. So I don't like it when it does that. It's going to do it anyway. All right. All right, so what we're going to do, let's open this up. Should be able to extract this. Oh, great. Yeah.
It's the blue folder is the extract button.
Oh, thanks.
I just threw it on the desktop.
Yeah. There we go, I guess. Are they in there? Huh. Not having any luck.
So just in that list there, scroll up to the top. Just click desktop at the very, very top. And then click OK.
Huh, still not seeing it.
Just click OK.
Oh, what's yeah, what's that thing?
Yeah, I forget what those buttons are, but that should extract it to your desktop.
Is that it? There we go. All right, thanks for your help.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Okay, now the question is, guess that'll work. Okay, so but I got to get the right one. Let me get location. Okay, so all we're doing here, let's see. Well, we're creating a CSV file. And what I want to do, and do they even have a data function here? It sort of looks like they've got that auto filter right there. Okay. It's not contain headers. That sure looks like it contains header. First line uses headers, yes. Okay. All right. So this first exercise is just a little bit sort of freshman level. All we're doing here is we're just looking at the data. And we're making sure that our data is accurate. So the idea here is just to sort of stress the fact that you need to scan your data and make sure that all the values are what you think they should be. Now you can see here we've got a little bit of an issue there with spelling, and we've got some other issues with spelling here. One of the things I'm doing is I'm using the filter feature to be able to look at all my data a little bit more easily. And so I can scroll down through here and I can see here that I've also got some issues with normalization. So we've got a choice. We can actually normalize our data if we don't have a big data set, or we can basically let evVista normalize the data when we import it. So we can set up some normalization rules. But for this first bit here, this first exercise, all we're going to do is we're going to go in and clean up some of the issues by hand. So we're going to come in here and I'm going to look where I find an issue. There's an issue there. I'll go ahead and take a look. I've got spelling issue there. So I'll clean that up. And whatever approach you guys use that works for you is okay. There's really no right or wrong way, just as long as you get your data cleaned up. So I can come in here and now I can go look for floaters. There might be one or more incidents where we have that problem. So I just do it like this. See if I just have one instance. So then I'll just clean that up like that. Go back here and turn the filters on again. Then come down and see if I have anything else going on. That all looks good. That all looks good. I've got New Jersey. And then I've got New Jersey. Okay, and then I've also got New York and New York. So I could clean those up. So let me just go ahead and New Jersey. Let's see if I can do a copy down with this funky freeware. That didn't work. There we go. And then here. So, not rocket science here. We're just sort of cleaning up our data. Okay, so Washington State, there's obviously some problems with that. So this one.
This is biased for Americans, Rick. Just kidding.
What's that?
Biased for Americans.
Yeah, I'm not sure who set up these exercises, but yeah, it would be interesting to know whether or not somebody in France did this, but I don't think so. So anyway, that's clean. And as far as these are concerned, well, they are what they are, right? If you see something
There's
obviously
no way.
wrong, I get
Yeah.
like this here. That's actually where I live, and it's called Ventura, but the official city name is San Buenaventura, so I'll just use that, right? I thought that was really coincidental because I didn't create these labs, but that was kind of funny. So the rest of these look okay. I don't know if there's some misspellings or what have you. It doesn't look like there's anything obviously wrong. So now the next thing we want to do, and this may be fun to do because here we are doing this with, instead of Excel, which I'm very familiar with, I'm doing this with this LibreOffice. So I want to see if it works the same way. I hope so. So I'm going to come in here and click on function, and I'm going to look for, it looks like it's pretty close. So I'm going to look for concatenate. And concat and concatenate, I'm not sure what the differences are. Might be the same. What are the differences? Combined into one except cell ranges. Okay, so concat's the one. So I want to say A2, maybe $sign A2, and then I'm going to add that with, let's see, maybe this will work. It's a lot easier in Excel. And that's 2. Let's see if that formula works. Great. How about I do this? Concat, go next, and let's see. Okay, here we go. That makes more sense. And then here we're going to put in one of those, and then here we're going to put in one of those. Yeah, it was close. And then, okay. And let's see, as an error, we got a comma. All right, you guys are all being really quiet. Have you already figured it out?
No.
Right, and then commas. You put it down there.
Thank
Normally.
you.
That should do it. I've got the commas in the right place. All right, that's better. So now, does this thing allow me to do this? Cool. All right. All right, so what we got here, we've got state, city, and then we're going to call this location. And what we're doing is we're actually creating a hierarchy or a tree structure, and we're actually just going to import this column, not these two, because this is what we want, state, city, at least in the exercise. So what I normally do, go ahead. Right. So what I'm going to do, what the heck is formatting that cannot contain say currently, yeah, whatever. If I do this, okay, we're good. Now, I usually save it as Excel in case I want to go in and edit it again in the future. And then I'll come in and export it or save it as CSV at this point. So I'll do 2 saves. And let's see, CSV format right there. And that looks good. And we'll just save it like this. And use text CSV. Delimiter, yes, that's all fine. Okay, so then I close this. And what I like to do is I like to open this in a text editor. See what I've got here. This one's good. And just inspect what I've created. So I do have my headers and I do have my data sorted appropriately, and I don't have a whole bunch of extra commas down here at the bottom. Okay, so this looks good. This is a good CSV file. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use this and we're going to import this into our system. So let me close all this stuff. I got too much stuff going on. And it gets more interesting. This one's really simple. The one that's really interesting is when we import everything into the employee table at some point in the future. So we'll start this up again. Okay, and we'll go into Service Manager. We're going in as admin into the demo environment. Now, it's a question. Hang on just a second. I want to try something because the demo environment will have a bunch of information in it already. So, excuse me, I'm doing locations. Okay, my locations are different than this, which is fine. So I can add it here and I can see that I've done that. But let me just check something real quick. I want to see if we can actually, without overcomplicating things. 1, 2, 3. Now I'm wondering if I actually have an account in here, because this is going to be a that might be too hard to do. Let's see. Just a second. EasyV admin, EasyV admin. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, cool. I shared this document with you guys, right? Should be on the Dropbox.
Yeah, it's in there.
Correct. So what you can do is you can actually, in the VM, the 50,004 and 50,005 accounts are there. They're in there and they're ready for use. They're empty databases. So empty that there's no user accounts in them as well. But there is a super user account, super admin account that you can use. Admin EasyV admin. If you use that in combination with the account number 50,004, you can log in to the empty database. So I'm logged in here. I'm going to go look at my employees, and I have nobody in there. That's why I can't log in. So I'm going to add myself, and the reason I'm doing this is so I can import my data into an empty database. So we're going to set up an account that we can use. So go ahead and just, if you guys want to do the same thing, just go in and set up an account that you can log into.
Will there be issues if we all try and log in at once?
No, because you all have separate VMs, so it's totally separate environments for each of you. Okay, and then the profile that I'm going to set is administrator, and then that's all I need. So you can see what I'm doing, just username, password, and then, well, I'm going to put the password in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and create my account. I've got that. Let me see if I have any domains defined. I do have the whole company. That should be there because that's always there by default. So I'm going to set the domain, and then I've got my profile, so I just need to put a password in. And okay. So now that I've done that, I don't need to save that. And I'll
Password
log
is
out.
just admin.
Yeah. For that admin EZV and then admin. So now I'm going to log in with my regular account. And I should be able to see the complete schema at this point. Because you notice when you log in as admin EZV, you only see the admin stuff. Okay. So I'm logged in here. Now I'm logged into a production instance on the VM. And if you look here, of course, if you go into any of these areas, everything's going to be empty by design. This is like, what you would see in a brand new platform that's just been stood up and ready for configuration. So this is what we want to use for our exercises because we're going to start building things from scratch. The demos, 40,000 account is great for reference, but then, yeah, if you want to actually build stuff from scratch, you use either Sandbox or production for that. So hopefully everybody can get in using that super admin account. Go ahead and then from there, add an account, an administrator account for yourself, and then log in as the administrator, with that account, and then we should be good to go.
Rick, does it need to be made with a certain email address, like you did?
It doesn't matter. Actually, you could just put in. It didn't care. You can put anything in there. It doesn't even check to see if it's an email address. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, you're not going to send emails out of the system or anything. Okay. So yeah, if you could all get logged into your 50,004, and what you could do, well, yeah, this service manager link will always allow you to get into 50,004. You just have to, make sure you use the proper account number. Get logged in. You'll be logged into an empty database at this point. And then so we already have our CSV prepared and ready for the integration. So I'm just going to start, preparing my integration model. So I'm going into admin, integration, and then integration models. And interesting. I didn't expect to see anything in there. Wondering if I have other stuff. Let me see. No, that's empty. Let's see if we have anything in assets. I would expect this to be totally empty, even to the extent that there's no integration models. All that transactional data, they must not have cleared out the integration models, which is, no harm, no foul. So what I'm going to do, let's create a folder. So I'm going to go into integration model folders, and then I'm going to create one called training and put it at the root. Okay. Go back into integration models and see I've got no view here. See if I even have something I can, yeah, put over here. Let's do this. Drill down on the folders and then integration models. And then we're going to call this folders view. Hit save. No, thought I hit save. Hello, save. Make it the default view. Why is that not saving? Save. Mm. Yeah, that one worked. Wonder why the save didn't work. Good call. So let's see, I've got folders, but then I'm still close. Still not. Let's see what we've got. I'm going to put all this into a list view for a moment. That's the grid. Save. That's saved. Going just, well, I know. Not going to show the folders until I put something in it. Okay, so let me just create our first integration. All right, so I'm going to call this locations, for lack of a better, more descriptive thing. And then I'm going to say put it in training. And I've got my CSV set. So what I'm setting here is insert and update. So you can do insert and update, insert only, update only. We're going to do insert and update. We're going to use the CSV file, English language, and then we're going to select a connector. And since we're doing locations, let's start by searching for locations. And then we have to kind of figure out which one of these we want to use. And so this comes with a little bit of training and experience. Let's just go ahead and use location's full name because that's the one we want. We're going to, we do have the first row as a header row, and then we're going to create a log so we can see how we did. We're going to go ahead and upload our CSV file. So we'll find that somewhere on the desktop. And the CSV file is right there. Upload that. Hit next. Okay, and then, so now we've got, what the system is telling us is it always shows, a blank next to a destination field when it's required. The only field that's required for this connector, this is the way the connector is defined, is the location field. So since I've already got it mapped here, I don't need this one. And since I could map city in the city table, or I'm in the location table, I don't have a state. So I could map it just to the available field here. Or, I could just say, well, I don't want to map either of those right now, so I'm going to get rid of them. And then all I'm really going to map into my location table is my third column that's concatenated with locations. So I'm going to do that, hit next, and then I've already got this set as unique key because it's the only field. Auto insert, we want to make sure that's turned on so it'll go ahead and add these items to the table. If you turn this off, then it'll only update information that's against what's already existing. So we definitely want auto insert on. And then if I hit finish, it'll save my model but not execute it. Sometimes that's desirable to just go ahead and save the construction of your model and then execute it later. Or if you hit execute, it'll save it and execute it at the same time. So we're going to do that. So, you know, we got an indication that the model was added, and now it's importing. And we're importing 275 records. Okay, and hit close, and we should see the log at this point. And the log says we had 275 records and says succeeded. I'm not sure I like this because that doesn't look right. However, if I come in here and look, it says 322 locations were added. Interesting. So let me go back to locations, see what I ended up with here. Okay, so I've got my first level, and then you can see on each level, you can see how many sub-levels there are. So it looks like we added our locations successfully. If I come down here to Texas, I see here we messed up.
I caught that. I'm just kidding.
So I'd like to think that I did that on purpose, but I didn't. So here's a neat little tip. Here's a neat little tip. You know, as a result of this, it's kind of serendipitous. I can show you something that's kind of an important feature. So if you import data and it's not in the right spot, you know, what are your options?
You could go in there, see what city it's attached to, and then you can delete that location and add that into the actual Texas location.
Yep,
manually.
You could do that. And if you had a lot of them to do, it'd be kind of a pain.
Right.
Highlight the item you want to move. Use this wizard right here. Reorganize. And then tell it what parent you want to put it under. And you want to put it under Texas. And hit finish. And it's done.
Very nice. I don't have the power of a wizard, so.
You know what? You don't have the power of a wizard?
Nope.
And
Not
see,
yet.
then you could come here and delete that part. So if you had if there were like 20 in here,
right,
then that would have been a pain. But yeah, the reorganize is really kind of nice.
I was wondering why you had one more record than me when I imported.
That was the reason, probably. So, and then here, just wondering. Yeah, this thing here, I normally would have a delete for that. So this makes me want to go look at my profile and see if I've got the delete privileges turned on, because I should be able to delete that. So I'll go here, and I know we're over. It's 2 o'clock, so we're over by a few minutes. So we'll go ahead and wrap this up here shortly. We'll just finish out what we're doing here. So I'm going to go into wherever I'm trying to go into. User profiles, let's take a look, go in here, and Then specifically, I'm going to go down to references, directories, locations. I'm going to look and that's interesting. I don't have a delete wizard. So you know what I'm going to have to do? Some SQL surgery. Going to have to go into the
Wow, you
back
actually have
end.
to go into SQL to get delete
Yeah, for
function
some
added.
things, no, I mean, this doesn't have a delete in the business logic for this particular item. There are deletes interspersed in a lot of other areas, but you know, for this one, I'm not seeing it. So
I have a
yeah,
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The wrong record should be deleted or inactivated into the system.
Well, when you're first provisioning a platform, I would say delete it.
Okay.
Once your system is live, I would say you never delete anything. You always archive or deactivate.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have historical records associated with it, and you're going to end up orphaning a bunch of records. And yeah, so actually, that brings up a good point. Usually, you know, I'll recommend that you create an administrator profile, you know, for operational use that has all of the delete functions disabled. And then you create another profile. You could call it root, you could call it super user, super admin, whatever you want to call it. And that has everything enabled. And so you only go into it kind of like you would in Linux when you want to go into the root. You only go, you know, you just change your account to the super admin if you need to delete something, but you rarely need to do that, especially after you go, you know, live. So then you just always use your admin profile. And then if you're wanting to delete something, you have to think twice about it.
We have a massive archive of deleted or archived locations that are no longer used. Same with like workflows and stuff like that.
Question. Can we use the import location functionality to inactivate locations? I will assume that you can add another field for, I don't know what is the name of the column, probably active or inactive, and you can add there 0 or 1 or something like that, probably, or active, inactive. Again, I don't know the database but the logic
if we
should
look
work.
if we look at this one that we want to kind of get rid of, if we just go into it, you have this capability, and you know, let me go into this. What you can do is you can come down here and you can say the end date on this was like you predate it. This will actually archive the location. So you save this by just putting an end date in here in the location. Now, if we go look at location, we're not going to see it in here. It's gone. We go up here to our archived filter and we see it in there. And I'm wondering if I drill down into this, still no delete. So yeah, I'm going to have to, this one.
What's the close one?
Good question.
Oh, it gives it a closing date. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right. I know. Yeah. End date closing. So
yep.
What I would do, but you have to kind of tread lightly when you're in the system on the back end, right? But I would come in here, and so we're in the 50,004. I would certainly, anything I suggest here, you always do it in a non-production environment in Sandbox, and make sure you do, you know, make some backups just in case you need to restore things that don't go your way. But I don't want to be in config. I want to be in data. So data 50,004. And let's just look at our location table. And so we come in here and then just take a peek at this. We're going to see our locations. And if I wanted to, I could go search for Texan. And where location English equals Texan. And just execute that. And there it is. And then we could just delete that. And you have to be careful what you're deleting, because if it's indexed to something else, then that could be problematic. But then I could just come in and say something like delete from AM location. And then I've got that part here, or I might just use the ID. It'd be a little bit better, but I'll just go ahead and execute that. And AM location, what's it saying here? Invalid object name, AM location. Oh, really? Did I spell something wrong? Yeah. I got to remember that there's two interfaces that we use. One of them requires a schema. Well, generally the SQL Management Studio requires a schema. And the other one, I don't know if you have heard of the interface called MC monitoring, but I'll use that one. Use that one with your environment, and it, yeah, so that worked. And then it doesn't require, schema, because it already knows. So now if I come in here and look, and I guess really what I want to do is probably asset management. Usually the prefaces, if you look at them, like SD, you'll see that in there, stands for service design. So if you go back and look at these were set up way back when EasyVista was first conceived. It was an asset management company. So a lot of its tables started with AM. And so then they started changing that. So now they align more to the process. So you'll see some of them in here with prefixes like CMDB. You'll see come down here and you'll see service design. All of these, SD stands for service design. SO, service operation. Some of these just don't make any sense to me, but these were added, like these menu items, with probably user interface maybe, because these were added when Oxygen was created and we had menuing. So some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't, but that's what it is.
Yeah, EasyVista has been around for a while.
Yeah, it's been around for about 35 years. Let's see. So yeah, these basically just start with C for configuration. You've got some that say C. Yeah, this might stand for integration, because those tables have to do with integration. And then, yeah, you can poke around in here and see what the rest of them look like. Back office, right? EVO. If you get into this, then you're going to see a lot of A's and B's and C's. This is admin. But anyway, yeah, you could poke around. Normally, yeah, you're not, as an admin, you're not really required to know this backend, but it's really helpful if you do.
It is. It helps you track things down, like knowing what, like the names of the tables or the names of the columns can be useful when we're like editing forms or trying to add something. Like we were trying to locate a table for what is the comment section of a on hold message? What is that? We had to find that, and then we could use that to incorporate that in the email sent out when something is placed on hold. And we had to go into SQL here and use SQL to find what that specific table or column was called, so we can use that in the code. So yeah, it is quite helpful.
Yeah, so there is that. Yeah. And yeah, there are some tricks. I mean, if you go into the form editor, you can actually, if you see a field that you're wanting to know what its underlying schema, name is, what table it's associated with, and what its field name is, you just go into the form and then you can look it up that way. I do that, quite often when I'm too lazy to go look at the data model.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got that much integrated. I guess we'll go ahead and call it a stopping point here for today. We'll go ahead and proceed with the rest of the integration exercises, in the morning. And then from there, once we get that all done, then we'll have some of the prerequisite information that we need in the system to be able to create workflows and catalogs and stuff like that, and actually create a ticket. So that's the goal, is that we start with a brand new, fresh, pristine system, and then build it up so we can create a ticket.
Yep, needs a lot of stuff before we can get there.
Yeah, it's just as if we just go methodically, it's not too bad. All right, well then I'll call it unless there are any other questions. I really appreciate your time and attention today. I know for some of you it's quite late, so yeah, thank you for staying up so late. And I'll see you all again tomorrow at the 9 a.m. Eastern starting time.
And Rick, we just need to disconnect from our VMs and we can pick up later, right? Nothing
Just do a
special we need to do.
disconnect. No, just go ahead and disconnect there, and it'll be there waiting for you in the morning.
Beautiful.
All righty.
Hey, Rick.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
No, just real quick. So the actual login ID for the 5004 or 50,004, is that admin EZV? And then,
Yes.
of course, the password is admin?
Lowercase admin, yeah.
Yeah, that's,
what that'll do is, you're not able to get in?
Nope.
Let's see. Let me double check your VM. I think I might be able to get into it.
Okay.